Okay, let's see. We may have a guest tonight. Okay. Hi, Rashida. Hi, Christine. How are you tonight? Christine. Tracy. Kelly. Snow Queen. We may have a guest tonight. My oldest son may come in. Now he's a big access consciousness person, and he could answer questions, and he could give you some tips on how to clear some energy and stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Snow Queen. How is everybody tonight? Snow Queen, Rashida, yes. FERSG. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. So I have Rashida, Christine, Tracy, Kelly, Snow Queen, SAS, FERSG. Okay. Hey, Jane. How are you tonight, hun? Erin, how are you, hun? Darlene, where have you been? We've missed you. How you doing, Ellen? Yeah. So you're in for an experience with my son. Just keep an open mind. He went in to take a shower now, and he's telling his kids, I think I'm going to. Oh, Kelly's going to pass tonight. Okay, so that'll give me one more person. Hey, Darlene, where have you been, hon? We've all missed you. Did I get Christine? Yeah, Rashida, Christine. Alban. You're on the list tonight, hon. Who else we got? Caramel Apple, hello. Hello, everybody. Yeah, lazy Sunday. You're watching Adele? Wow. You woke up with a tummy ache today? Ate too late last night. Now, just remember, you can take some ginger pills for stomach aches, son. I was watching extreme bike riding and it's a rush, scary. You can always come back and listen to him since the replays will be up, Ellen. Cancerian, how are you? We're doing StreamYard tonight because my son might be coming on. He's gone through all the access consciousness classes. He's been very much trained. He's a very intuitive Pisces. This will be interesting. Erin, I have you on the list. Okay, Rashida, what's your question tonight, hon? Darlene, where have you been? I even checked your Facebook. Last time I looked, you hadn't been on Facebook even for a couple weeks. Okay. How you doing, DJ? How you doing tonight, hon? Okay, Rashida. Rashida, are you separated with somebody, or you have somebody in the past that you would like to come back? Because the first card up is the Judgment card. Good for you. Good, Jane. Okay, so Rashida, the Judgment card. The Judgment card talks about the Archangel Michael blows his horn so loud that it awakens the dead. Anything that you thought was over and done with is not over and done with. Okay? It can also talk about somebody coming back from the past at this point in time. It was a situationship. Okay. It's not over and done with. Okay. I do think that this person's going to reach out to you. And hun, there's a need to take a leap of faith. One of you is going to have to take a leap of faith. Now, the Knight of Swords is a fast-moving energy, but look where he's at. Okay? He's on a cliff. Somebody needs to take a leap of faith. But look, hon, the universe has got your back. Okay? No, but there may be a need for closure. There may be a need for closure. Okay? But you know what, hon? It may be past life stuff. Okay? That might also, this card might also represent somebody from the past. Okay? Past life. It may be that you two need to resolve some issues. Yeah, the list is full, GB. Okay? But the donation list is open, everybody. But you have a bond with this person. Okay? This woman has a bond with the lion. There's no control. There's no manipulation. There's no force. It's all love, compassion, gentleness, understanding, and creating a bond. Okay? But see, yeah. Here you are. Okay? I do think that there's a need for closure in this situation, hon, or it's something you need to resolve from past life. But you're not open and receptive to anything they have to say at this point in time. Yeah. Because there was not an even give and take in the situation. It's like you were giving and giving and giving, and this person was just taking, right? But you know what? Whatever choice you make is a success for you. Okay? Stand on your own 2 feet. Be loving and compassionate and gentle to yourself. Okay? But see, whatever happens, hon, you're going to come out successful. He ghosted you. But sometimes we need closure. Sometimes we need closure. But, hon, this is victory and celebration. But you know what? It may be because you know who you are and know what you want. Well, you know what? That's something that he had to work through. If you rejected him, I'm sure you had a reason. And I'm sure because everything was imbalanced. Okay? But I don't see this as somebody else recognizing who you are. I think this is because you are recognizing who you are. You are standing on your own 2 feet. You are standing in your strength and you're doing what's best for you. Okay, we were just worried about you, Darlene. Just because, Darlene, that's the first time in years you haven't been here. You didn't think I wouldn't notice, hon? But like I said, I did check your Facebook because I was worried that something had happened to you. Yeah. But you know who you are, Rashida. You know what you want. You know what you need. But there may be something that you and him need to close out from a past life. Does that make sense? It's like you have to deal with this stuff before you could move on. This is what's in your energy field right now, okay? Does that make sense, hon? Yeah. My son was just lecturing me on having links in my belief system that lets the twin flame come back in. And so this will be an interesting
night. On reference.com. According to the twin
Hi,
flame
Triple Moon. How are you?
There is usually an unusual synchronicity surrounding the first contact between twin flames. Once they've met, the twin flames feel very comfortable and open around each other, as though they're already very close. Twin flames have a love that is completely unconditional. Some people dream about their twin flame prior to meeting them. In the dreams, they have a strong, strange feeling their twin flame really exists in the real world outside of the dream. Upon meeting their twin flame, they may discover that their twin flame was also dreaming about them before they met.
I did not ask Alexa about twin flames. I did not say Alexa. That was Alexa. It's like, what the heck? I did not say Alexa. And she starts spouting out about twin flames. It's like, what the heck? No, I didn't ask Alexa anything. He's a male version of you? Oh. All I did was say something about my twin flame, and then Alexa starts spout out. I did not say Alexa. It's like, what the heck? Kelly. Okay, we're getting to you. Kelly, you said you didn't want a reading. What's going on, Kelly? Okay, Christine, what's your question, hon? Oh, I can't believe that happened. All I did was say twin flame and Alexa pops up. That wasn't the whole story, Alexa. You meet each other, but that doesn't mean you works out. Oh, yes, everybody please hit the like button. Okay, Triple Moon. Oh, and I need to... Okay, hold on. I need to turn my phone off because if it rings, they'll ding they'll take the video down. That was bizarre. That was totally bizarre. So, Kelly, is there no other alternative? See, that's part of a lack consciousness. And that's one of the things that you need to get away from is that lack consciousness. Okay. Salvador and Christina. Okay, so this, I know, Kelly. What state are you in, hon? So start asking the universe, what else is possible here? What can open up for me to find a better living situation? Ask some questions. One of the sons, my son put some questions to me earlier. What do I need to be aware of that I keep recreating the same situation over and over again? How can I change it? Remain Like I said, what do I need to be aware of that I keep recreating the same situation or relationships over and over again? And how can I change that? Start asking some questions. The universe does respond. Okay, so Christine, I have the Lover's card, but look at this card. Okay, it's like right now everything's a fantasy. Okay, it's not solid, it's not real yet. It's like it's still in the etheric. It hasn't come into the physical yet. Okay, it may be past life stuff because I have the Three of Swords here. This talks about heartaches and dispute. Could be separation by distance. Is there a distance? You don't have to be clairaudient. You don't have to be clairaudient, Kelly. Okay. You do not have, okay. This can talk about arguments and disputes, but look at the light behind all the darkness here. This card tells you that things can be resolved. You're back on the list, Kelly. Okay. Okay, hold on, Triple Moon. Let me finish this one, huh? But there's something that needs to be resolved. Okay? It may be past life stuff, but look at this. It's an illusion. It's not in the physical yet. Okay? She's thinking about it. She's fantasizing about it. But I think that you need to deal with some things first. I do show the King of Wands. You want a mature person that's very loving, caring. Yeah. That is very passionate, very creative. Brings some excitement into life. Doesn't necessarily mean that it could be a long-term person. Okay. But you know what, hon? I think that if you do have a relationship, yeah, that there needs to be an even give and take. Okay? There needs to be an even give and take. Because everything, unless you set some boundaries, everything will be out of balance, okay? Now, I have the Hierophant and I have the Hermit card. So I think, hun, that you need to go within and find your own inner authority. You need to find what's right for you first. This is the first one, okay? What's right for you? What do I want? Where am I going? Do all this soul searching. This is finding your inner authority, but this is also going within and finding out who you are. So between these two cards, it's like a big wake up call from the universe to really go within and find out exactly who you are and what you want before you get involved in any relationship, okay? But I do think that everything right now is just a fantasy, okay? Does that make sense, hon? Triple Moon. Let me look at your question again. Will you get Dillard's on Tuesday? I still need 900 hours for my monetization. Okay. That's weird because I did not say Alexa, and she popped right up. It's like, what the heck? I don't think I said Alexa. Okay, I'll pull 4 cards for the job and 4 cards for the channel. Girl, I've been going on for hours. We even did recipe cooking and crafts last night, and even that was 4 hours. Hi, Mike. How are you? Okay. Triple moon, 3 of each. Adele has got an awesome voice, and she sings from the heart. Okay. Job. Channel. Okay. So I want you to stay positive, triple moon. Okay. Okay. Stay positive. Have you applied for this job before? Or you've been applying for jobs and you've been disappointed? Okay. I think that you're going into this job thinking that you're not having any possibility. Okay. But I think you're being hard on yourself. Don't focus on what hasn't happened. I want you to focus on the possibilities back here. Okay. Quit being hard on yourself. Okay, good. Okay. But I want you to go in there. I want you to be creative. Okay? I want you to be passionate about it. Do some research about the job and tell them why you are passionate about this job. Okay? It's for Estelle Lauder. Okay? Do some research on it. Okay? But I have the sun. So I do think that you're going to get the job, hun. Okay? Now, as for your channel, don't give up. Have you been having, okay, triple moon, a lot of people are having doubts about their channels right now. It's something in the planets or something. Things are coming back. You're not being weird about it. I've done this stuff before. Well, I think that you're going to get the job. You know, with the sun, that's fulfillment, girl. You know that. Okay. I marathon streams like an Olympian. You're funny. The thing is, so I was listening to, I can't think of his name. He says he was taught a long time ago that when you tap directly into spirit, you don't get tired. And I was taught that too, and I really firmly believe that. Okay. But anything that you thought was over and done with, anything you thought was not working out, hun, is going to work out. Okay. Yeah. Divinely guided. Okay. You are being watched. Somebody's paying attention. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Tarot-thons. Yeah. You are being watched, hun. Don't give up. Okay. I do show that you're learning new things, though. Share the new things that you're learning. Here's your apprenticeship card. Okay. You've got all this potential here, but don't scatter your energy, hun. Focus on one thing at a time. I'll have to go in and watch that. Okay, your 11/11 video. But it's coming in, okay? But I do think that you're going to have to make some choices. What works best for you? Okay? What works best for you? Both these paths are universally inspired. Okay? They're both universally inspired. But you have to choose what's best for you. But, hon, don't give up. Good, 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 good for you, hon. Good. Good, good, good. Yes, I think 2022 is going to be better for a lot of us, but a lot of people have looked at the astrology. They said this virus is not going away till 2023. So just make sure that you're being careful. Yes. I love the universe too, hon. Okay. Tracy, you're next. Tracy and then Kelly. You hear, Tracy? You know why this site is getting rid of the unlike choice? Because our commander of our country got so many on his site. They're getting rid of it. No joke. Watch the guy that does hustle, bitch. Okay. What's going on with Jeff? So, Star, my son may be coming on tonight. He didn't promise, but he told his kids, I'm going to go take a shower and then I'm going to go on Grandma's channel. So we'll see if he shows up. Triple Moon, haven't we pulled tarot dice for you also that said your channel would really take off in 2023? Not chicken. Not chicken. Chicken's my grandson. We're talking about my oldest son. Tracy. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay. He's not totally walked away from the situation yet, hon. Okay? Yeah. Half USA and half Indian. Okay. So I think he needs to mature back up into the King of Cups. Yes, it will pay off, okay? No, this is my oldest son, not my youngest son. This is the intuitive Pisces. This is going to be interesting night. Okay. Tracy, he needs to mature up into the King of Cups. He needs to mature emotionally. He has a hard time expressing his feelings. Okay. He doesn't know how to express his feelings because he's stuck in a lack consciousness. Okay. That's what I'm saying, Star Crossing. He's got some kind of lack consciousness. The universe is trying to reach him, but he's not open and receptive at this point in time, okay? And part of that is because he needs to walk away totally from this situation. He hasn't totally walked away from it. The universe is waiting for him to walk away from it so that he could start all over with a new beginning after all the struggles and trials and tribulations, right? But I do show the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is directly under the King of Cups, okay? So this is a divine couple. But this is someone loving, varying, caring, nurturing that wants to offer a cup of love. Triple Moon, you're always going to have people that come in and out and drop off. Yeah. Yeah. But you know what? He needs to take a break before he does anything He needs to take a break. He needs to walk away from all of this, and he needs to do some healing. Because he's going to be jumpy. He's going to be irritable. He's going to be defensive. Okay? But he needs to have some patience because this man needs to go through some healing. Okay? This is not a quick fix. This is something that he really, really, really needs to take the time to heal from. Okay? Does that make sense, hon? It got blocked. Well, what happened was when I went in to watch it, it said I had to be a subscriber to be able to watch it. So I didn't get to watch it, hon. You're Indian? How are you tonight, hon? I know. So my son was pointing out my flaws tonight. Okay, instead of blocking him, he told me, instead of blocking him, ask, what do you require of me? He says, if he keeps coming back and back and back and back, ask him. Instead of blocking him, ask him, what do you require of me? But then we didn't get on the topic of twin flames either, you know? I don't see Jared tonight. Yeah, we'll find out, Darlene. Kelly, what's your question, hon? Did we lose Kelly? You were doing karaoke. I'm glad you had fun, hon. I'm really glad. I know, Star. I know. I just listen. The people from India have some awesome questions. Yes, they do. Okay, it looks like we lost Kelly. Snow Queen, are you here? Did we lose Snow Queen? How about SAS? Are you here? Okay, what is the reply going to be like that I'm waiting for this week? Okay, let me get Snow Queen and then SAS. And then for SG. Okay, hold on for SG. Okay, let's see what's going on for Snow. Okay, so the free list is closed for tonight, but the donation list is open. Okay? Girl, stand on your feet. Stand strong. Okay? Stand strong. You know, you have a bond with this person. It doesn't necessarily make you happy, but you have a bond with this person, okay? But I want you to focus some of that love, caring, and attention on yourself, okay? I want you to focus on your fulfillment. Don't worry about what somebody else is doing. The only thing you have control of is you and how you react to things, okay? Focus on your happiness, your fulfillment. Don't worry about what anybody else is doing, okay? Kelly, you're next, okay? I have the King of Pentacles. I do think that you are coming into some money, hun. Okay? Yeah, because I didn't see it, Kelly. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said, I think you're behind a little bit, Kelly. Can you forward it a little bit? Forward it. I think you're behind, Kelly. Okay? But I do think you're going to get the money that you need, okay? See, Page of Pentacles. It may be in payments, but I do show it's coming. But okay, here's the beginnings of the money coming in. The very early beginnings of it, okay? But then I have the Ace of Pentacles. This is coming into the new beginnings of the prosperity and abundance. Look at how big the pentacles are on these, for one thing, okay? These are huge. But the prosperity and abundance is coming. But honey, they're going to do something that's going to piss you off. You were like 16 seconds behind. Yeah, just enough. Casey paid for a reading for me one night, and I had forgot I had come through an area where it pens as I'm coming down the highway. And they kept asking me what my question was, and Casey jumped in and said, and then they said, you're about 30 seconds behind. So yeah. But quit worrying about what they're doing, hun. They're not going to be happy about having to pay this money. Quit worrying about what they are doing and just take charge. You only have control of yourself, hun. You have no control of what anybody else does. Not going to be happy. It's like everything's on hold. There's going to be an explosion. But you know what, hun? I want you to not let anybody knock you out of your bliss. Let me put it that way, okay? Does that make sense, hun? Yes, yes. And that's why we have spiritual talk after the readings, and we have spiritual talk on Friday nights, because we're all in this world together and we're here to support each other. Hey, Daisy, how are you? Yes. Yes. The bubble technique doesn't work for Snow Queen for some reason, but she's found another technique that works. But you know what, Snow Queen? Still try putting it in the bubble and hand it off to an angel, hun. Okay? Sarah. Okay, SAS, what's your question, hun? Oh, I wondered why you've been so quiet, hun. I didn't want to bother you because I figured you were working. What happened, Daisy? You didn't come down with COVID again, did you? Or did you get the second shot? Yes, drop your link, Triple Moon. Okay, SAS, what's your question? Oh, I would like to know how my finances look for the next 3 months. Okay. For SG, you're after this, okay, hun? I got my second shot of COVID. Took me down, but I'm up again. Yeah. Okay, just remember, Triple Moon, that this is a life form also. You can go into meditation and you can talk to it as a life form. Just saying, might be something everybody can consider. Go in and talk to it as a life form. I told my doctor I did that and he didn't think I was nuts. Okay. Yes, Daisy, we're all. Well, I'm glad you feel better, hon. Finances. I do show that you'll be juggling a little bit. I think you're going to have to make some choices about what your desires versus your needs. Okay? Three of Pentacles. There's forward movement, but you're still juggling everything. Okay? I don't know if it's job, family, kids, something like that. Okay? Okay. But this is why I think that you're going to have to make some choices about what you love, what you want, okay, what your desires are versus your wants, okay? So you're going to have to limit your choices. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Dr. Dr. Yeah, Landra. Okay. But hun, you need to go within and I think you need to do some soul searching. Do you have somebody that you can trust, that you can talk to, that's not going to put negative energy on your situation? Do you have somebody that will just listen to you without judging? Because once they put judgment on everything, you have to work through that energy also. Okay? But you need to find somebody that you can trust, that you can talk to. And I think you need to learn to trust yourself also. And I have the King of Swords. This is someone that's mature. I think that you need to take a step back and observe some things that's going on around you. I think you need to cut through some BS that's going on. Yeah. Yeah. Cut through that BS. But you're being watched, you're being observed. Somebody's watching the situation closely. But, hun, don't give up. Okay? We will do that, Kelly. We will do that, hun. Okay, so I want you to focus on your accomplishments, hun. I want you to focus on your accomplishments. I want you to focus on how far you have come. Look at how you've done all this yourself. You can trust talking to your kids? Okay. Your finish line's here. Don't look at the goal ahead, hun. I want you to focus on the gratitude for what you already have. When you give gratitude for what you already have, the universe is going to give you more of that. Don't focus on the finish line, because the finish line is always going to change. It's always going to shift and change, because you shift and change every day. Focus on your accomplishments. Look at all these wands in the background. These are all accomplishments. Yeah. And you know what, hon? Things are going to shift. The Ace of Pentacles is the new beginnings of prosperity and abundance. Okay? Focus on the gratitude, and the universe will give you more things to be grateful for. Have faith and trust. Okay, if I gave you a magic wand, what would you wish for? See it, feel it, visualize it. Okay? Expand it, refine it, release it to the universe, and give thanks for it as if you already have it. Okay? And I was talking about this last night. I do not chase, I attract. What is meant for me will simply find me, and I thank the universe in advance for all the prosperity, abundance, wealth, love, success, money that is coming to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That makes sense, hon? Looks good. It looks good, hon. Just have to have that faith and trust and acknowledge everything that you've accomplished, everything that you already have, okay? Jack, it's good to see you, hon. Everybody's been asking about you. They've even been messaging me asking about you. Huh. Okay. Kelly? Okay, who did I just do? No, I have a donation. Okay, Triple Moon and DR. Hold on. Yeah, SAS I just did. Okay. Doctor, how are you, Jack? It's good to see you. Okay. Judy's just listening. Okay. DR. Dralandra? Is that how you say your name? Ah, in the book. Yeah. Short story? You know what, hon? There's never, ever a reason not to tap into your creativity. Does that make sense? Write it. Expand it. Okay, who else made a donation? Hold on, let me look. I have 2 donations. Oh, yes. Okay, should she write her book? Hold on, let me pull it up. What are you testing, Jack? What are you testing, hun? That there's no trolls? I'm sorry that you went through that the other night, hun. That just being here is supportive, Jack. You don't have to participate, hun. You can just listen. Just your energy being here is a gift. Okay. Yeah, you're on the list, all Ben, but right now, okay, so Landra wants to know about her book. She made a donation, okay, hon? So I'll do her real quick. FERSG is next, and then Alban, and then Aaron. Triple the fun. Yeah, yeah. We make an interesting trio. You have a good night, Snow Queen. Yeah. Well, I'm happy you're here, Jack, and everybody's happy you're here. Okay. That's okay, Kelly. You know what, hon? Have I ever denied you a reading because you didn't have money? Been there, done that, honey. I've had so many people help me. Okay, book. One more card. I don't know what's going on, hon, but it seems to be important. One more. Okay. The last card, okay. Write your book, hon, but I don't want you to write it according to other people's expectations. I want you to write it because you love it. I want you to tap into your creativity. I want you to put your heart into this book. Okay? And I'll tell you why. You have some choices. Don't let anybody tell you that you should be writing it a certain way. This is your creation. This is your creation. You have some pathways to choose. Okay? You have pathways to choose. You have to choose what is best for you, okay? I show that you've had lots of struggles and you've struggled to get this book done, okay? But here's new beginnings. Aces are gifts from the universe. Yeah, Jack's going through a lot. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second here, hon. Okay, new beginnings after all the struggles. Okay, this is tapping into your higher mind, tapping into your spirituality. Okay, but hon, you're dealing with fears. The devil card talks about fears. The the devil energy is anything that holds you back from living life and fulfilling what you need to do in this life. Okay? I want you to put all your love, all your passion into this, okay? New beginnings. I want you to look at it from a different perspective. I want you to write what you love. Okay? Write what you love. Do not write what other people tell you you need to write. Write it from love. Okay? I want you to tap into who you are, your own spiritual authority. Okay? Tap into your higher mind. Tap into your mental processes. Okay? So, can somebody put the bubble technique up for her, please? Please, please. Okay? I want you to tap into your mental, spiritual authority. Okay? Now, I don't know what's going on with your situation, hun, but for the last two cards, I pulled up the Six of Pentacles. Okay? Are you writing this book by yourself, or are you writing it with another person? Because I have two cards here in a row that say that there needs to be more of an even give and take. Are you getting fulfillment from writing this? Okay. But I would look, whatever's going on, I want you to look at the process of the even give and take, because this is two cards in a row and it's really important. And this is why I told you to write what you love. Okay? Aces, again, are a gift from the universe. And you writing from the heart what you really love is what's going to make this book a success. Okay? And you know what, hon? Somebody may criticize the book, say you should be writing something else, but that, you know what? Don't let them put their fears, their view of how things should be on your story. That's your truth. Okay? That's your truth, hun. Don't let anybody try to have you change your truth. Does that make sense, hun? I would be careful. If you're going to ask anybody for help, ask somebody that's not going to put judgment on the situation. Okay? Because this is you dealing with your fears. Okay? Good. Good, good, good. But write it. But do it from your heart. Okay? Your process. Yes. That's awesome. Okay. For SG, what's your question, hon? And and they did post the bubble technique for you, hun. It's up above your last post a little bit. The free readings are closed, but the donation list is open tonight. Yeah. Hey, Casey, how are you doing tonight, hun? You didn't stick around long enough for the fun last night, Casey. Hello, Juliet. Crazy, how are you? Juliet, how are you? And Star, if you look under Star, she posted the bubble technique for you. And Jack, we're all sending prayers to you, hon. Cooking. So it was cooking and crafts. It's Casey's Corner for cooking and crafts. But it's open for debate what we're going to be talking about. We talk about some crazy stuff in there. Crazy stuff. Okay, everything we were talking about last night started with C's. It was like cooking, crafts, and condoms. It's like, what? That's crazy. One of your subscribers has a book in Amazon. 3689 Squad. Is Daniel reaching soon? Okay, reaching out soon. Kelly, did I not do yours? Ugh. Okay, let me do. This is why I need my mods to keep me on track. Okay, Kelly, honest to God, I'll give you a couple extra cards, okay? I'm sorry. So is Daniel reaching out soon? Let me do hers. I'm sorry, Kelly. Hi, Hilda. And good. Casey's fabulous tonight. No, I haven't done your reading yet, Kelly. I'm sorry, but I will give you some extra cards after this, okay, hon? Oh. Your twin flame's always with you, hon. Either energetically, even if they're on the other side, they're still with you. Okay? Cookies. Okay, so people are supposed to send me a recipe, their favorite recipe, so I could put it in the community tab, okay? And I'm sorry for your loss too, Crazy. Hold on. Yeah. We also, Friday night, we talked about star seeds. No. Let me write that down. Okay, let me get this. Is Daniel going to reach out soon? Okay, so aces are gifts from the universe. I have an ace of pentacles, okay? That sounds good, triple moon. Okay, this is new beginnings of prosperity, abundance, happy family, safety, security, prosperity, abundance, okay? So there's something good coming in, is what it's saying. But you know what, hon? You've learned your lessons about a lot of things, and I think he has too. So the world is a completion of a cycle. It's the end of a bunch of lessons, and it's getting ready to start all over again, ready for a new beginning, okay? The thing is, this time around, you need to look at things from a different perspective. He's put himself upside down in a voluntary position because he needs to look at things from a different point of view. So, Star, did you tell Jack about what we had to do to you last night? Oh my goodness. Okay, so I show the Three of Cups. I don't look at these cards as a third party situation because the cups are full and overflowing. Okay? So I do think that there's some happiness, some celebration coming in. But it could be a codependent relationship. It could be a relationship that's not real good with you. Or it may be just that both of you have to deal with some fears, or he needs to deal with some fears, because devil energy is not moving forward because you're afraid. Anything that has to do with fear, okay? But the Nine of Pentacles, okay? This is a strong woman that's standing on her own 2 feet. She has planted the seeds for what she wants. She knows where she is in her life cycle, okay? And she's standing on her own 2 feet. She's prosperous. She's abundant. She focuses on the beauty in her life, and she focuses on the gratitude, okay? But I do think that he's coming back, but it may not be anytime soon because he's got to deal with all these fears. And I think you both have to look at things from a little bit different perspective, okay? Does that make sense, hon? Kelly. We'll get to you, Kelly. What's going on with Kelly's living situation? Jack, ask Star what we had to do to her last night. I just follow my instincts sometimes. I was just told to turn her upside down, and I turned her upside down, and we found what was going on. You're welcome, hon. Okay. Kelly, what does she need to know about changing her living situation? I don't know why. I just turned her upside down without even thinking about it. And that's how we had to find out what was going on with her. Oh, thank you, Crazy. Okay. So, in case okay. So, in case something happens, Kelly, it's at 1 hour, 2 minutes. Okay. I am a life path 11. Okay, Kelly, you're real defensive right now about everything. You're not open and receptive to receiving at this point in time. Because I have the 7 of Wands. You feel like you've got a lot of things coming at you, so you've shut down. Okay? So, hon, sit down and prioritize some of the things that's coming at you, and then work on one thing at a time. Okay? But see, because everything's coming at you, you're closed down. You're not open to giving and receiving at this point in time. Okay? Put it in the bubble, hon. Put it in the bubble. Put it in a bubble and hand it to an angel. Who does it belong to? My energy screams an 11. Oh. But, hon, I want you to tap into things that make you happy. I want you to tap into what you're passionate about. I want you to start visualizing exactly what you want in a house. Again, if I gave you a magic wand, what would you wish for? What would that look like, feel like, taste like? What would the experience be like? See it, feel it, touch it, refine it, expand it, release it to the universe, and give thanks for it as if you already have it, hon. Okay? But see, you're searching for that happy family. Yeah. You're searching for that happy family. But you're dealing with the fears and illusions of other people. People that hoard have fear. They have a lack consciousness. Okay? Life path 22, hearts, desires 11, soul urge 5, yeah. No, you just want something of your own. But right now, you're working through everybody else's illusions and fears. Okay? So I want you to focus on your gratitude. I want you to focus on your gratitude. I want you to look at how far you have come. So every time they upset you, I want you to think about something that you're grateful for. I'm grateful that I am not a hoarder. I'm grateful for the opportunities that are coming in, you know? So it's again, how can I change the situation? How can I change my living situation? Yeah. But see, everything's on hold right now because you are cleaning out the old stuff. Look at all this old leaves and everything out here, okay? You're wearing a mask right now in your situation. Yeah. But just take it one step at a time, hon. There's lots of transformation, okay? Lots of transformation and change going on with all this process. The more stuff you get rid of, the more stuff you're getting rid of emotionally also, okay? Is there somebody from the past that you lived with previously, hon? Because Archangel Michael's blowing that horn. It's awakening. Anything that you thought that were over and done with is not over and done with. Okay? But hon, I want you to start giving to yourself. Because there's not an even, yeah, you're a hard worker. Yeah. Okay, there's not an even give and take in this situation. Yeah. So I want you to focus on your happiness. Don't worry about her. That's a reflection of who she is. If she hates you, hon, how much does she hate herself? Okay? How much does she hate herself? You're reflecting back to her things that she doesn't have, and she's not happy about it. Okay? You're reflecting things back to her that she wishes she could be. So I just be grounded, hon. Okay? Just ground yourself and focus on your happiness. Yeah. Focus on you right now, hon. Okay? And hon, you could always come in here and we will support you through everything, hon. You know we got your back. Alban, are you here, hon? You know we're always here to listen to you, hon. You can always talk to us too. If I was closer, I'd have you come here. But I'm in Colorado. Aw, you're always a sweetheart too, Kelly. Alban, are you here, hon? What's blocking you? I just think your situation. I want you to focus on what you have rather than what you don't have. Yeah. Yes. Your thoughts are creating your reality. But see, you're not focusing on your prosperity and abundance. You're not focusing on what you have. You're dealing with a bunch of hoarders. Okay, see this little fat mouse here? This little mouse is taking and taking and taking. Okay? You're the little fat mouse? Right. you may have a roof over your head, hon, but it's toxic. It's toxic. Okay. And your cards told you there was not an even give and take, you know. Okay, I'll ban. So I'll pull 3 cards for each person. What else is possible for my living situation? Start asking some questions of the universe, hon. And if you're going to ask, don't forget, if you're going to ask for something specific, make sure that you add this or something better so the universe can bring in possibilities for you. Okay, hon? Yeah. Okay, art. 3 cards for art. What does your body tell you, Alban? Did you ask the yes or no for your body? This is art. Yeah. I'm questioning both. Okay. I'm questioning both because with art I have the devil energy. Okay. I do think that this guy has a lot of fear. I do think that he's a codependent relationship. Okay. So this is a lot of fear. I don't think this guy's living his life to the fullest. I think that this guy needs to focus on his happiness. Okay. I think he's afraid to find his happiness. I think he's afraid to I think he's afraid to feel life. I just think this guy's got fear in all kinds of areas of his life. I don't think this is him coming into happiness and his passion and desire, because this card just feels too strong. He's holding himself back from living life. Okay. And then what's his name? Vahe. Vahe. Okay. I do show that he's a mover and shaker. I think that he gets things done. He's a very good support system for somebody, but I don't think that he's even open to giving and receiving, because he's got a lack consciousness also. So I'm questioning both of them, hon. Okay? I'm questioning both of them. Which one are you going to go see over the holidays, hon? Oh, I know, Tracy. But like my son was yelling at me earlier, now he's got me wondering, what kind of contribution does he need from me that he doesn't let me go, you know? And Tracy, yes, we love you. We love you, Kelly. I know, hon. But what does your body tell you, hon? We taught you the yes to no technique. What does your body tell you? Think about something that makes you happy. Feel the relaxation, and then think about art first. what does your body do? Does it tense up? Does it stay relaxed? And then think about something that makes you happy again, and think about Vahe. Okay? They both live in the same location. Kelly, being an empath does not make you a nice person. Okay? Being an empath does not make you a nice person. Yeah. And like I tell you all the time, your body's an antenna. It will let you know if something's good or bad for you before your heart and your mind does. Okay. I can't keep up with your names, girl. Hold on. Okay, nothing came through on PayPal yet, hun. Oh, you can't log out from your brother. Okay. I'm going to pull 3 cards. Are either one of these guys good for all bad? You know, it's not just you that you've got to look in this situation too, okay? You need to do what's best for you and your child, okay? You're in your head about both of them, okay? You feel like you're in a prison, you're stuck. But you know what, hon? Maybe you need to walk away from the whole situation. You need to gather up your resources and walk away from the situation. The universe is waiting for you to do that, to offer you something new, something better. I show 3 possibilities here, okay? Because you are ready for something new. You're ready for a new beginning. You're ready to start all over with someone with a clean slate, a new beginning. Okay? Does that make sense, hon? Okay, Antonella, I don't see anything yet, hon. Erin, are you still here, hon? Yeah. You know, it's not just you. You got to focus on what's best for your son also, you know. Yeah. Exactly, Jane. I've been accused of so much stuff in my life, and I tried to defend myself a couple times, and I thought, why am I trying to defend myself? I'm not going to change their opinion of who I am, you know? Are you working, Kelly? Are you working, hon? Okay, Erin, what's your question, hon? You don't have any other family, hon, that would help you out? You've lost jobs over jealous people, yeah. Darlene's back. Okay, a narcissist is somebody that seems very charming, very loving until they start undermining everything you are. They start putting you down in order to feel good about themselves. They question everything you are, they put you down, they're not nice people. They have to win at all costs, regardless of who they hurt. Okay, so Aaron. Yep. My dad and my first husband were both narcissists. November. Okay, so, hon, I show you for the rest of November, I show you're making progress. Okay, I show that there is slow movement. Okay, this is in divine timing. You don't have control of anything that's going on at this point in time, okay? But I show that, okay, it's like everything's on hold right now because you're dealing with some anger, some frustration. Okay, it's almost like you're ready to blow, or the situation is ready to blow up. Okay, there's something going on that is you're just ready to let go of. Okay, yeah, I'm sure we've all entertained narcissists. Yeah. But you know what, hon? You're ready to start all over again with a clean slate, with a new beginning. You've learned your lessons well, and you're ready to start all over again. This is taking a leap of faith and stepping off into the unknown, trusting in the universe that you're going to be taken care of, okay? I do show that there's some new beginnings in prosperity and abundance. I do show that there may be some communication coming in. I want you to focus on the positive. I want you to focus on the gratitude for what you already have. I want you to take the time to smell the roses. Okay? Okay. So I want you to take the time to enjoy life because you are ready. You're ready to see things from a different perspective. You're ready for everything. You've like, it's like a clean slate for you now, okay? You're looking for that happy family. You're looking for your soulmate. You're looking for chocolate. Okay? But there's some fears and illusions that you still need to deal with. But you know what, hon? I think you're gonna handle this because we have the death card. The death card is transformation and change. You are ready to transform your life into something totally different. Okay? And I'm going to tell you Darlene's favorite technique. If you take a suitcase, you put all those fears, all those illusions, all the anger, the frustration in it. If the bubble technique doesn't work for you, put all this stuff into a suitcase and lock it and throw it into the violet flame. Okay? But this is you making choices and decisions that's going to change your whole life. Okay? And bringing these new beginnings. Does that make sense, hon? Does that make sense? In every reading? But you know what, hon? The thing is, started asking the universe questions. If I tell you the same thing in every reading, so what do I need to look at from a different point of view? What else is possible here? You know? Hi, Divine Goddess. So, what is holding me back? What do I need to see? What do I need to be aware of that's holding me back? The process depends on you doing the work. You know? The universe may be waiting for us for a whole lifetime to let go of something so he can bring in the new beginnings. Does that make sense, hon? Okay. Hilda, where did you donate at, hon? On Cash App? Come on. There it is. Okay. What's your question, hon? What's your question? They are the lion that tells you, that has to tell you they are the lion. Not good, yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything on PayPal yet, hon. What the heck? Do you have Cash App or do you have Venmo, hon? When am I going to quit culinary and go on to my next career? Yeah, I've got the Cash App, hon. I can't give you a time frame, but I can, yeah, maybe tell you what. Okay, can you reword that a little bit? Right, because I don't do good with time frame. I know you're in Hungary, hon. Yeah, she's in Hungary. It's not coming through at all, and I know I get stuff from England and Australia and stuff. I don't know why it's okay. Can you reword that for me, Hilda? So we started at the request of the people on here. We started a channel, Casey's Corner, for cooking and crafts. I can't guarantee it's going to be about cooking and crafts. So yeah, I know I got yours before, hon. Check my phone. Okay. What the heck? Why is it not coming? It might be okay. So there may be some past life significance in that also, crazy. Yeah, so it's Casey's Corner for cooking and crafts. But last night I had to do it on here because Facebook didn't have, I mean, YouTube didn't have it ready yet. Okay, what exactly does Ilda need to know? Oh, yeah, it's turning into no boundaries, all right. Okay, what does Ilda need to know about her career? Does that sound good? Hun, whatever you're going to do, you're ready for it. And I think that it's going to be fairly soon. Okay, so whatever you're moving in, yeah, it's fun that way. Yeah, your favorite group yet? You're funny. You're funny, Jane. Okay, this is new beginnings in prosperity and abundance. New job. Yeah, yeah, I understand, Star. Okay, so this is new beginnings in prosperity, abundance, your security, your happiness. This is accumulation of everything. Whatever you're moving into, it's going to make you happy, okay? You are ready to start all over with new beginnings. I think whatever you're going to do, you're going to take a leap of faith, okay? And you've completed some major lessons. You've learned what you need to learn where you're at now, and you're moving into that prosperity and abundance. I do show that there's going to be some communication coming back and forth about what you want, and I do think that somebody is keeping an eye on you. They're watching you. Okay, is there a possibility of you having your own restaurant? And you're waiting for your ship to come in. Okay, this is forward movement, but look, he's looking for his ship to come in. It's coming in. He's very open and receptive to anything that's coming in right now. Okay, but like I said, there is forward movement. Everything's talking about movement. I do show that you may take a little bit of a break. Okay, because I think you're tired. No restaurant would be nice. Oh, okay. But I do think there may be a short break between what you're doing now and what you're going to do. Okay. But I think you're moving into the early beginnings of something that makes you happy, something that you're passionate about. Is there some other aspect of the culinary field that you're more passionate about than another? She wanted a restaurant once. But you know what, hon? Don't give up. Okay? It may feel like it's not coming, but I want you to quit. I want you to quit focusing on the goal. Okay? Oh, his artwork. Okay? But this is don't look at the goal. I want you to tap into your passions, your desires. I want you to look at how far you've come. Look at that. Look at those rods behind you. Those are all accomplishment. She paints like me. Ah, your artwork. You should join our channel, Casey's Corner for cooking and crafts. And if you're on Facebook, it's Casey's Corner for artwork, something like that. Okay, but again, focus on the prosperity and abundance that you have in your life. Focus the accomplishments that you have already made. Okay? The universe will reward you with more of that. Okay? But make sure you go for something that you love, hun. Okay? Make sure that you work for something that you love. And I don't think it's going to be all that long, hun. Okay? I don't think it's going to be all that long. And I do think you will be successful at whatever you decide to do. And it's awesome to meet another painter. I'm probably not as good as you are, but I do paint. You're welcome, hon. I don't even know the, yeah. I post some of my pictures on there. I'm trying to get okay, after this week, everything should be lined up so I can start doing more artwork. I'm trying to do an oracle deck. Yeah, I'm trying to do an oracle deck. I don't even know where my other painting is. They're very similar. I have one picture right here. I did this for the Women's Crisis Center. Okay. I called it a helping hand. So that's one of my paintings. Yeah. I would start a Facebook with some of your artwork on it, hun. Make sure that you put a watermark on it, though. I haven't done that to mine. I need to do that. Oh. You didn't get his talent for painting, Jack? You know what, hon? Art is in the eye of the beholder. Do not stop painting what you like to paint because other people are uncomfortable. It just be you're having them bring to awareness things that they need to deal with. It may be a process of healing for them. So don't stop painting what you like to paint. And it's Casey's Corner with a K for cooking and crafts. I would love to see some of your art, hon. Message me so we can compare notes. And Jack, do you have that picture that your grandpa painted? I would love to see that. Girl, I do not eat or smoke marijuana. I've smoked it twice in my life. When I was 16, once when I was 20, and I said I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's changed since then. My grandkids are trying to get me to eat an edible. Oh, I don't think so. I have one picture done for the Oracle deck, and it's associated with the shadow side. So but you know what? Art is a form of meditation, you know? Oh. Do you have a picture of the painting, Jack? So do your own art, hun. Okay. I imagine that Van Gogh's art made a lot of. It still makes a lot of people uneasy. Okay. Okay. Let's check. Stay logged in. It's still not coming through, hun. Yeah. Colorado was the first legal state, so I'm in a legal state. Ah, which movie was it, hun? Yeah. Let me find. Let me find the link for this one. Oh, come on. Because we could do painting on this channel also. I know, Darlene. Hold on. The studio kept it? Aww. Okay, I will be back on again Wednesday night, hun. And this is the link for Casey's. Casey's Corner for Cooking and Crafts. So there's the link for it. Okay, hon. Maybe if you get the notification early enough on Wednesday, then you can get in. Cool. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing over there. Yeah, once YouTube gets it all done and situated, then we can do it separate from this, and maybe we won't get any trolls coming in because it's, you know. I think I seen that movie. I'll have to look. Visit to a small plant. Okay, Darlene, you ready for your reading, hun? Yeah, we'll be going live. Okay, so this is one of the things I wanted to talk about. Okay, what night works for everybody? I do readings on Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Well, I don't do readings on Fridays. I do spiritual talk on Fridays. What night, what time works for you guys? You know? And see, I want to do it on StreamYard so everybody can come in. Yeah, we were going to collaborate cooking. We were talking about doing things, doing all that stuff live. Okay, hold on, Darlene. Look at your cards pulled. Yeah, and the other night we were just kind of all over the place because somebody wants to learn how to do dream catchers, star. I do them too, but maybe not like how she does them. And Snow Queen wanted to know how to make these bracelets. Anything past 5? Okay. You work till 5? Okay, so Darlene, the first card is the Magician. Okay, it's like you need to tap into the etheric and bring it to the physical. Okay. Is Casey back? Here she is. Yeah. Okay. So the Magician, don't forget that this is practice and study. Okay. It's like you are coming into being a master of things. You have things that are coming back from the past that that you have to master. Okay. And the reason I say come back from the past, because I have the 6 of Cups. It's like you're dealing with situations. Everything that you have gone through has been practice and study to make you a master at what you're dealing with now. Does that make sense? Because here it is. You have all the tools to master this, but it's some situation or a person from the past that is triggering some things, okay? But you know what, hon? The Chariot talks about, it's in divine timing. You're trying to get a handle on everything. Everything's not in balance yet. You're working on the balance, but you have no control over the situation right now because the reins are just floating around all over the place. So it's all in divine timing. Yes. Yeah, that's yeah. Sometimes because Darlene doesn't say much on here, but I was teaching somebody the bubble technique one night, and I look up and there's a whole line of little suitcases. I said, Darlene's telling me to tell you about the suitcase because that's her favorite way of cleaning stuff up, okay? But you are making progress, hon. There's a lot going on, okay? But you're watching, you're observing, you're paying attention, okay? But there's a lot of communication going back and forth, okay? And I think you're learning a lot of new things right now, but hon, I want you to focus on one thing at a time because you're going to get overwhelmed if you don't. Sit down and prioritize things, hon. Work on one thing at a time. But see, here you are, you're juggling things. There's forward movement and success. That's what the Chariot says. And it's right underneath it, okay? There's forward movement. There is some success moving forward. But you're still balancing things. You don't have control here, and you're still kind of balancing things, okay? But, hon, I think that you're starting to get some of the help you need. That's what this is feeling like. I really feel like you're starting to get some of the help you need because this is like I'm feeling like this is support. That's part of the prosperity and abundance. Okay. Good night, Kelly. You have a good night. And this is coming into yeah. A lot of things helping. Okay, but see, this is what you're feeling like. You're trying to clear out a lot of things from the past. You're going through lots of transformation and change, but you're taking one step at a time. And that's what you need to do right now. You're trying to juggle everything. You're feeling overwhelmed with things. Like I said, prioritize it one step at a time. Okay. But you're cleaning out a lot of old stuff. a lot of old stuff. But at the same time, you're wearing a mask because you're the support system of everybody. Okay? And then, and this is the hard part, okay? I show that you are having to make decisions and choices around love. And that's part of being the parent. I don't think this is a relationship. I think this is, well, it could be a parent-child relationship, but you know, the universe is trying to support you. You're looking to the divine for help, and your son's looking to you for guidance, and the divine is trying to bring in the assistance. Okay, how open and receptive is he to the assistance? That's the problem. You're doing everything you need to do. You're the support system. You're working on learning things, okay? But you have to make some choices out of love rather than what somebody else wants, okay? Does that make sense, hon? Did that make sense, Darlene? Darlene, did you even hear that? Kind of, but not really. Well, hold on. Let me pull a few more cards. That didn't make sense. Which of my other mods want a reading tonight? There is my son. Hold on. Stephen.
Yes.
This is my son, Stephen.
I don't have your, let me bring up, I need your stream on my other computer so I can see if people ask you questions or something.
You can't see him?
You'd have to share your screen, Bomb, probably.
I am. You're showing on here. You should be able to see him. Star says, hey, son. Your brother said, stop acting so tough when you don't have to, Darlene. That's the mask.
YouTube.
Yeah, because I show the 9 of Cups. Focus on what you want, okay, hon? Focus on your happiness at this point in time, because I show the Ace of Swords, and that's new beginnings after all the struggles, all the problems, tapping into your own mental facilities and your own spirituality. Okay. This is my son, Stephen. This is my oldest son.
They can't see me, can they?
Yes, they can.
Oh, I'm trying to bring up your thing. What? I don't see you under my. I thought I was following you. I don't see your name under YouTube.
Casey's Spiritual Corner.
For some reason, it's not in my subscribe list. I don't know what the hell. Let me look for Casey.
Okay, Priscilla, the free readings are done for tonight. Do any of my other mods want a reading tonight? Or do you guys want to pick Stephen's mind? Star says she's going to call you Stevie.
I don't care about that. All right, let me see. Hold on. Let me mute this YouTube so I can look at your chat. See, yeah, it's behind. All right, I just got out of the shower, so my hair's all wet. All right, I don't know. I don't know what you want me to say. I'll call you. Look, I'm in your chat now. I got it up so people could see or whatever. If anyone wants to talk, what has been your big hitter tonight on your card reading?
Just things that people are going through.
Nothing.
Everybody seems to be going through a lot right now.
As far as what though?
The way people treat them, and just little crises, and people were having problems with their channels and not knowing what to do with them. And what else have we talked about, ladies? So Steve does access consciousness. He can help with clearing some stuff.
Well, we don't need to do clearings. I'd rather just talk to people and bring awareness first, because people sometimes just need some sort of like a direction to point them towards the root cause, right? So a lot of times, like someone might, my tire went flat. But because they don't know that there's a nail in the tire, that they just say, oh, hey, I have a flat tire. They don't ever want to look deeper in order to find out that there's a nail there or something like that. That's just a prime example, right? So you want to talk about the nail and not that the tire's flat. So that's what I'm saying. I'd rather give people a little bit of directions, kind of how to inspect that before you start doing anything, or teach them some basic things on how to create and stuff like that.
Okay, so Aaron says, it's Jack Wolf is a shaman. He says, Casey, I like your son. Okay, so situations coming to a head seems to be a theme tonight.
Situations coming to the head. Can you give me give me some framework around like a situation before I can address like that? Or I need to give me some sort of that like I need something.
Hold on, let me do.
Right on, not just like a situation. It could be any situation. Like you could be like, hey, me and my boyfriend are fighting, or it could be, I can't change my life, or I can't do something. I need something to do something like that, right?
One of the girls was talking about her situation earlier. She wasn't living in a good, healthy situation with family. And let me do stars reading real quick. Hold on. Star, I show the Knight of Cups. Okay, everything's on hold right now. Okay, everything's on hold. I do show that you have some choices and decisions to make at this point in time, but hon, you're standing strong. You've planted your seeds for what you want. Okay, the communication may be coming in. Okay, but I want you to go for what you're passionate and what you're passionate about. What do you want? You're open and receptive to all these new things, okay? But I want you to go for what you want. I showed the Eight of Cups. This is called the Wands of Love. But look, it's a fast-moving energy. Whatever it is, it's coming in. There's a new day dawning, a new beginning after taking a break. Okay, there hasn't been a break. All Ban said she had a flat tire today. But you know what, hon? I want you to let go of any regrets from the past, anything that's holding you back. Because, like I said, we've got it in here twice, the Eight of Wands. There's a swift moving energy coming in, bringing changes, okay? That makes sense, huh? I made a life path 33 today, and I was so honored and excited. Yeah, I have a 33 that comes in here. He's so left brain, so logical, and he picks my brain until I feel like my brain's going to explode. Failure analysis. Okay, so kind of to start out on a basic on how we create our reality. Let's do that.
Sorry, I'm looking at the other screen. I was just trying to read some of these things. I don't have my glasses either. You don't need to do my reading, Mom. I mean, if they want to know about me, they can ask any questions, and I can dump into whatever they want. I mean, and I could even give them examples of just creation, right? And the power of creation that people, and even just creating your own life and not even understanding where you're at based on choices you've made in your own life, like we were talking about before you jumped on your stream today. I guess a lot of people don't even understand that the current situations that most individuals are in, they created. So that regardless. And so when I say that, it's going to put so many people on the defensive. They're going to be like, why is this asshole telling me I created a fucked up situation? And that's, I know, excuse my language if I'm cussing, and I hope I'm not offending anyone, but that's the first thing that most people will hear when I say that most people created the situation they're in. They're going to get really defensive and not want to hear it. After that, a lot of people just shut down, right? But the thing is what they have to realize is every choice they've made up to this point has put them into the situation they're currently exhibiting or going through or whatever. That doesn't mean that they're locked into that situation. 99% of your life is created based on the choices that you've made. And it doesn't mean it's locked. Like I said, at any time you could choose differently. We were talking about dating earlier, me and my mom, and you know, a lot of times people get in a relationship, they're like, oh, this ain't working for me, and then they go and find another person, and they get in another relationship, and it's the same person that they were in the other relationship with, and they don't understand why. The reason being, and I know I'm probably jumping all over the place, but I just want to understand it, like just about energy and your choices and how this goes, is they never changed themselves in order to attract somebody new, right? So if we're talking about a relationship, there's something there. You got a career, you're stuck in your job, you think. What have you changed in you, or what choice have you made to make yourself and actually started to drive your life? Most people live their life sitting not even inside their body. They sit behind their neck, their body, their soul, whatever. Because when you sit in your body, you know, you have to be responsible. So a lot of people go on autopilot and they sit behind their neck. They're not even fully in their body. So when you start talking to people and you pull them in a little bit, they kind of freak out because then they have to start being accountable. I know for a lot of people, it's hard to build, you know, because some people are in a bad situation and they're like, well, I would have never created this for my life. Why would you say that? And so on and so forth. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stories and a whole bunch of information regarding that. But if you're in a bad situation, you can change it at any time. You just have to start to understand that you are driving the car that is your life. Most people drive in a figure eight, like an infinity symbol, consistently, right? If you could do quantum mechanics or quantum physics, they call it a Mobius strip. Start here, you start driving, you go through with this situation, you end up back at the point, you think you're starting all over again, you keep coming right back to that same point because you keep making the same choices. You never, ever, ever make a different choice, because sometimes making a different choice is uncomfortable and it's against what you have, it's something new. And because we are programmed to consistently follow our upbringing, or I call it monkey see, monkey do, what you saw in your life, what you saw in your community, what you saw with your friends, what you saw, all that, you try to duplicate and emulate that in your life. And sometimes the unknown is that choice that you have to make. And so many people are scared to test that water. Now you got to understand, like, making a choice is not permanent. You can change your mind at any time, but it is uncomfortable because sometimes you have to go somewhere you've never been before. So, I don't know. Let me see here. I'm just rambling, but I do want to see what, man, your chat just started blowing up. Let's see here. I know it says it has a consequence. Well, not really consequences, Jack. It's just you have an experience towards whatever choice you made, right? You know, let's say I'm down on my luck. I could either go get a job or I can go rob a bank, right? You know, like there's for your choices, there's an action that might happen, but it's not always a negative. Just because there's a consequence to me is a negative word. For every choice you make, there could be a bad action or it could be a great action. So, I mean, I don't like that word consequence because to me it's too directed at like negative stuff, right? Let me see what else we got here. My brother's 33.
our um, our teacher.
You got some comedians on here. Aaron O'Nuggets a smart. That's a funny thing they said right there. I just dropped the weight on my sins, and I didn't really take that. Yeah.
So all the programming that you have from your parents, your teachers, your society, your culture are the things that I try to get you guys to clear so you can make different decisions.
So, furthermore, as far as that is like, no matter how much tools you give people, I'm just going off what you're saying and following. Just kind of the theme is
like Jack have a bank, get a prison job.
the as far as following your thing, like I was talking to my mom about this even beforehand. Is it you like people? I could go in and clear everyone and do all this stuff and make you feel amazing. And the minute you get off, so let me paint a scenario for you real fast. If you built your life on shit and your foundation is shit, and now I go in and start clearing away all your belief systems and everything that is the shit of your life, and then you get off the call with me and you go, I feel amazing. Well, I just cleared all this foundation. Tomorrow you're going to be like lost because you don't have anything here. You slowly have to start to take away. You can't just go in and work with somebody, clear all this shit away, and leave them with no foundation. You have to slowly take away a little bit of this and start building them back up. Take a little bit more, start building them back up. Because what will happen is for the first week or two, that person will feel amazing. 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, they'll feel lost. And then all they're going to do is just recreate all that same shit that you think that you took out and to help them out and just refill it with another shit situation. So what you have to do is give them alternative, talk them through it, show them that there's other, first show them that there's another choice, another path, open up their awareness to something different. And at the same time, clear away shit. If you just constantly clearing people's shit away without giving them a new foundation, all they're going to do is backfill that hole with more shit because they don't know how to choose differently in order to make a solid foundation of like concrete based on shit. You know what I'm saying? So like, people can, like, there are people out there, very powerful people. They can go in, they can clean you and everything. But like I said, you'll feel good for 2 weeks. Then you'll feel lost. And then all you're going to do is start getting in bad situations again. And maybe you do choose differently and you might have maybe a couple pillars, but it's still going to be surrounded by shit because that's what you created. Right. So let's see what you got here after that.
See, that's the things when we do the healing work. That's why one of the reasons I have you fill it in with the golden light of the Holy Spirit so you don't draw in other crap. We want to clear all that stuff. And if anything comes back again, and this is what I've been saying, if anything comes back again, it's because some kind of belief system or point of view that you have that needs to be cleared so it doesn't come back again. We can clear the energy. Starcroft wants to know who's the guy standing behind you. What does he look like?
It's probably.
What does he look like, Star?
There's nobody behind me though, but I don't know.
She's looking at your guides.
Oh, that's probably the Native American guy. He's the one that comes in all the time.
Yeah, Jack Wolf is he's Native American also.
So furthermore, let's keep talking. Just talk. Like you said, the thing is like, I guess the thing is that like I'm on here is like my mom and me were talking about some of this stuff. And I said, maybe I'll jump on your call and we'll just talk like generally, like we have general discussions. And in today's society right now, I found a problem. A lot of people want to go ahead and not be accountable for anything. So, and especially younger people. And the reason I say that is like right now, if you look at the different in culture, like I'm 46. When I went to school, there was no internet. There was none of that crap. So if you ran your mouth, you had to face the music the next day by talking whatever shit you talked to the people the next day. It was like you had to face the music. Right now, no one has to be accountable. You could be tough on the internet. You could be tough on YouTube. You could be tough on whatever the hell you want and never have to face the music, never have to talk to no one. So now you get this false sense of security, right? Like, oh, I'm the baddest man in the world, right? And that's where you get the internet bullying. You have all this stuff. recently, my daughter, well, it was a couple of years ago, my daughters are all graduated. All my kids are already graduated, but there was a bullying incident that happened at my daughter's school, and these girls were talking trash to my daughter, and it's the two youngest. They were at school together, and I told my daughter, I said, do this. I said, I'm gonna prove my point to you. I told her, because they're not tough, they're just bullying you, and I said, all you got to do is text this person. When I see you at school tomorrow, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I go, the minute that you do that, all that bullying texting is gonna stop, because they're getting away with not being accountable for their actions, because right now there's no accountability. That's why people can go do whatever the hell they want with the internet or whatever, and they don't have to face up to the person that they're damaging, right? The minute that my youngest daughter ended up texting these girls that, it instantly stopped, and then they blocked them and then quit talking to them and then all this stuff, right? But the thing is that into the younger kids nowadays, they think that there's no consequence for doing wrong, right? So that's adding a whole new paradigm into energy nowadays, and it's a confusing one, right? I think that we're like in a backwards time right now. It's kind of like everything that we thought was good is now being taught, like these younger kids think is bad, and then everything we think is bad they think is good. So like it's an upside down world, and it's a really interesting time to be alive, in my opinion. And I have younger kids, so I'm watching a lot of this stuff.
What did I tell you when that little boy was biting you at school at the time we couldn't get anything done?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I told you to bite him back. He grabbed your arm and was going to bite you, and you said, if you bite me, I'm going to bite you back. And the kid never bit him again. And the same thing, when Dale used to punch you every day, and you being the gentle giant, you didn't want to hurt anybody. But as soon as you punched him back, he became your best friend.
Let's see. My son stopped some bullies that were picking on his friend. Well, that's the other thing is like a lot of kids. Well, and we're looking at this, like I'm looking at Jack's first thing. He's made a comment of who's teaching the kids and why. Well, the problem is a lot of people have stopped teaching their kids values. They're more into their phone and then their kids just running around and not really putting the time and energy that kids growing up before then, right? I mean, how many kids sit there in their house on their internet or on their PlayStations instead of going and kicking rocks or kicking a ball or something like that, right? Or doing something like that. So, there's a lot of things that we got. Electronics, we've created bored kids, and so they don't think the same. They don't have the same views, right? On a lot of things.
But Steve grew up with a lot of kids that had absent parents, and
yeah,
at our house all the time.
Let's see what else. He looks young, but feels like an old son. Well, I appreciate that comment. Who's teaching? Okay, my son stopped bullies. So, I did teach my two sons. One of them's 26, or he'll turn 26 in December. One of them's 24, or not 24. Zach's going to be 22. So, I told them when they were younger, because I saw the trends, and I said, look, you need to learn to talk, because people nowadays, when you're your generation, they can't talk no more. The face-to-face communication is over. So, dating apps, people now don't even, like my daughter told me, when a guy comes up and says something to her, they freak out. Girls freak out because, so like I've been married for a long time. If I was to become divorced now, start hitting the date scene, they would think of me as a freak, because I would like to talk and approach women and do everything. But nowadays, people have been conditioned to go ahead and talk through the internet, right? So like, we're not communicating the same anymore, and I think that that's a detriment to young people as well as adults, because we communicate different, right? We communicate face to face. We talk. We expect accountability for what's being said versus digitizing it where there's no accountability. So like
when you're texting,
different worlds,
you tell what the tone of the conversation is anyway. You can't tell if they're being sarcastic, they're being hateful, or if they're just being serious, Yeah.
Jack, but to your point there, it's not like it's dead. I mean, if you're watching current events, I mean, that's still real threat. It's just that it's not being preached, because nobody's still, preaching that anymore, because everyone thinks that it's so far from ever going to ever happen. And I to this day, I still keep a little stockpile of food just in case. I mean, I had some interesting dreams, and that was just recently. And the things were telling me like this, and I was yelling at them, "What the hell? What are you doing here?" I don't want, like, and they were very friendly. They came in my backyard. I ran to my back door. I saw what they were, and I freaked out because I don't like these things. And they were just kept going like this to me, and then they walked all the way around my house to the front. So I ran to the front of my house, and then they zapped off. It was just to tell me something really crazy. So since I've had that dream, I've been kind of like stockpiling food, to be honest with everyone on this stream. I know that might be crazy, but
SAS, even my grandkids still talk about the camping trips and stuff that they used to take.
my kids were allowed to have that stuff.
They have contacted Steve since he was probably about 11.
I've seen things my whole life. I don't know. I don't like talking about it. It's an interesting thing.
And we talked about a lot of the things that happened in the house that we lived in too.
Let's see what else. So, like, is there a subject anyone wants to talk about? I mean, I got a lot of information. I might be young, but I'm pretty, like someone said, I got pretty wise, so I'm pretty smart on a lot of different things. Let me give you a little bit about me before I started studying. A lot. Well, I've been a student my whole life. My mom's had me in a bunch of different things my whole life. But it wasn't until, because I've kind of dodged it. I've had experiences my whole life. I've seen things. I've done all that. But I've kind of, I didn't start. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that I started really getting serious, and I started doing research into what makes people rich. Let's be honest. That's what I went in and looked at. And then I started realizing it wasn't education. Most of your millionaire, billionaire types are not even high school graduates, right? A lot of them are just, it's just something that they got. So I started reading this. I was online. I started doing all this. I read books. I read like the Four Agreements. I read all these money books. I mean, I had tons of them. And as I started reading, there was more and more, like, I got drawn into where, because I used to work graveyards. I mean, I was working graveyards and I was miserable. I would work, take the kids to school, sleep for a few hours, go pick up the kids, try to get a nap. I wasn't in the best health. So I was looking for how can I become super, super successful so I can't, so I don't have to live this life no more, right? So then I started doing all this research at night because, I worked at a big company, and I'd get done with work, and then we'd have a few hours. So, and everyone around is just trying to stay awake. So, I started doing a lot of research, finding recordings on YouTube's classes, stuff like that. I ran across one video of a instructor that was teaching what my mom said earlier, access. And then I went to one class, which was the bars. And then I went from there. And then they were asking, well, are you going to come to these other classes? And I said, well, I don't know. And then my body the next day woke up, boom, instantaneously, like at 6 a.m. Class had started at 8. So I took that as, I better go, right? Someone was telling me to go. So I went through a bunch of their classes. They taught me a bunch of stuff. But I was using, what I started realizing is that I was not creating my life. I was living in autopilot and being a victim. I was not being proactive on the things that I really wanted. I was just thinking that, I can show up, do this, and I'm a good person. I'll just get it, right? What I started to realize is everybody has a filter. So there's some universal rules, no matter what you believe in or who your God is or whatever, right? People believe in Jesus, people believe in Allah, people believe whatever. I don't give a shit. You name it, whatever you want to name it. The one universal rule that amongst all religions or beliefs should be, you ask and you're going to receive, right? You're going to get that. So there's an abundance of whatever the hell you want, and it's there for you to get, and it's just waiting there. But the problem is you have a screen. So you have like a screen, like on your screen door, and all your personal belief systems and all your worth and all that stuff starts to clog up all those holes. So when you ask for something, and let's say it's a big old beam of light, right? That's trying to come to you through this screen. Well, you only have little holes instead of a big. You're not getting all the light. You're getting a little bit at a time. So it's going to take a lot of time until you start to punch holes through that, all your belief systems, through all your, what you believe you're worth, what you believe that you can, how you receive it, what you believe that, all that stuff. Until you start to change that, it takes longer time for that light, right? If you're getting a pinhole and it's a beam of light trying to come at you this much, how long is that going to take to go through that pinhole? Versus if you start to clear out that screen so you can start to get more and get more of what you asked for. So you have to kind of get rid of like all that stuff in order for you to receive the life that you want, into the life you want to create. And that goes back to how I started this. When you start to realize that you've been sitting there in autopilot, not doing anything, not wanting to create your life, not and wanting to blame everybody else, right? You're like, oh, you know what? I work my ass off and they get promotions. What about me? Blah, blah, blah. What about you? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing differently than them? What are they doing differently than you? I never asked those questions. And then I started asking those questions. Next thing you know, I got a new job. I started working from home. I've been working from home for 10 years now, probably. And this was before COVID and all that. So but I started asking and driving and making questions and opening up those holes, looking at the most hurtful things that no one ever wants to think about in order to clear that screen up, right? So, I'm not saying I'm 100% because ain't nobody 100%, but I'm probably 50, 75% where I could receive through that screen when I ask for something versus most people. But I've done a lot of self-reflection, done a lot of self-work, and like I told you, it's not easy. It's a hurtful process because you have to go through and identify your past traumas, what you believe in yourself, how you believe what you're worth, how you think it's supposed to come. When you ask for something that you throw restrictions on it by saying, I want it to come this way. The universe don't work with restrictions. The universe is like, okay, you want it, I'll give it to you, but it may not come in normal means. It might just come out of left field and you were never even expecting it. So, the thing is like people go, I want it to come this way. And they put all these specifics that, it don't work like that. You just got to ask for it, believe it's going to come, and it'll come from any direction and hit you, like I said. But, the problem is this, right? Here's the number one problem I see with people too. They ask for something, it don't come. They ask for it again, it don't come. They ask for it again. So let's say if I'm building toys and you ask for a wood toy that has wheels and it's all hand carved, right? Okay, I'm starting to make it this way and I'm starting to carve the wheel. And it's going to take a little bit of time to make that toy, right? But then you ask for it again with a little bit of change. So I just have to scrap this project and now I'm going to start the new project, right? So think about it. If you were the universe, you're like, okay, they asked for this and they're asking for it again. So every time you ask, they're restarting. They're not letting you, because you're not letting it. You don't have enough faith that you're not letting it come to you. You're not letting it let the energy. Like if you ask for money or millions and millions of dollars, how long do you think it's going to take? It may be, but most people, it might take a little bit of time, right? If you ask for a change in a job, well, one thing is, that might come instantly. And the other thing is you can't, it's like this. I want to win the lottery, but I never play the damn game. How the hell is it ever going to come to fruition? A lot of people want a new job, but they're not even looking for a new job. A lot of people want this or that, but they're not putting one foot forward or putting the action in to start the energy moving, right? So, like I said, it all starts with you, regardless. Like every time you want to go like this, remember you got three fingers coming back at you. So when you're like, you did this, you did that. What did I do that caused me this situation? What can I change to get me out of this, or what can I learn from it? And how do I use this to my benefit? Or, as far as like what education can I learn in order to not learn it, or can I grow from this? Those are the things that people don't do. They always want to do this, and they're in emotion, and you respond emotionally, and you don't ever have a time to evaluate. And that's human nature, right? But, you got to self-reflect sometimes and then realize those three fingers and then start asking the questions, and you'll start realizing that you have other things that you caused to happen. So that's you, and then when you start making people, I'll be honest with you, when you start making people accountable for their lives, they will totally not talk to you anymore. I have a family member. They've told me for years and years and years that they've had a hard life. Every time I'd see them, they had a hard life. And one year, I guess I was an asshole, and I said, "Well, what have you done this year that's different from last year that you told me your life is horrible?" And instead of them, they kind of got in shock, walked away, and was offended. But I'm like, that's me holding them accountable to the story that they keep telling me over and over and over, right? I'm asking them, look, instead of just constantly crying about it, what are you doing to change it? You're looking for sympathy and empathy for your situation, but you're not looking for change. I am not kind, I guess, when it comes to that. Like if you're crying about it and you want somebody to empower your situation and you don't want change, then, don't talk to me. I'll be honest with you.
So
But
Aaron,
so
she says, I still feel intense fear, terror every time I leave the house by myself. It started when I was 15. I'm now 38. How can I better handle it?
So there's a couple things that I would first want to address on that. That there is like fear. Fear is so physiologically in people's bodies, fear and excitement are the same. So if they and what I mean by that is if they put you on electrodes and they looking at all your vital statistics and your way your brain fires and everything, and they show you something scary and they show you something exciting, it's the same way. So it's the way you perceive that situation that it may be that you think it's fearful, but it could be exciting. So first thing, that's the first thing. Second thing is, what are you afraid of? What is causing you to have that fear? Have you had a bad experience in the past? If you've had a bad experience in the past, that could be what's driving that, and you need to address that situation. Going along with that line is, if you did, let's say, and I don't know, but let's say it was a rape or something like that. You would need to go ahead and start to address that situation, which a lot of women don't like to talk about. Even, unless they've had some intense counseling or work with them, because it brings up all that emotion and the victimization that I brought up earlier, like being victimized to that point where you trust someone and then they do something like that. It does leave lasting impressions. It affects your self-worth. It affects what you believe your value is. It affects all that. So you're going to have to start looking at all that type of stuff. So let me see here. I don't know if that helps her, but I don't know what I would just went to rape because I don't know. Let's see. The first death I experienced in life. So Mom, where are you at on these questions? Because I was talking and I am like I saw the screen moving up. All right, so there's me, how tall I am.
Jack put up the pity train left long ago. Yeah. Triple Moon says, no, you're protected.
Oh, hold on. Somebody said you have to be open. So Star Crossing says you have to be open and accepting for your gifts. Is that based upon what I was saying originally? Or was she telling me I needed that? Jack says, Steve, my grandfather worked for NASA. So yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'm happy, like super happy. And I love technology. Let me just catch up, Mom, because I don't want to get too far ahead and have people. Energy can be destroyed, but it can evolve. Well, as far as crazy's comment, as far as energy can be destroyed, so situations people store away can be destroyed, but what they do a lot of times is replace that with something familiar feeling. As far if they don't, that goes back to that foundation, right? If you don't build a good foundation or something to replace that, they'll create a new situation, or a new situation will happen that fills in that old one. As far as the new form, what you're saying, you're in mine. I don't know. I was not. Wealth is a mindset. Jalissa's on here, Mom.
I said hi to her, and Shauna's here too.
Crazy Jack, welcome, Jay. I didn't see that. DNA modifications. Okay, I've messed with some stuff like that. That's a whole nother different thing. You can actually move energy around your DNA, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to start looking into doing some things like that. Get rid of beliefs. Watch the movie Dogma. So belief systems are a they are handcuffs for a lot of people. That's part of the whole screen. You know, some people it's a religion that holds them back so they don't move forward. Some people it's their mom and dad because they don't want the disapproval from their parents or family. So they will not create their life even greater than their parents until their parents die because they don't want to outshine their parents, not really realizing that every parent wants to see them do more. A lot of times your family is your biggest haters, though, to be honest with you. So let's see here. Watch what the bleep. That's something I haven't received. What's Wolfie's condom? Somebody having sex on here? Yeah, okay.
No, it's just a personal joke between the two.
So crazy. I do get weird dreams every once in a while. I've also been initiated in. I work with a guy. He's a Santeria guy. I know a pretty good guy like that as well. Let's see, Chinese. So I got a lot of people. I got since a young age. I've been around a lot of smart people who've taught me a lot of different things. So,
Ron's the only one that was right on it everything, huh?
First death I experienced in life. The first death I experienced in this life was of my boyfriend. So I refused to believe that he just stopped existing. Like, no way. So I found his ass, and he's very much alive, and so am I. You know, the thing is in that comment there is like, when you say things like that, that tells me you have past obligations with this man. You probably went through another lifetime and told somebody I love you forever. I'll always be with you, which means that you guys signed a binding contract with each other that anytime that you are reincarnated with each other, you're always going to find each other and end up being in a relationship with each other and never experience anything different because of the binding contract that you made through whatever you promised this person. So when I told my wife, I told her like, look, I'll love you with all my heart for this lifetime. You are mine for this lifetime. But the minute that we're dead and if I reincarnate, I want a new experience. I don't want to keep going through life with the same people and over again. I want a new experience. So those are things you have to watch what you say. I'll love you forever. I'll be with you forever. Those are real binding contracts. You guys got to watch how you're doing it, what you're saying.
Things that we clear is vows, oaths, communities, fealties.
Yeah, well, the big people get caught up on that, and that's not just with the relationship.
No. Erin says she's afraid of being kidnapped, killed. Tell myself I'm overreacting because I am, but I'm still afraid. Can I say, universe, make me calm down and keep me safe? Does that work?
So no, I got some questions for her, Mom. Let me catch up on chat and I'll address her because there's something that I'm gonna ask some questions and me and her could talk across chat. Give me a second. Okay, that's the one. Something about it. Okay, so I caught up to her. What she said. Let me read it a minute fast. Hold on. Oh shit. What the hell? Okay, there's Aaron. Do something right. Manifest the truth. Pretty training. I am protected. My guides on missions.
Cray, he's a Pisces too.
All right.
IGD Starlight.
So I'm gonna watch the chat now that I caught up. Here's a question for you, Aaron. And the reason I'm gonna ask you this is, could you ever be a kidnapper? There's a reason not. So right now, could you be a kidnapper? Or could you be a killer? And go ahead and reply. I'm watching chat right now. And excuse my hair, it's gonna get really curly. When I came out, it was dry and wet, and now it's gonna start getting frizzy. I'm waiting for a reply, Mom. Once she replies, I'll go into why I asked her this question.
We kind of talk about that on the channel too.
Is she typing? Is there a way to see if someone's typing on YouTube? I never mess with YouTube, Mom. That's what I'm asking. Free readings are done for tonight. We're on spiritual talk right now. Okay. Hey, Gigi Starlight, while she's answering the question, you could ask whatever you want, bro. We're just having like just an open chat. Doubtfully, I could kill. Okay, so the reason I asked you that question was because of this. In order to have an awareness of what's around you, you have to be able to be what's around you. And that's some back-assward shit, right? When you hear that. So, then this is going to sound crazy. And some people on here are going to go, what the hell is this guy talking about? But let me explain to you. If I am so unwilling to, and let me frame this for you, okay? So if I'm like, I can never be a killer. I can never pull a gun and shoot somebody. I can never be that. I can never be that, right? When somebody's around that has that energy, you will never have the gut instinct or sense or awareness that they're around you, because you totally tuned out that energy to your perception. What you do is you say, yes, I could be a serial killer. I could be a rapist, but I don't choose to. See, everything in life's a choice. There's no definitives here. The minute that you shut something down and say you can never do that, you shut down your perception to that energy. So, have you ever met somebody, and this is how I know people are racist, honestly, I'll be honest, like, people are like, I hate Mexicans or I hate Latin descent people, right? But they'll talk to me and I can feel their energy because they cannot accept me. And even though they're talking to me and talking to my face or whatever like that, there is an energy and a perception that I can feel that because, because of that's their belief system, right? But I know because I can feel that. So the same thing goes with, and this goes into victimization. So a killer, he knows that you're not willing to be that, not knowing there. So you're prey to this guy. The minute that you open up your awareness and you're like, I could be everything, but I choose not to be. Now you open up where you can sense killers, you could sense bad people, you could sense people in the room that have bad intentions, because you're willing to be everything, but not choose to be that. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're opening up the doorways to all the energy to feel it, but you're not being that. Just because you can feel the energy doesn't mean that that's who you are. You are still you, but you're opening up your perception to see everything else. And if you don't believe me, there's a lot of stuff. I can give you examples like that.
I talk about that too, Steve, because whatever you are not willing to be, you're going to draw to you. The people that are not willing to kill for any reason at all, even to defend themselves and their families, are sniffed out by serial killers, and because they are in a victim consciousness. So you have to be willing to be everything and not push away that shadow side of yourself, okay? Or else you become a victim.
See, I don't believe in duality. I don't believe in polarity. So a lot of people, that's another handcuff, and I keep arguing with my mom about, is there is polarity in when you say good and bad. I don't live in that space because I want to know if somebody, what we consider bad, is around me doing something bad, doing something to me. If I believe that I want to know what everyone's doing and not just good or bad or right or wrong or anything. So that's another handcuff in my opinion. Now there's argument on this one. So I don't really like to. And me personally, I don't believe in duality, polarity, any of that. I just believe there's people with choice. At any point, I can change my mind and become a killer and murder millions of people, but I don't choose that. Anyone could do that. They try to make it say, well, only sociopaths. Well, you know what? At any time, I could turn into a sociopath, right? And then they're going to label me that. So that's the thing. Like, it's so many labels. See. Let me give you just a prime. Hold on, Mom. Hold on.
Dark and the light are all part of the whole, the yin yang.
Yeah.
We have to have the dark and the light in order to be whole and complete.
But every word that the English language would use this and the way they describe it, everything causes judgment. And I'm going to give you a prime example right now. When people set their life intentions, they say it's a goal, right? They're like, or like New Year's Eve, they want to lose weight. That's their goal, right? When they don't meet the goal, what does that do to them? What that does is that puts them into a state of mind that judges them. So they're causing judgment on themselves because they didn't achieve what their goal was. So you see how that's a trap? Instead, people should start saying, I want to set a target. If you say, I want to lose weight and that's my target, now, like if you're doing at the shooting range, you shoot your bullet, you miss the target, you can reload your gun and shoot again without judgment, right? This goes to language. They changed the language in 1919. If you guys go look at dictionaries, the words that were there are not what they are now. I got some dictionaries. I bought old dictionaries from libraries on eBay and stuff. Look at Webster School Dictionary. This book is like 19 something. And the words that are in here are not the same that are there. They changed the language because the old language and the new language means different. When people say they're trying, what that really means is you're slowly failing. There's a lot of different words that you should eliminate from your vocabulary because of what they really mean, because that will frame you into a hole, just like what we were talking about on a lot of this stuff, right? We use the words incorrectly because we weren't taught, and they keep changing the language and then giving it new meanings. So I don't know. Let me see.
Well, that's like when people say they're losing weight. I tell them, don't say lose. Say I am releasing weight, because if you say you're losing it, then your subconscious is going to go looking for it.
Oh, here's the other thing. You should say you're working out and not exercising, because to exercise, okay, so if you tell yourself, I want to exercise, that means you want to take your spirit out of your body. To exercise something is to take the to get rid of that spirit or whatever that's in there. If you say you're working out, your body will react differently versus exercise. To exercise something means to remove it. Your body doesn't, and your soul don't want to be removed from each other. So when it's an interesting concept, and there's a lot. I mean, just talking about it forever. I hope we're stimulating people's mind, and they don't think we're just fucking crazy, Mom.
Well, I thought like the word want means to lack.
Yeah, that's why I just want means lacking. Yep. If you so. Aaron, if you look it up, there's some websites online. Look up like 1919 dictionary or 1927. If I remember, I don't remember the exact year, but they changed it. But you can still see them online. There's people who have actually uploaded them and created like wikis and stuff in order to see that. But like I've been trying to buy them, and I think people caught on or they're destroying them, because I even got encyclopedias on what stuff was back then. Because I also noticed that as the language changed over time, the people who spoke the older language, and that's kind of like the college people who go to college and stuff like that, they were able to create a different life versus people who don't go to college, right? So they don't get an expanded vocabulary like advanced English and stuff in order to learn that the older words that they don't teach kids nowadays. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But you got to understand, everything you say is creation, and you have to be responsible for what you say, because you will create shit in your life. Songs are the worst. If you sing along with a song, you should probably destroy it afterwards, because some of the songs, especially rap songs, are horrible, and they will make you create shit in your life. Let's see. Oh, it's not that. There's some rock songs too. I don't want to just pick on one genre. So. Anything else anyone else has? Jack, what it is, condition yourself to function in a way you can measure over time. Jack, that's a great statement, but it causes judgment. You want to go ahead and evaluate yourself and see what where you're at and where you want to be. Anything that invokes judgment, you can reword it because judgment's just horrible to yourself, because that knocks you down so many rungs versus like other people's judgment. Let's say somebody tells you that you're made of money, you should be like, hell yeah, I am. Don't be like, oh no, I ain't got money, because now you're just destroying any kind of money flows that you coming in. Why are you laughing, Mom?
Because Star says, oh bloody hell, I've been speaking wrong my whole life. We've been talking about doing a class on this power of the spoken word.
Well, I remember reading that book about when I was 16. I don't know, Mom, you bought that work with me for a long time. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. I work with bodies too. I know a lot about bodies, so I could put people on tables and do some shit like people freak out on. But I don't tell people that. I just told the whole world, right? I'm on YouTube now. Oh shit. um,
I do energy work too, and Star and Jack are helping me with a lot of it too.
I know I keep bringing it up, but listen, less, listen more, speak less. Is that towards me or is that towards somebody else? The KC 256.
Casey's a low. She brings sunshine in every time she comes in, so I don't think it's critical.
So I use that name everywhere. For some reason, I like misaligned. I don't like straight. I don't like.
To me, misaligned represents not aligning with the programs.
Well, that's the other thing. I don't align with nobody. I have my own points of view. I
Not buying into everybody's points of view, what our families.
you know, I'll tell you guys the truth, I'm a evil little shit. So I'm an elf, if you want, literally, honestly, or an evil little fucker, whatever you want to say. Um, my cousin's a born again Christian, and I'm not picking. If anyone's on here, I'm not picking on them. But one of them is, and I used to like talk to her preachers. I read a lot of different things, and I'm pretty good at memorizing them. So like they would try to tell me things about religion, and I would beat them up with their own word, or I would give them situations I've been in, and because to me there's a religion. And so when I was a kid, I was supposed to do a research paper, so that was in the 90s, and what I found out was all the Atlantis books that were ever written were stopped. They stopped being published in the 50s, so they're like from the 40s to the 50s, and that was my subject. But there was a guy in there. He screwed up my mind for all religions, because one of the things he put in there was all religions come from one, and they all come from Atlantis. And then his example was like, if you look at the Egyptian gods versus the Aztec gods, they look exactly the same. It's just that their name is like pronounced Ra and Ray or some shit like that, right? Or they're different, but they're like, they have the sun god, they have the death god, they have all the same gods, and they almost look exactly the same. So how they show the map and how it breaks apart and all that. It totally made sense to me.
That goes through most religions in the world. They all have the same stories, different names.
Yeah, every town that's what he also said, is every religion has a flood in it, and everything. So what I started realizing is, you know what, there's so many different Bibles, there's so many different ways, and all this stuff, and you know what. And then I started realizing about religion controls. You can control the masses based on belief systems. You can do it like so, So I misaligned. I don't align with nobody. I misaligned. I trod my own path. I've always been good. I can get along with everyone. I mean, I pray. I believe that there's a universal being that's above everyone. I believe in all that. I just don't. I guess I don't follow tradition, or what people would, because there's too many holes in a lot of questions that I have. So, and then when I asked, I've seen too many experiences in my life. I've seen UFOs. I've seen aliens. I've seen shit like that. I've been chased by them. I've had experiences that would make people's toes like never want to sleep again and shit like that. But
what happened to your lights?
I asked. Hold on, Mom. I've asked preachers. I've asked priests. I've asked everyone all the things that I've ever seen, and nobody could give me an answer. Everything. The number one answer I get is just pray. Those are demons, or blah blah blah, and this and that. Or I'm like, really? I'm not a bad person. So why in the hell is everything demonic? So like, to me, anything that is unknown is demonic, and it's just funny to me. So that's why I'm just like, whatever. Like, I don't know.
If there's something you're scared of, or something you think is demonic, do some research on it and take the stigma out of it. Because a lot of times it's not what you're taught in religion that it is. And if you read about it, doesn't mean you're doing it. It just means you're educated on it. Because how many of us are just like they talk about, Steve and I were talking about this earlier. All it took was one person in Salem, Massachusetts, to start a whole series of people being murdered just from hearsay or he said, she said, or whatever, being intimidated and stuff. You know, it's all instead of everybody questioning and doing research, they just fall into the fear. You know,
I want to see what this old dictionary says misaligned means, just for shits and giggles. All right, let's see. So this is let's just see. I just want to see Webster Dictionary. Let me see what year it is before I go off, because it's.
and Steve and I were talking about the emerald tablets earlier. That's all comes back to Thoth and some of the old teachings. The book of Enoch that was taken out of the Bible also talks about the emerald
Oh,
tablet.
Enoch talks about giants as well.
Yeah, it talks about giants. It talks about aliens.
This is in 1900. Well, anyway, let's see what misaligned says in the old book. I just want to see. Just for shits and giggles. Let's see. A misalliance, that's something different. They don't have aligned. Let's see what align means, and then miss means, let's just see. That word must have been, that's a new word, because they have misalliance, which is different. Misadventure, but not that. Let me look what aligned means. Go ahead, Mom, keep talking. I'm just sitting here bullshitting. I mean,
Misaligned would mean out of sync. So you're out of sync. You're not buying into other people's realities and points of view, because this is what I tell everybody. Clear all these points of view, belief systems, in order to find who you are, to find your own truth.
Well, I also use that as another moniker too. I use it as misaligned 69. So that's another one I use. Then that one's more just for fun too. So, all right, align, to adjust or form a line, to adjust or form to a line, range in line, right? So I'm not always in line. I'm always out of the line. That's what that means.
And that's part of being a starseed also.
So,
and we were talking about starseeds Friday night.
And misaligned 69 is a 68, and I owe you one, right? So that's the joke behind it. So, all right, let's see.
Elves are evil little fucks. That's what elves means.
They aren't bad. They don't want to Virginia say. I don't know. I hope this was informative. I mean, I told Mom, we were talking, and then I told my mom, should I come on and actually talk to your people and see what they say, or if they have any questions? I can do stuff without cards too. So I don't know. I don't need all that stuff. I don't need. There's some other things. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know. I just don't talk about.
You could come on once a month.
I can maybe. I don't know. I get in Texas. I bet you Brandon jumped on and is probably talking shit to me right now. Let's see. Oh no. Yeah, they're talking. I'm getting texts from my siblings. They're saying we're famous.
Gigi Starlight, did you do some access consciousness stuff?
Somebody's gonna see me on this and fucking recognize me and be like, "What the hell?" I don't have a filter, so I'm not like my mom. I'm not PC. I'm probably the opposite of what you guys are used to with my mom. Jack, you got a picture? Does he got an actual picture? I would need to see it like him. I see like a little can or something. I can't really see what the hell that is on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like if he had a face like on some of this, or if he started talking, I could read stuff like that. But like,
so talk about a few things, Jack, and see if you can pick up your energy.
Crazy is young, huh? She looks young, and she's talked about her boyfriend. So it sounds she seems to be like in her 20s, and for some reason she's popping out to me, and I don't know why. She's also bringing up a lot of things. She reminds me of Trinity. Like she seems hungry for knowledge.
Yeah. Oh, she's bringing up the Anaki too. How we've been
That's
talking.
what I was saying. That's she's brought up a lot of things.
Yeah.
On here that I've seen her throw out, but she looks young in that picture. But I'm far away. I can't really see her, and it's just a little dot, so I don't know.
Crazy.
No, I don't need to hear your voice. If you just like, you know what's funny is sometimes I pop on here and I hear my mom giving readings, and I'm like, I'll text her, say this, because I can pick up, for some reason, I can pick up things when she's doing stuff that are even more deeper. So I don't know.
Yeah, but I usually, with the free readings, I just do quick readings. You know?
Oh, I know. But even then, I can give them without, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. I could talk to you. Let's see. Jack. So Jack Wolf, though, his name's interesting. Mm-hmm. Wolf is
he's probably one of your cousins.
He's
probably your cousin.
Well, hold on. But the people got to understand, like, your name. So one thing people need to look at is, what is your name? What I know that you've talked about this before, Mom, but generational curses, like Smith was the original name of people who were Smiths. How many people did Smith screw over time? And people were like, curse you, blah, 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 and so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Your name carries curses. Your family, their last name, your surname, or whatever, yeah, that carries curses. So, and women get two, so they inherit their birth one, and then if they've been married, they inherit that one, and if they've been married multiple times, they got to clear all of the curses from all those names. So there's a lot of that as well. Your nationality carries curses, so you have to start removing energy around that. Like, my mom's white, right? So how many people say you fucking white people, especially nowadays, or white people are prejudiced and all that type of shit, right? Or if I was Jewish, they would say, some of the stereotypes. You got to clear all that shit. You got to clear. If you're black, you got to change all that shit, and you got to remove all those hooks that are, because those hooks, even though you may not believe in them or not into them, but they're in you because of the way that this world works. There's some fucking crazy rules. I mean, in this reality, it's really weird the way things work. So it's just interesting. So
Jack wants a reading, Star wants a reading, and Gigi Starlight wants a reading.
So see, Jack's smart. Jack's already done a lot of this, Mom. So he's a smart man. It sounds like.
Jack Wolf is a non de plume.
And Star seems to know a lot of stuff as well, Mom.
Yeah, Star and Jack and I do a lot of healing together.
And it's not like that. It's not that you're all cursed. I'm just saying, like, if you want to start to, remember how I talked about a screen? So if you want to start punching bigger holes in that screen in order for energy to move quicker around you, you can go ahead and start looking at those. I'm just giving you guys, like, I'm not telling you guys how to do it. I'm not here to be, I'm just trying to bring awareness around things. If you guys want to start looking at what your name is, some of the things those people may have done, stuff like that.
Now you started.
Go ahead and do that. Look at Cindy, crazy Cindy.
Cindy wants a reading.
But yeah, the thing is it's not that we're cursed. It's just that, say, like, you're asking for something and it never comes and it never comes and it never comes, and you're trying to create it in your life, and you're looking and you're like, what the hell? And so you have to start looking at what belief systems are, like, some things that people get burned on is, how many times when you were a kid you were asked for something and your parents said, hey, money don't grow on trees, which is ironic because it's made of trees, right? It's paper, right? So that's a funny one.
What's one of the first things I tell you guys?
There's a shit ton of things.
Technique?
Like,
money doesn't grow on trees. Money's the root of all evil.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Hard for
the
your
root of all evil.
Yeah.
Money can't buy love, which is so fucking funny to me, because I'm like, bro, if you're so rich, you could buy anyone at that point, right? Because there's people who sell their soul for money. Money don't buy happiness. I'm like, that's got to be the worst lie in the world, because if I have money, I'm fucking happy. That's a poor person saying that, because I don't agree with that one. I mean, so you got to look at the energy behind that, and and if you're sitting there right now and you're listening, going, oh, how dare he says that, you probably should really look into that, because that's something that's hooking to you really bad. What What else? Just some of those things, like some things when you get a aha, like holy fuck, how dare, like somebody challenges you that bad and it stings you a little bit. That's something you probably should pay attention to, because that means that you you're probably one of them people that needed to really look at that. You know what I mean? So
That's one of the things I try to do, Jack, is give people some tools to clear the energy that's not theirs so they can find out who they are.
yeah, then Jack, you're right. It's clearing. It's just start. What I'm talking about, and to go on Jack's point, clear the energy that's not yours so you can see what you need to focus on. And that's exactly right. But a lot of people don't even know what energy to talk about. You tell someone, hey, go clean yourself. They're like, okay, what would I need to do? I'll go get some sage, or I'll go do this or whatever. But then when you start saying, hey, go look at your belief systems, people are like, well, I believe in this. But they don't even think about half the shit we're bringing up right now. Like, your generational curses, your name curses, your last name curses. Hold on, Mom. Nationality curses, your neighborhood curses, the house you live in. Someone might have drove by your house and said, fuck the people who lived in that house. You know what I'm saying? Like, little things like that. And even though people don't believe that stuff, that stuff leaves lasting impressions, because everything's alive. Everything has energy. You start throwing in bad energy, or your negative energy, not bad. I don't, like I said, I don't like using that word. Negative energy at at something. The house is a lot. Even though the house is built and everything, it's an entity. It has its own structure. It has everything. You don't think that, or ghosts are coming in or whatever. People can push entities in your house. Trust me. I'm just telling you. People can do a lot of different things, but not even knowing that they're doing it. And if you're not smart, you can get fucked. So
the gal that was doing the book earlier, remember I told her, find one person that you can talk to, that you can trust, that's not going to put any judgment on you, what you're writing in your book, because then you have to work through that energy also.
Jack, that's 100% true, but you can also be affected to a point, and that's what I was saying. Depending on what you're trying to do, you can, so it's like it's the unhinted onion, right? You got you that you're totally aware of, and then you got shit that's flying around you that you're not really aware of, and that's the shit that can block stuff. So that's where I'm talking about. Yes, I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for everything I'm aware of, but there are generational curses that do affect people, and sometimes when people work with them, they're like, you know what, everything's good about you, but there's something off or something in, and people get hung up and not really realizing it's something like that. And it's something that could be past lives. Even someone could curse you from a past life and you could carry it on to this life. Like, there's a lot of things that can happen. And so, I mean, you're 100% right. You should be responsible for what you are, your choices, and what you are. But if you're trying to move forward, if you're trying to get more, if you're trying to become more conscious or spirit, I guess awakened or awake, because a lot of people are asleep. I'm gonna be honest. Like, and I also want to change that and show a disclaimer. Like, to become aware is not easy, because you start to feel things as far as you can, when earth changes, you start to feel when people around you, you start to feel things, and you have to. Some people get confused. Someone close to me and my mom is very empathetic and never knows if she's going crazy or fucking not, honestly. And they don't understand that a lot of the shit they're picking up is somebody else's shit, but they're constantly battling for something that's not even theirs, so people get caught up in that. So when you do start to become aware, you got to understand, like, what is it mine? Is it somebody else's? Okay. Because you'll get caught up and you'll get screwed around on that shit. And then you'll be the one sitting there forever having to deal with this stuff, and it's not even yours. So it's an interesting and challenging and fun concept. We chose to come here for fun. We're not here for all the trauma and drama. Somewhere along the line, they changed that. This is supposed to be a playground. And when they introduced all this trouble and trauma and struggle and everything. That's not what we're here. I mean, why would anybody want to come here?
Honestly? Came across the veil and they forgot who they were.
I'm just saying, though, regardless, people would never come here. There's other places and other things that they would probably go besides here. This place has been distorted.
And like I tell them, I said, don't worry about what other people think, because what they think about you is based on who they are.
Yeah. Like I said, we're in right now, there's so much separation. One of my old teachers said, if you can get 10,000 people to all think the same and focus on changing the world, it would change overnight. And it's an interesting
what I'm trying to do with my channel. We're trying to support each other, teach each other, help us clear all this stuff, and learn from each other. That's why.
Well, the thing is like you also got to be aware. So like I remember like in my 20s, so that's like 20 years ago. When I used to, like I said, I used to work graveyard, so I listened to Art Bell at night, coast to coast AM. And I remember back then there was some fires in California. They were raging crazy. So as an experiment, he did this twice, and then he said he'd never do it again.
Yep.
He told everybody on the radio show to picture, because the fire, there was like a drought in California. He said everyone picture rain going over California. Well, the next day it rained, but he didn't tell everyone to dissipate the rain after it hit California. So what happened is they created such a strong storm cell, put out all the fires, but that went all the way across the country and flooded the Midwest and everything else. So he talked about it, and he's like, well, you know what? Well, and then something happened again like a year later, and there was fires again in California.
A hurricane.
And they did it again.
Everybody visualized the hurricane changing course, and it did.
Or he did something again, and then he said, I'll never do that again. Because there was a consequence for the action, right? There was flooding, or the hurricane hit somewhere else, or something like that. So that's the power that people do have, and that's millions of people listening to this guy at the same time, right? In consciousness, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. That's where people's wrong. 1 + 1 equals a shit ton more people, trust me. Or even one person. One person can start to change a lot of belief systems. So
how do you change the world? One person at a time.
Well, yeah, but still, you got to also change you as well. So,
yeah.
And the way I always say is, like, I can't sit here and preach bullshit if I've not ever went through it, right? So if I haven't done any of this shit that I'm talking about to you guys, then why am I talking about it, right? But so like I'm accountable for what I do. I'm not just blowing smoke, and I don't give a shit if you believe me or not. But I just came on to add some value. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And let's see, do we got any more questions? Alien Ted, fire. Your mom really advocates for people shedding the shit that doesn't belong to them. It wakes a lot of. Yeah, but as to Aaron's comment, I know she does, but she also buys into people too much, and that's where when you start to care more about the outcome than the person that you're working with, then there's issues sometimes.
I don't focus on the outcome. I focus on teaching them how to heal themselves.
Yeah, but I think, in my opinion,
it's up to them to decide whether they want to do it or not. I tell them all the time, you guys are the heroes because you guys are the ones that are making the choices to use the tools.
And that's true. But that's true, and that's true. So
you don't listen enough.
Still waiting for deep reading. Most people can't read me. If you were on a video call with me, I probably could. I've done it to people. And I'll tell you the other thing. If I have if I got on here and I was drinking, guys, you guys might be in some shit.
I didn't even think about it. Why didn't you guys tell me? Okay. Right here. Click on it, Star. Click on it, Jack. Click on it, Gigi Star.
Oh, shit. She's going to put me on blast.
Come on live.
That though.
Your voice. He can talk to you. He can answer your questions. There it is. There's a link. Click on it.
Damn, you're gonna have this room. You can only have 10 people in here, so yes, he
So
does.
14.
So the thing is this: it's not bad to be emotionally invested. It's just that when you here's the problem with most people who work with people, and I'm not dogging my mom, so I don't want everyone to come on and say that guy's an asshole or anything. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you see somebody's true potential, let's say, and you can see that they can become this awesome flower when they bloom, but they're still a bud. So the person's still a bud. They're trying to go ahead and become a flower. When you see that they can be the most beautiful flower in the world, but they don't see it, that's where a lot of people get caught up and get hung up, because what happens is they become invested into what the end point is. They don't become vested in that person's a bud and needs to get out of that shell in order to evolve to the flower. That's what I mean by you're emotionally invested, because what happens is you do see people's end result, but you have to not let them know that in a sense, because the problem is that you can create based on based on right now, this instance, you can see that in 2 hours because of what they're choosing or what they believe in, that flower could turn dead. You see what I'm saying? So you have to be more vested into what's current and what they might need to do, not the end result, because the end result is still undetermined, because people will make choices based on what's going on. And that's what I mean by emotionally invested, because a lot of people will do readings, a lot of people will do shit, and they sense the what the shining star of the person is at the end of the light of the tunnel, right? After they've done all this stuff. And then they tell the person a lot of stuff, and a lot of people are like, okay, that's amazing, but how do I get there? And then they don't have a roadmap. So you went from A to Z and never gave them B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, you know what I'm saying? And so people, and this is not just you, Mom. I've heard a lot of people do this. So a lot of people get hit with, oh my God, this could happen. And oh yeah, this is amazing. But they don't have a roadmap of steps to start looking at. So that's why I came on. Honestly, I came on tonight for people to just start looking at the little shit that I said, so they can start to look at these roadmaps to get from point A to point Z. Because a lot of times the life that you created is some of the most basic things that you just have to change in you, because you change you and everything around you changes. Swear to God, even your family. You'll notice you start to change some of these deep beliefs that I'm talking about. You go to bed, the next day you wake up, your wife, your kids, your children, your family, everyone changes around you. Even the way they talk to you, everything. It's like, whoa, what did I do? And it slowly starts changing your whole. The universe does start with you and your perception, because it's built around you, right? So it's interesting concept, but that's what I mean by being vested. So many people work with people, they see the end result, they give people this thing, but they never give them any way to, or any tools, or a way to really look at. And I'm not saying you do. Don't get all defensive, Mom. I'm talking generally. You're getting all defensive like I'm attacking you. That's not it. That's not it. You see what I'm saying?
I wasn't ready.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
I had to pee.
That's funny.
Yeah, you think you're blunt. Your mom, she's got to deal with me.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, most people can't read me. I had one person last night shock the hell out of me.
So then, let me ask a few questions before we start talking. Why do you believe people can't read you? Is it because
they can't?
Well, there's some questions coming, so let me ask some questions before we go that way. Do you live two lives? In other words, do you have a face that you put on for some people and hide behind another on what's really you, because you're very guarded?
Oh, no, I'm just guarded in general.
So the question I have for you is, what's the value of hiding your face of who you are?
I don't have my face.
Well,
no.
What I mean by face is who you are. What's the value of hiding who you are? Because what's happening is you're putting up a wall. So right now you're guarded. You already hold on. Let me explain. Based on what you said on the question and what I'm starting to feel or whatever is you.
I hear what you're asking.
You say I asked. So the reason I asked the question was to see, are you how guarded are you? Right. I guess that's the thing. So
I am me, but I don't let that many people in.
So yeah, so okay, so that means you live behind walls. Okay, so not
Yeah, pretty much.
a lot of people will, even when they first meet you, are going to judge you wrong because
Yeah.
they don't get a feeling for who you really are, because you have that's why I said faces. You have your face, and then you have a face beyond the wall that you want people to see. That's why I asked, do you have multiple faces? Because when people are guarded, they keep their original face to them. They put a wall up, and then they have what, like I call, the societal face on what they want people to know, what they want people to have, what they want people to see, in order for them to keep their most intimate self safe. So that's why I asked that question is, are you guarded? Okay. So then I'm going to ask you another one. What is that value, or what value is it to be so guarded? What is it? What have you gained in your life by being so guarded?
Oh, you want me to answer that truthfully? Well,
Yeah,
apparently I intimidate a lot of people.
You're intimidating?
Apparently, I've been told that quite a lot.
Is
so want to mess with this girl?
Are you? But see, I don't get that you're intimidating. You know what I get? I get that you're more timid and kind of scared in a sense. Like, you put on this fierce exterior because you don't. Once again, because you're guarded, because you are hiding. You're putting the bulldog right here in the front. So, like I told you, on that face, that's your bulldog. But deep down inside, you're shivering, and so that's why you're intimidated. So when people come up, you're like, if they can get past that bulldog, that's like your test, right? So you're like, oh wow, you might come up big and strong and be crazy a little bit, and if they can accept that part of you, then that's one of your first tests to get past that wall. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, that might be a way of how you perceive your guarding, right? And people are perceiving it as aggressive or whatever they tell you, but that's only because the way that you put that front face out, or like I call it your first, like, so I talk, if my terms are weird, just ask for clarification. Is because your face that you put out there is to guard you. Have you been through traumas in your life? A lot of trauma? Have you had abuses, things like that? I mean, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But I mean,
I'm an open book. Yes, since I was born.
So, okay.
But here's the thing: is the people that I do let in, I have no problem. That bulldog will come right back out. Like, I have no problem with that. Like, you asking the one chick if she had an issue with killing or whatever, I ain't got that problem.
And that's fine. That's fine.
Like, but even if I let somebody in, like, I'm not that.
But the thing is are you really letting them in? Are you still, like, there's a difference between, like, let me put it like this. If I met you, I got past your first face, and I went to hug you, or are you going to try to hug me and go chest to chest with me? Or are you going to actually, like, hug me like, oh, hi, like this? Do you see there's a difference?
Oh, no, I actually hug people.
But there's a difference in hugging. If I go to hug you, I turn, let's see, I go this, well, let's say I go to the right, you go to the left, and I bring you into and go chest to chest with you. Would you do that with me or not? Because there's a reason that if you're...
Yeah, no, I would, because that tells me something about you.
Well, that's when you're most vulnerable. So when people give you this little bullshit like, oh, hi, like that, they're not comfortable with you a lot of times. They're not... A real hug is a heart to, like heart to heart. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
that's a different hug. And when you meet somebody and it's like that, you know, I do a lot of watching people, watch their body language. The reason I'm asking,
if they can't hug me like that, then they're not for me.
What if they can't make eye contact with you?
What are they hiding?
So what if they're just very shy? And they don't have confidence. They don't have self-confidence. And so you're judging them because you're guarded and this is your way, and you're actually losing somebody who might add value to your life because you got the bulldog out front and they're scared to hell of the bulldog. Do you see what I'm saying?
But then I gotta think, well, maybe they're just not at my level and we're not on the same page, and that might not even work.
So that to
I don't
me,
want somebody to have to teach.
well, oh yeah, but what if they are the teacher and you're just not letting them in because of that? See, this is, I'm gonna be blunt with you. That's called being hold on, mom. That's called being an overpowering asshole. Because
Oh yes, no, I am an asshole.
You are judging somebody and not giving them. So you have to, if you're going to meet people and you're looking to make connection, you have to come from a place of vulnerability, which means that you got to take away all the walls. You have to take away.
You want me to what?
And you have
to see what?
And you have to start feeling the people.
I feel everything.
But you're getting, I'll promise you, you also been burned by what you think you feel, because when you're filtering through a wall, you're not getting real intention. You're not, because when what you filter coming in, you're also filtering going out. That wall doesn't just work one way. When people who are guarded, they step on their own dicks all the time because they think that, oh, well, I just judge this person, and then they went through all my tests, and then they still end up getting fucked around because of the way they were scared. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not getting a real. The only way to judge people or get a full sense of someone is to be vulnerable. And I know that sounds so crazy. And you're talking to a guy who's big. I'm a fucking big guy, but I'm the most vulnerable guy. I'll be connected with you. I'll do everything because I want to get to know you. I want to know what you are. I want to get to know how you can benefit me and how I can benefit you. What value can I add to you? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy though, because I want to get to know people, but I don't want to know them until I get to know. Like, I don't want them to get to know me until I get to know them.
But that's, like I told you, that's you being guarded. So
wow. If they're lying to me, then I know they are, because I have this thing where I can kind of read.
Okay, but thinking. Why do you? So if you can get a feeling on someone's lying to you, why do you have to guard yourself? What are you guarding it from? Why are you? Well, so
because if I got to punch another man in the face, I don't want to go back to the orange. The orange, I don't look good in orange.
But why punch him in the face instead of turning into a game or walk away? Or like, that's a choice. You see what I'm saying? That's a choice.
I understand that, but from childhood, I've been fighting a guy. My dad, probably your size. My uncle, bigger than you.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been fighting them since I was a kid.
So what's the value of continually fighting? I mean, are you?
Well, because it's just prone. It's like that fight or flight. I don't have flight.
And that's
concept.
Fine. And that's fine. But you still have a choice.
Oh, I know.
You live.
But my brain doesn't tell me that at that time.
No. Now I'm gonna nail it. You live in a sense of pride. You live in a sense. Your world is based around pride, and your world is based upon too much respect. And what I mean by that is, if you think someone's disrespect you, and if you think that you're right, you won't ever listen. You're just going to go ahead and override people, and you're going to nail them, and you're going to be very confrontational. Even if they bumped you and said, "I'm sorry," you'd be like, "What do you mean, motherfucker? You're the one that bumped me. Like, you should be sorry." You see what I'm saying? That would be like.
I'm not like that a lot though.
But
No, I'm really not.
Not at all.
No, most of the time I'm pretty chill.
So if somebody gets you fired up enough, you're not fired up, but they start to rile you up a little bit, you're not going to go ahead and just.
I held my tongue a lot this evening. Actually, you can ask your mother.
Well, you should go loose. Like, let me know what you got. The thing.
No, it wasn't even you. It wasn't even you.
No, it's somebody else that's been coming in.
So I sense many things with you. Like, you are the reason no one can read you is because you have a lot of things going on. You do have a lot of things going on, and it feels like you're being pulled in a million different directions by a million different things for some reason.
You have no idea. I feel like there is. Well, I told her, what was it, yesterday? I felt another shift happening.
Me too.
So, yes, that might be true, but it depends on. You can't consistently look at them like, oh, I feel it happening and people are going to die, or I feel this and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no, it's like something within myself, like a shift within myself.
Is it for the positive or for the negative?
Oh no, it's for the positive. It's just it's as it happens. It's the whole anxiousness of it. Like it's good, but you get anxious because you're like you feel it happening. Does that make sense?
You're impatient. So like if somebody tells you, hey, Friday I'm going to take you out to dinner, or I'm going to buy this for you and blah blah blah, all week long you'll obsess over that, won't you?
No,
No. So
no,
why would you be obsessive over a shift that's coming in and not just be like, I'm going to let it happen?
because it affects me a lot.
So that shifts sometimes
It's like a
don't just
physical
happen overnight,
effect.
right? You know that a shift could happen, but it might take 6 months for the energy to come in. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, I was born this way. It's affected me this way my entire life.
But when it affects you, how do you lash out? Because it seems like...
How do I lash out? No, I don't. I hermit it. I hermit mode.
And you just stay... So then I'm confused because...
Okay, I'm an Aquarius sun, Leo rising, Scorpio moon, and Jupiter in Taurus.
Yeah, I don't know shit about sun signs.
I'm all for fixed signs.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't read the
So
planet.
it's nothing for me to go to myself.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I understand. What you're saying.
I can shut the world out.
but see, what's been consistent with you is that you say you have walls, you're guarded, you shut the world out, but you lash out at some every once in a while. So that's like two different.
Oh yeah, it's mostly my dad though. I mean, that's not a big deal.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, you're saying I'll punch a guy in the face, but when the shift's coming, I'm gonna hermit down. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah,
I get the reason you're hard to read is because you seem, and I know this you have like multiple personalities going around, like seriously, like you have, and I know that sounds rude or whatever, but
no, it's not. Trust me, I got an entire book somewhere around here.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, so like, depending on what face is popping up or what entity or whatever you have in you, you're one way or another. So nobody's ever going to give you a good reading because when there's something that guarded people also do. Guarded people will let entities in their body to help them with situations for support. So I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer for me. And don't think about the question. I want you to say the first thing that pops in your mind. All right? Are you ready?
You're telling an Aquarius not to think. Okay, yes, I'm ready.
Because if you think you're gonna give me a lie. All right?
Okay, go.
I want you to think. I want you to just something's gonna pop in your head. Say the first thing that pops in your head. Ready? Truth. How many entities are in you?
How many what?
See, you're trying. No,
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, because it came out troubled.
Okay. Truth. How many entities are in you?
2.
See? You should only have one. You have 2 faces. You have 2 things in you.
Well, no, it was...
No, don't think about it. You answered it. And I asked truth before.
Yeah, but no, there's a reason I always say 2, though.
Well, is there more then?
No, I always say 2. Because it's me and my aunt. She's always with me.
So, you understand that in a body, you should only have one entity in a body. And if you wanted your aunt to maintain her relationship with you, she could come outside your body. She doesn't need to sit in your body with you.
Oh, no, she's outside of me. But she just likes to be, like, touching
so when
me
I
all
asked
the time.
Question, though, I asked how many entities are in you, and you said 2. So either you lied to me.
Well, no, she used to always tell me like we were the same person. Like she was a soulmate. So it's kind of like losing part of me.
Okay, but
now that I can hear her, it's kind of like we're together. It's very hard to explain and complex in an Aquarius mind.
But see, you're hiding behind. I'm gonna sound kind of rude now, but I want you to understand. You're hiding behind all these excuses to justify your point of view. See, I'm just trying to get to the root right now by asking you generalized questions. So you're telling me It's hard to understand me because I'm a this sun sign stuff. So you got a whole list of sun signs and how to justify your behavior and all this shit. That's why I don't believe in the stars. I'll be honest with you. I don't live by the stars. I don't believe by the stars. I hope I didn't offend no one and lose anyone, but then that gives you an excuse to say, "Oh, it's Mercury retrograde. My everything's going wrong for me." I don't live by that shit. I live by choice, and I don't believe the situation because you can change your energy. You can change what energy comes in. You can change all that. So when you telling me, and I'm trying to hold your feet to the fire, and it is uncomfortable, and I'm asking you how many energies are in you. And then don't think about it. Just tell me how many energies are in you. Well, I'm in the I got all this stuff, and you're dodging the question. I'm just one. I don't need. There's a story behind it, and everyone has a story.
Yeah.
You got a story about how you're at and everything. I just need to know how many energies are in you because listen, you got two entities that keep popping up. That's why no one's able to get. You want to know why people can't read you is because 1 minute you're you, the next minute something else is coming through, so they get mixed messages. Based on whatever situation it is. And then when you get uncomfortable, I'm pretty sure the other thing's popping out. So you're constantly going like this. So I bet you have the worst monkey mind in the world. You never could relax. Your mind's constantly racing. You're uneasy at times because you don't even have a sense of who you are. That's the problem here. Like you're all over, like it's and like I said, you're bouncing all over the place. When I asked you that question, you're running, and I'm not trying to hurt you. It's a safe place. I'm
listening. I'm intrigued because I thought I had a pretty damn good idea of who I was.
Well, the thing is when I ask a question like that, I didn't say how many entities are around you, because if you would have answered that question, you would have probably said like how whatever you let around your house. You can make rules for what comes in and out of your house as well, people, just an FYI. And there's another thing you can do just to talk about entities is in my house and my property line, I have a rule that says anyone that enters my property in my house, if they have attached entities, their entities have to stay at the sidewalk and only the original occupant can come in through the front door. That's my contract. Because that when you come into my house, I don't want this wishy-washy bullshit. I want you in my house, me talking to you, me going ahead and getting the real original occupant, not some entity that's there because you don't want to deal with the situation. Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah. People employ, I said this before, people employ entities to come in. So I'm going to give you some examples real fast. Have you ever been drinking with someone and their personality does 180 different degrees? That's because most likely when they were drinking and vulnerable, they let a spirit that's still around, that was an alcoholic, come in. He steps in and he takes over that body while when they get and they keep going, and it's a whole nother fucking person. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. This shit is real. This shit happens. I
was always told that a drunk person or a really angry person always told the truth.
But they also are vulnerable. You can drink and be spiritual as long as you're aware and you stay up to that point and you keep your awareness around you. You got to constantly know that there are things that can fucking come and jump on you. Most people are not evolved enough spiritually to be able to drink and maintain their independence from something coming and attaching to them.
Because
that's why
when I drink, it doesn't let me, like, I can get a little, like, giggly, whatever you want to call it, and then my mind goes, nope, sober up.
Yeah. So the one thing I would do, because you're kind of, one is you need to start asking when you hear things in your head or an idea in your head or something, like, is that me or is that something else? Because you have something else with you. Okay. At least that's what I'm getting, because I can't get it. I'm getting your energy's bouncing around like a fucking yo-yo. I'm being honest. Like, it's hard to even get a feel for who you are right now, because your energy is going like this, like and the other thing is so I'm going to give you an example. I worked with a kid the other day, just talking to him, and he made some bad contracts in his sleep. He signed blood contracts in blood. And I was talking to this kid. and I don't do this shit. I'll be honest with you guys. This is the first time, and I'm very uncomfortable. I don't do this shit publicly. But I was talking to one of my cousins' best friends, and they were little. They're like 12, 13 years old. This kid was abused his whole life. Something came to him in his sleep, and he's of Asian descent, and it was and it made him sound like a blood contract, and it was like an Asian samurai. So I'm talking to him. I'm asking the same questions I'm asking you, and he said, something keeps popping in my head, telling me to run. And then I'm like, why are they telling you to run, right? So I start getting in a little bit deeper, and then as I start getting deeper and deeper and deeper, like I'm going to try with you a little bit, he said that something keeps telling me to kill. See, so there are things that are bad as well, or not really of good vibration, that will defend themselves because they believe that they understand that you have the body, you have the power. Spirits are just spirits. They they feed on your fear or whatever, but they really don't have power over your body unless you give a domain over them. Do you see what I'm saying? You have the body, you have the power, you have the control to make that thing come in, go, leave, whatever the hell you want to do. The problem is like I said, drugs, alcohol, abuse, depression, those are all vulnerable states where people don't understand who they really are anymore, and they end up letting things in a lot of times.
That was childhood. We cleared that. Wait, that wasn't that long ago.
So when you were a child and you went through your abuses that happened, it sounds like, did you create a friend, or did you create like a buddy or something like that in order to help you cope with what was going on?
I've talked to dead people my whole life.
Well, hold on. That's not what the question was, though.
I know, but I never had to create like a friend. Like I've always seen them, heard them, talked to them.
So you've been able to see. So did you tell your parents that you could see shit?
Oh yeah.
So how wrong were you made for being able to see shit? How wrong were you made? How bad were you judged by your own parents that you would tell them that you can see shit, and they would
my mom, she didn't say that much about it. She kind of knew. My dad, he was told by his father that if you could hear him, see him, or talk to them, that you were dying. So that never went over well with him. My aunt, she was the same way that I am. So, I mean, it kind of runs in our family to be able to do it.
But I guess as a child, here's the question I'm trying to get, or the point I'm trying to get from you is, were you ever made wrong for having that ability by somebody in your family? Because the thing is, that was...
Oh, yeah, my grandma. Mm-hmm.
So that starts... How much did you love your grandma?
I live with her.
Still now?
Yeah, I'm divorced.
So knowing what your grandma knows about you, how in your mind, and I'm not saying this is true with her mind, how accepted do you believe you are by your grandmother, knowing that she knows everything that you can do?
Well, when other people are around, she calls it bullshit. But when it's just me and her, she'll come back out. Like, she'll come back here and she'll ask me, who's in here with me?
So now I'm going to circle back. Now I got some foundation in there.
I don't know.
So now that I got some foundation, I'm going to circle back now, okay? Why do you think that you carry multiple faces? Somebody you love, right? When they're in public, they're showing you that you got to act one way, so there's your one face. When the person that you love and have respect for is alone with you, now they accept you. Now you're good enough to go ahead and show your ability. That's why you're in the situation that you're having some of the problems you're having right now.
Okay,
that's why I got divorced.
But see,
doesn't make sense.
Mimicking her grandmother.
No, but that's not helping. So the thing is this: you live two lives. You have two walls. You have two faces. You
But I still do it in front of people with her around, but she
I
hates
understand
it.
that, but okay, but you got to think about it. You're a 12-year-old kid. You're not or let's just say you're 12 or you're a 5-year-old kid, and let's say you've been this behavior probably just didn't happen right now since you were. I don't know how old you are. Let's say you're an adult. Let's say you're in your 20s, 30s, whatever. I don't know how old you are. I'm just going to say 20, 30, right?
I like 20s.
Okay. I don't care the age. I'm just being a gentleman, all right? But if that behavior didn't just start right now, do you understand? Like, you got to think about it. You've probably been treated that way your whole life. So your whole life you were told, don't be who you are in front of people. You got to put a fake, you can't do what you do in front of people because you'll be judged. So from the beginning of life, when they found out you can do this, you've created two faces, two lifestyles, two different things out of protection for who you originally are.
How do I get rid of it?
Well, it's really ingrained in you, honestly. Like, you defend the fuck out of it. Like,
no, get rid of it. Make it be gone.
Well, let me explain something to you.
I don't want it.
I understand that, but even just saying that right now, like, let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a question right now. Truth, if I could help you get rid of that second face, would you get rid of it?
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask everyone right now. I asked the question. She said, she gave me an answer. What did your gut feeling say? I want to see something real fast. Okay, this is just to get everyone involved. In the chat,
that's cool. I can't see it though, but y'all gotta tell me.
That's fine. I'll let you know in the chat. Anyone that's listening, I asked her a question as if I was able to remove them, would you get rid of them? And she said, "Oh hell yes." But what did your gut feeling say? It's a yes or no question. Jack says yes.
Well, like Casey said, he can't get rid of it. Only she can, right?
Well, there's a reason I'm asking this question, Mom. Give me a minute. Let me work this out. You're butting in a little bit. Give me a minute. All right. So one person, two people. Jack says yes. Casey says no. It's supposed to be your gift, and it's only meant for your eyes, is what somebody else is saying, which that's controversial as well. If you are who you are, you shouldn't hide who you are. You were born a certain way. You got certain abilities. You got certain gifts. You should never hide who you are, because of, that's selling yourself short. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is when you don't acknowledge your gift, and you don't have to show everyone. You can just be quiet and the shit happens or whatever. You just don't acknowledge it, but you don't deny or build a second personality around it. You're still you. You don't have to worry because people will still care about you. So here's the thing. My gut says no, even though you said hell yes, and I'm going to tell you why. Even if I could, and I might be able to help you, but you would let it back in, and there's one reason why. For so long, you've lived your life with these two things. So it's kind of a defense mechanism, just like you said. While having that defense mechanism, you become accustomed to, like you said, you'll bark, you'll fight, you'll do everything. Even if I went in and I did make it go away, you would feel so vulnerable to a point because it's this unfamiliar space with you that you would either let that in or something worse in because you're not used to being who you are. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is something that when you're ready to let it go for real, and
how do you gradually let it
go? So first of all, you got to get to know, and I know that this sounds weird, but you need to start being more comfortable with you. And when people tell you, don't show your gift, be like, why? I can do what I want to do. That's my fucking choice. If I want to talk about it, if I want to do something, you don't need to just, you know what I mean? Because for so long, I think people have been mimicking, like shutting you down. The thing is you don't need to shut down. You just don't say nothing. Like me right now. You see what I'm doing with you right now? I could do that to anyone. I could walk into the store. I get messages about people all the fucking time, talking to them, seeing.
Yeah, I do too.
I could run up to them and say, hey, if you change this and this and then blah, blah, blah. But I don't. You see what I'm saying? It all starts with asking questions because that's why I said, can I ask you some questions, right? And you answered, right? That's what opens the door. The thing is if I just go ahead and remove something that you've been around forever, and some people will do that. They'll just go in and be like, okay, let me help you get rid of that. You'll be too vulnerable. You'll be so, because all your life you've kind of been conditioned that you need this guard, and you need to start to wean yourself off. When you start to feel this guard come in, you need to be like, no, I ain't choosing that no more. I'm not fucking choosing that no more. I'm gonna be me, and I'll let people make their choice based on that. First, you got to get comfortable with who you are. What I mean by that is all the way around, spiritually, sexually, everything. You got to be fucking 100%. I am me, no matter what.
That's my saying. I'm just me.
Then, once you're at a point that you know that you can stand on your 2 feet and be vulnerable around anyone, you don't need to judge them. You don't need to be mean. You could say hi, smile. You don't need to bark. You don't need to have this guard up. When you start to see you can do that, then talk to my mom and you guys could fucking remove the entity or whatever. But I promise you, we could play the game right now. We can act like we're going to get rid of it. You ain't going to fucking get rid of it because it's going to leave you too fucking vulnerable. I promise you. Like, you'll feel good. Like I said.
So it's kind of like a pacifier and a baby. You slowly take it.
Well, in your instance, yeah, because the thing is you have built so much of your life with this. So what, if your grandma's done this, it's not, this is what I want you to understand. I don't believe that somebody just starts treating somebody like that since you moved in with them.
Oh no, it's been like this way since I was 2.
Had this type of behavior from your grandmother, who you respect for since you were little. So you had your whole life with this thing. So yeah, like I told you, some people, I could go in there and I promise you, I could knock this thing out and you'd be, oh, I feel a little bit better. But I promise you, in a week, you'll be like, I don't know how to be me because I there's too much. It's too much. You either get one entity or you'll get multiple entities, because this one thing is handling multiple aspects of your life. So if you go ahead and remove it right now without getting a foundation, like I told you, all that shit in the beginning, remember I was talking about all that, I started the night off like that, you will end up reattracting one or more to help you through this shit in order to sort it out, because you don't know how to do it just on your own. That's why I said there was a reason I asked earlier, and I don't know if you heard me. I said, this ain't you. This is a 13-year-old kid. And then I said, even younger, because I wanted you to think of when you're that young and you're looking at family and somebody says that's what creates behaviors in you that will make you shut down or do whatever. My grandkids, very, very spiritual wise. They have eyes. They have the eyes. I call it the eyes, but they have the eyes. And I tell their parents all the time, if they ever say they see this or do that or whatever, don't fucking be like, oh, you're crazy, or don't just be like, oh, really? Explain to me what's going on. So that way they could keep that line of communication open. The minute that somebody tells them you're fucking crazy, blah, 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 boom, they have a choice, and 99% of kids shut that shit down instantly.
Yeah, because they ask me questions all the time, and I used to encourage you guys all the time.
But like I said, the thing is one, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you something about you, and can you go in front of a mirror?
Yeah.
And can you look yourself in the eye, stand there naked one day, or even now, I don't know who's at your house, whatever. Look at yourself up and down while you're naked and say, I love and approve of myself. Can you do that?
Yes.
You can do that right, like without anything else.
Without a shadow of a doubt, I can do that right now.
Okay, so then that's good.
It took me years to be able to do that.
So at one point, that was a weakness then.
Oh yeah, my ex-husband told me I needed to be normal. Like, he made me shut completely down.
So, see, I got a theme that I'm getting from you, and the theme is this: like, I won't love you unless you don't show anyone your true self and your true self is the one that could see things and everything. So it's a blackmail kind of thing. I will love you if you are not this. I will love you. I will accept you if you are not this. Do you understand? So for some reason, this is what I was saying. So if you can do the I love you looking in the mirror naked, no judgment or whatever, the next thing is okay, can I talk to people where you say, like without biting them off or without punching them in the face? Can I avoid conflict? Can I show vulnerability? That would probably be the next step, I would say, because the first thing is building your self-confidence. If you could look in the mirror and do what I told you, that would be the first step. The next step would be your outward confidence in order to do that. And then I would say you could probably get rid of those things because now, and acceptance. If you do meet somebody new and you don't ever just open up and be like, oh, I can see spirits. That's fucking crazy. I wouldn't even do that if I could do that. What I would say
that's a bad starter.
No,
that's
you don't
how I start them.
No, that's something that's and over time you get to know them, you talk to them, and then you talk to them, and if they make you feel bad, fuck them. Like you don't.
No, seriously, that's how I start it now. I'm like, oh, by the way, I talk to dead people, and your uncle's standing next to you. Want to know?
Well,
and if they don't like it, then I'm like, oh, my bad.
Well, but you're trying to gain friendship or a relationship through shock factoring them.
Well, it's either they're going to accept it like that or
but that's
if you can't accept that, then you can't accept me.
No, that's not true because if you're a fucking stranger and you came up to me and I know a lot of stuff, I'd probably be like, fuck you, you're crazy. Get the fuck out of here. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how can I explain? Like because so many people make that a joke nowadays. Like, you know what I mean? They open with some stupid liner and I'm not saying that's stupid, but how can I explain like this without sounding like...
I get what you're saying. I don't start them like that, but I do eventually within like 2 or 3 conversations.
Yeah, like after
I bring it up.
Hanging out, blah, blah, blah. Hey, what do you do? You got any special gifts? Yeah. Something like that. Not just, hey, I see spirits. Your uncle's right there. This motherfucker, if you told me, hey, your grandpa's behind you, and now you're just meeting me, I'm like, good, shake his fucking hand. I'm out of here. Especially if let's say we're meeting up for a date and you told me that, I'd be like, well, you know what? I'd probably be like, I'm going to sleep with this woman because she's probably fucking freaky, out of her mind in bed, crazy. And then I'd dump you on your ass. Let's be honest. I mean, that's if I was a single man. I mean, because, they say daddy issue girls and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, those are jokes that guys say, and it's very piggish, but, I'm just saying. But yeah, the thing is, not outside of the bullshit talk I was just doing, I think that once you can get around not talking through a wall and having or filtering, like in other words, your relationships, I think that at that point you can work with someone and get rid of whatever you got. If not by then, they just totally leave because you don't need them no more because they can leave as well. You don't need to make those things can actually leave without you having to remove them because they get uncomfortable, right? Especially when you raise your vibrations, because that's a whole nother conversation.
I don't know how much higher I can get. Never mind. You told me it was weird, and we just met, and I can't tell you this yet.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just telling you right now.
Have you ever talked to planets?
There's a lot of things I've done that's probably crazy that I don't just divulge. So I don't. Yeah, I've done weird shit. I'm trying to.
Okay. This is new territory for me.
Well, you don't have to talk to planets. I told you everything. You could talk to houses. You could talk to trees. You could talk to.
No. This is new though. Like they actually, I can hear. Like this is new.
That just means you're more in tune with nature than most people. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but you get what I'm.
It's not wrong. It's not right. It's not nothing. It's just that. Okay, I'm gonna give you an example. When there's an earthquake about to happen, all the animals in that area will go ahead and evacuate the area. The only one animal that doesn't leave is us, and that's because we have totally disconnected from the earth vibration in order to feel those signals. And I don't care what anybody says on here. We're fucking.
I get a headache.
I don't care
in a certain area.
How evolved you are, or how evolved we are, or how technical we are. We are ultimately animals. We're just an animal we're animals. Like, let society collapse and you will see how freaking animals we are. So people go, oh, we're humans. We're evolved. We're not animals. We're beyond that. No, we have primal urges. And when push comes to shove, we're very bad. The problem is we have let a lot of those primal urges go, which means being in tune with earth and being like an animal, with earth. And we've given that up for computers and and cell phones and all that shit. So we're more in tune with electronics than Earth. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
yeah, but see, I get a headache in a certain area in my head when I know that like there's either a really bad flood coming, a hurricane, an earthquake, a fire, like something disastrous. I know what it is. I just can't pinpoint where yet.
oh man, yeah.
Now here's my question, because
the thing is you. So, are you liking these new things or not? Because here's the second thing: you have a choice.
I don't have a choice to accept them. I always accept
Hold
my
on.
gift.
Let me explain something real fast. Hold on. I know you're gonna jump on me because, like, what I want you to understand is this. And I'm not telling you have to get rid of that entity. You don't have to have it. You still have two faces. You can maintain those two faces. It's not wrong. That's not right. Okay. It's not normal because the rule is like in one body, one entity, whatever, right? But here's the thing. You have a choice. The more that you pursue consciousness, the things that you're talking about, like planetary feelings, things like that, become more aware, and they're gonna more other things are gonna become even more aware to you because you're traveling a road to be open up and become more consciousness. Now you can have an expanded reality, dabble a little bit, and still maintain your current lifestyle and be okay. But if you're gonna, my PSA to everyone who's trying to become more spiritual is, you do understand, like, you will start seeing things, you'll start knowing things, you'll start feeling things, and if you know what I mean. So if you're not one to like have that, you get jarred sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, walking by someone who is suicidal is, especially if you have empathy or you're empathetic or whatever, or you can feel other people's shit. It's sad. Or watching a sad video, watching little kids cry or watching things like that, you'll just start bawling and shit because you're becoming more spiritual. You're becoming more aware. You're becoming where you can feel other people's emotions at the time, even though it's a snapshot in time. When they react, you start feeling that. And that's part of becoming more aware. That's becoming more spiritual. But see, everyone nowadays says throws spirituality around like it's the cool new thing, but they don't really understand the additions, right? So they start to go the path. They start to unlock the doors. And then they're like, holy shit, this is more than I expected. It's like a fad now. There's real people. And I know I'm sounding fucking rude, but this is like one of the fads that, like, it's cool to be spiritual right now, right? And then you got people, they just half-ass it. And then you got people who want to jump on YouTube and they want to go ahead and just get the views. So they blow smoke up people's asses and they get all the views so they can get the money or whatever. I don't give a shit about none of that, honestly. I don't even know if I'll ever be on here again. This is probably I don't like this shit. I can do this shit. I just don't like this shit, honestly. But like I said, with you, I would say go ahead and start to work on standing on your 2 feet as far as socially. And then probably bring this back up with my mom again, or I'll probably jump on again and we could talk. But I know because there's some other people who want to chat with me, I believe. Who was next? I don't mean to cut her off, but let's go ahead and go to someone else.
Gigi was the first one on.
Hi, Gigi.
Hi.
Shake your head. I've been seeing you agree. I was going, oh, yeah, okay. She's already got an assumption for me. You got a question or something that you want to ask me?
No, I don't have an assumption.
No, not an assumption, but it's just you have a question for me or advice or something.
I started out having a question, and I think I got into my own energy, and I pulled some cards, and I got some clarity. I think I was in a little bit of maybe a little bit of anxiety. I have to move in a week and I don't have a place. And I kind of had some promptings, some downloads that were coming to me, and they kind of sounded a little crazy at first. But then the person that I was wanting to actually connect with about my idea, I saw yesterday, and they actually said something to me that reflected my idea. So that was my way of knowing that there was like a go ahead.
You know how many times I've been smacked in the face when I'll get my first exposure to something, and then I don't act on that first exposure, and then I get smacked in the face a second time or a third time. Like, hey, motherfucker, wake up. This is time for you to do this. And it's confirmation, right? So when I was younger, I used to not listen, and I lost out on a lot of stuff.
Me too.
Recently, as I've become more mature and more, I guess, aware, I started to pay attention to those because I get hit. Like, I'll tell everyone right now, don't ever challenge the So I've got those messages, but I also done the stupidest thing you could probably do. And this is what I was saying. I've had some few experiences. I've challenged the beings or whatever and said, hey, you know what? Fuck off. You ain't in my life or whatever. I swear something hit me in the back of the legs and almost dropped me to my knees by doing some weird shit like that because I was young and dumb and I said some stupid shit. So I started learning that when you get those like bites or those signs are like, hey, you know, something's going on over here, you should jump on it. And then like I'll talk to somebody and then I hear it from a weird, like out of someone makes a reference towards the same situation. Or
exactly.
Like I'm like, okay, I guess it's time for me to do what they're saying because lightning don't usually strike twice in the same place, you know, at different times, you know. So I guess, you know, that's the only, I guess you follow your gut too. Like, you can always ask yourself questions with truth. Like, truth, is this a good situation for me? I was trying to explain this earlier. Like, if I ask you questions and you can lie to me, if I just say, or there's two caveats to that, but if I ask you a question, you can lie to me. If I say truth before the question, I'll feel if you're lying to me. Or in my head, which I do to everyone all the time, I'll talk to them and I say truth in my head while I'm talking, so I can always get the truth or know when they're lying. Works on my kids; they fucking hate it. They don't really know what I'm doing, but I know, you know, I can always know what's going on or anything like that. But to be able to do that, though, you also have to know what your feelings are. You have to be more aware of what's a negative and what's a positive, right? And don't go with pride. And don't think you can always ask a friend that don't even know the situation. Just ask them truth. Blah 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 blah. Will this you know? And they'll be like, yeah. And make sure it's a yes or no format. But if they say yes or no, you can get an answer that way too. So, so those are just little weird hacks that you can do with people and utilize stuff like that. So.
So. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're picking up anything about this situation, but I totally agree with you that, you know, I could ask for the truth. And for me, the truth very often comes in a way of knowing. There's like a knowing that drops in for me, like a certainty.
So you're pretty cautious overall, huh?
I do like to be thorough.
Let me rephrase the you're not a risk taker.
No, I'm not. You're right.
You're very you're conservative as far as like your outlook on a lot of things. Kind of, you're like.
Although when I was younger, I was more of a risk taker.
So I'm not saying you need to be, but I think in a lot like you've lost the balance. You need to be in the middle. Like you got to be like you're in a suit of armor. And there's magnets on each side pulling you each way. You got to try to walk the middle all through life. You can't always be on one side or the other because you might be missing.
Right.
You'll be missing that other perspective, right?
Right.
If you look at today's society, a lot of stories are portrayed in one way, and it's always this way or the other. You don't ever get a equal shot down the middle on the way things are presented anymore because everyone has a fucking agenda, right? So.
Right.
In order for you to get away from those agendas a lot of times and not buy into them, if you're more safe and on the safe side, you'll totally lean towards those type of stories because you know, versus like the more controversial people or whatever in the stories or weird things, and those are uncomfortable because it's something that you kind of totally shut down to, right? So going back to like that question about serial killers or whatever like that. You want to go ahead and open up those channels of energy because you might be missing out on other opportunities that you thought were never even possible because you think they might be a little bit risky. You know what I'm saying? That's the only advice I kind of got. I could see that you're very calculated, I guess is the better word.
You know, I still continue to do a lot of things that a lot of people wouldn't do.
But
So it's not as if I'm like.
Well, I'm not saying that you're a square. Yeah. No, I don't mean it like that. No.
So
but I'm just saying, like, you
conservative to me is like.
Yeah. See, no, I don't mean like you're totally in a box like that. No, what I mean is like you will weigh your options out and always go for a safe bet versus is like, well, let me roll the dice and see what happens. Kind of that kind of.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I mean by conservative like that. I don't mean like you're in a skirt all the way down to your ankles when you go outside. I'm not like that. I'm not,
Yeah, I mean, I was young and I was talking about, my being able to see my clairvoyant visions and things like that. Now, I could relate to Star's story because when I was growing up, that wasn't acceptable to talk about. And I was always called sensitive and hypersensitive and, oh, you're too sensitive and, all of that. So I grew up with, oh, maybe there's something wrong with me, and always kind of like a little anxious about, am I PC? Am I doing something wrong? So that created its own problems. But I don't want to go into story about myself so much as to say that I grew up in a time, I feel, my reality was I grew up in a generation where this stuff just was.
Well, it was persecuted. Let's be honest. It was still persecuted.
Alien.
Yes. And not only that, you were judged. You had
and judgment galore.
Yes, and you were
right.
Also,
and we were put into a box, and if we didn't fit in that box, they tried to fit us in that box until that box just like almost suffocated us. Yes. Right.
Yes. I've been doing this since they were little. I took them to everything.
And I did this with my sons as well. There was no way I was going to shut them down.
Yeah.
And my oldest son started seeing spirits from very, very young, so it just so happened, it's interesting how that happens. Not all his friends saw spirits, but I believe his soul chose, like your kid's soul chose you, so that they could express this. So the place where I'm going actually is that I believe your generation and even younger are coming in with the ability to be able to tap into this at a younger age and be more authentic with who they are. Okay, you're talking about authenticity, and I love young people, and I feel they flock to me like bees to honey, because I admire their authenticity, and they're just looking for a little bit of wisdom to try to steer the boat, help them steer the boat. And that's like one of my favorite things to do. But I believe that there is a rhyme and a reason as to why the people of my generation who are just finding out now and trying to deal with their gifts are having so tough a time doing so, because that judgment is so bound in.
Yep. So let me address a couple of things there. Yeah. One is, okay, so my grandma died. She's an older lady, so she'd be old now, like probably in her hundreds, I think. But you got to look at the times. At the time, there's no words for like a lot of. Let's just talk about like even the Bible prophets or whatever, the Egyptian prophets, Nostradamus, whatever the hell. So a prophet looking back at time. Look at the language at the time, and look at what the language is now. There's not a description for spaceship in the 1900s, 1500s, right? Or whatever. So, and I'll get to the point. I know I'm jumping kind of way back, but okay. I'm trying to frame this thing. And then there's no knowledge really about it. They're like, okay, there's this guy was able to predict the future, Nostradamus, blah, blah, blah. He wrote the Quatrains and, and he's using these rhymes for the language of the time, which we now are trying to figure out what the hell that means, right? Because there was no spaceship. There was no alien. There was no bombs. If you saw a bomb blow up, and it would look like a cigarette or fire in the sky, right? Like, if you think of the words they used then and how they described it, you have to look at that. So that goes as far as on with even spirituality. The only race or the peoples that I know that have kept their people open through centuries are Native Americans.
Americans, right.
So they kept the words, they kept the spirituality, the teachings. And then in the Mexican culture, they kind of hid it a little bit through curanderas, and things like that. Like they were like, and it was on the hush hush. Like if you thought someone was bad, you went to church and then you'd go see this guy and he might be able to crack an egg or clear you or whatever, right? So, and they kept it in like that little box, like you said, right? So like when I'd ask my grandma things, she'd be like, just pray, Hito, because that was the answer back then. They'd go to the church would tell them, just pray. And there was no other option. Well, now you have the internet, and the internet has everybody's opinion, and it's just a wealth of information. I mean, I was reading an article the other day that said if the internet went down, we would lose so much information because they're not printing books no more. So we would lose all this generational knowledge that's now open at the click of a finger, that you can learn about spirituality, you can learn about reading cards, you can learn about anything, the stars, the moon, whatever the hell, right? You can find out how to make things, whatever, right? So it's just a sign of the times and how we've evolved from a very basic to where it's kind of enforced to where now you do it. Like Wiccans were a society that was hidden. There's a lot of Wiccans, but they know magic. They know a lot about stuff like that, right? But they've kept it under the wraps for centuries. You have Celtics, you have like all these societies that they worked under the thing, and now they have
being killed.
Yeah. So the persecution doesn't happen as frequent now. They still persecute people, don't get me wrong, but it's a different way. But the knowledge is now out there. Like you can go out, you can put Celtic spell, and you fucking get 100 things in Google. You could put witchcraft, whatever the hell you want to put in there, how to do this, how to clean this, whatever. You'll find 100 different ways from 100 different secular things that happened at from the ancient times, right? So I think a lot of it is just that the acceptance part is because the knowledge is free now. You don't have to go join a cult, or you don't have to you don't need to find a guru now. You can self-study and then find somebody to clear up all of the ends for you. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's.
But I also think there's another kind of layer to that, and that is religion. Back when I was a kid, religion was everything. Religion dictated everything. And so it's almost as if you couldn't make that choice. It was totally taboo. It wasn't even allowed to permeate society. Now, I think there's less of a grip.
Yep. So I'm not rolling my eyes at you. I'm looking, trying to pay attention to you, and I'm just making sure no one's addressing me directly on this. I talked to the other lady, and I didn't look at chat at all. I was hoping my mom would play mediator while I talked to everybody. But yeah, I think you're right. I think your housing, whatever you got as the second message, I think you'll be fine. But the message I do get for you is that you need to start being more balanced on all aspects of your life. I think that you take the safe route a lot of times and never ever anticipate kind of like, well, what if it was a little bit more risky? You know what I'm saying? You're more like, the calculations are always a safe calculation, but sometimes you might think your life is boring, and I'm not saying that you do. I'm just saying because you don't have any. You're always taking the safe route, so you don't ever get the excitement like when you're younger. When you're younger and you're making. Sometimes you have to roll the dice and say, "Fuck it, let's see what happens." You know what I mean?
I'm right at the precipice of doing that with this housing situation. I'm actually thinking of moving to Mexico. Like that didn't even cross my mind, or I didn't even think that made sense for me. And
well, you can go and come back. That's the easiest thing.
Exactly. And it's like, well, what would I be losing?
So here's this question I'm going to ask you now. If money wasn't an issue, what would you do it?
I would definitely do it.
Oh, then fucking do it. You see what I'm saying? There's your answer right there. Because
I'm so up for a change of scenery.
See, so if money wasn't an issue, that's always a question, because a lot of people try to make the decision around money. Yeah. So that's why the main thing is ask the question: if money wasn't an issue, would I do it? Boom. That'll usually get your answer, and then usually everything will fall in line for you.
And finding a place with somebody, it's the other decision is to say yes or no about the person who would join me in the place to live. So, that's kind of a risk too.
Cool. Cool. I mean, sounds like you're doing pretty well.
What you should do is ask the universe questions and follow the energy.
Yeah. That's.
Well, the other thing is don't discount your gut instinct either, though. Don't never see. A lot of people will always want to read. They want confirmation. Not they already know the answer, but they doubt their own self. So a lot of people already know the answer, but they want somebody to validate. They want validation. So a lot of times it comes down to trusting you and your gut instinct, and a lot of people don't.
Very true.
They don't. They get the message. They get it. They know the answer. So they go, you know what? Let me get a second opinion on that but like I said, I asked the simple question is just rephrase it. If money ain't an issue, or whatever the project is, if you think it's money is blocking, you ask that question. If it's marriage, if marriage wasn't an issue, would I do it? If blah 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 wasn't whatever, you mark the whatever it is. If this wasn't the issue, would I do it? And if you say yes, normally it's like, hey, let's go. It's good. It's a good time.
Well, my gut tells me yes. My gut tells me yes for the place.
Attention to your body. I teach you guys that all the time.
And my gut also tells me, or my body, my knowing, my body, head to toe, tells me that yes, it is the right thing to do with this person. The only thing that's in question is whether this person is actually going to allow himself to say yes as well.
Okay, so here's the second question I'm going to throw out there. I might throw a monkey wrench in what you're thinking, but I guess the last question I have is, even if the person didn't do it, or if he flakes out, let's say he doesn't and flakes out and comes back, would you be able to maintain without that person? You see what I'm saying? Because
if I have more of a flow of income, within the next month or so, then yes. But if not, no.
So that's what I kind of got when you were talking, was I didn't realize there's that second person involved. So the next question I would ask, like I said to you, is if the person was to flake out, would I be able to still maintain this? And if not, then you want to reevaluate or see, because the thing is you never want to leave yourself where you're relying on somebody else, because people will let you down. It's unfortunate. You know what I mean? It's a sad thing to say, but people will sometimes flake out on you in the middle, or be like, hey, something went on, I got to do this now. And now they leave you stuck in limbo. Right. So that's why I asked that question, is if you didn't have that person with you, would you still be able to do it? Because that way you make it even a more informed decision. Right. And I'm not, maybe, or just go for it and fuck it. And like I said, if you ain't got nothing to lose, go for it. If he comes back, you come back. As long as you don't buy a house or something down there where you have 30, 40 years or whatever, right? Where you have to make obligations or payments, then.
No, you just usually have to sign a year's lease.
Oh, yeah. So, and I'm pretty sure it's not like $1,000 or $2,000 a month like in Colorado, right? So.
Oh, it is.
It is? What part of Mexico are you going?
Baja.
Oh, well, that's because you're going to beachfront property. I hope you got to walk out on the beach, because if I'm going to Mexico, I'm living on the beach, I'm drinking beer while I work, and I'm eating oysters and seafood every day.
That's right.
There you go.
I want to see that water.
There you go. I love the ocean. So yeah.
But you know what? I go to a reader to tell me something I have a blind spot for.
Well, here's the problem with that. And is that at this moment, and this is the only problem I have sometimes, is, I can tell you what you're like, just about you and your belief system and stuff like that. My mom could read your cards for you, and that's a snapshot at this current time. But you can make some personal choices and changes tomorrow, and she'll redo your cards tomorrow, and you get a whole nother fucking reading. So to me, a reading's not really a guide or it gives you a snapshot. If you continue on the path you're on right now, this is what happened. But what happens a lot of times is people kind of jump off the path after reading, because they overthink it, and they're like, oh, maybe I need to change this or change this. And then, so they kind of veer off to where the target was here, and they're like, oh, I missed the target. What happened? And they get another reading, but that's why when people are like, well, it's full. I've heard people go, oh, the cards are reading full of shit. Well, the problem is people take it too much, because they're not there. It's telling you in your current situation, this is what's happening, and this is a probability of what can happen, right? If you stay on your current path, you can go and make, okay, I'm going to do this now and I'm going to do that. And by tomorrow, I can read your cards again, or she could, and you're going to get a whole new reading that, and you'll be like, well, wait, yesterday I asked the same question. This is the guide you gave me. Today I asked the question. You're giving me a different guide because your energy changes, and based on your beliefs, your mind, your all that stuff affects the way those cards are going to read, right? So that's the only problem. That's the only thing I can do. Like me, I can read people. I can give people a little bit of things about their personal beliefs, about receiving, things like that. Like I gave you about the maybe take a little bit more risk, but like telling you what to do or whatever, that's still a choice, because the thing is you can choose to do it and be the most successful person, or you can choose to do it and maybe you fell, let's say, right? Or but that doesn't mean it's the end of the world for you. You know what I'm saying? There's always something greater beyond. There's always something greater, as long as you keep maintaining that positive. If you ever get negative and you fall in the dumps, hopefully you have somebody that's like, hey buddy, let's go fucking get you out. Because everybody needs somebody sometimes to help kick them in the ass to get them out of there. I don't know, even if it's somebody who isn't spiritual, when they notice that you're in the dumps, they need to pick you up by the car and be like, bro, we're gonna have a beer, let's go right now. I got a couple people that are like that, you know, and they're not into this community or nothing, but they know that, hey, it's time to fucking get Steve, let's distress, let's go, and you know what I mean, and it puts me back on track. Consider yourself lucky, blessed. So I try. I think with me, it's either people like me or they hate me. There's no gray space with me. I'll be honest with you. Either people love me to death or they fucking can't stand me. So I'm not a gray space person. I don't live my life in the gray space. Yeah. Like my name means misaligned. I am not straight and narrow. I am always on the outside. And I don't fit any mold. I'm all over the place. You know what I mean? So, and then there's also a sexual reference, like I said earlier. I made that up too. So, but I appreciate you. Thank you very much. No problem. I hope that I was able to add some value. I guess Carrie's next, right? Carrie and Kate. Carrie just got up. Carrie's coming now. She's like, oh, I heard my voice. She's like, finally.
I was losing everything here. My lights have gone and all sorts. Right, hang on then. It's interesting what you were saying, because over in America you've got a wide range of cultures and stuff. I was the pumpkin, you know, the village pumpkin, because I had a little village, so we didn't have cultures and stuff. You know, everybody knew everybody, but we were like, so a lot of my spirituality developed later on in years. Yeah, and I'm still learning now. I'm still progressing and everything, you know, and I'm learning about energies more so now. I'm doing a bit of a clear out. So I've got, because I had loads of triggers happening, and I expect a lot of people can relate to when you get the triggers and the limited beliefs and that. So as soon as you started talking about that, I was like, whoa, I'm in on that. But yeah, I was the country pumpkin, very naive to the cultures and that. So as years have gone on, like you said, with the internet and you know, I've learned. I do self-taught. I used to go to a lot of workshops and that. I didn't at the age of 26 didn't even know spiritual churches existed, you know. So, you know, now I tend to do a lot of home study. Yeah, I'm not academic, I'm not, you know, because I've got dyslexia and that, but I try to do the best I can. But I'm interested in the energy, you know, the energies side, because I am doing a bit of a clear out here, and there's a mix, you know, because there was some in the chat saying that you need to clear your own energy, and then there's some that say you can go to someone who can clear the energies, and I just
So there's two things, right? A lot of people will refer you to sage, right, and burn that. So what you do have to understand, though, is sage chases off good and bad energies. Yeah,
I've just learned that this year, actually.
So the alternative, and I like it more than sage, is Palo Santo. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Palo Santo cleans you really well. It'll clean your house. It'll clean everyone around you. And even it'll chase some attached entities away if they're not really hooked into you. It'll clear you like pretty damn good. There are still entities that are deep attached. They have deep attachments to you over time. and generationals and stuff like that over generations and over past lives that need more of a nudging as far as people working with you. But if you're just trying to clean yourself or clean an item or, just clean your house, Palo Santo, man, even if you just buy it and burn it in the house, it smells good. It attracts, it's a very nice thing to do. So
you don't have to do, because I do clear when I was doing sages, so I had to clear the room. So you just need to just burn it in the room then.
Yeah, and it's a wood stick. It's a hard to burn. It doesn't burn easy. Like you got to light it for a minute, and then it'll get a cherry and it'll smoke, and then it burns out because it's a really hard wood, like with the burn for some reason. But it's got a really nice smell. Pretty sure you could get it all the way around it. Let me see. And then just. That's the number one thing I guess I would tell most people. I mean, there's other things you can do as far as like salt and, to me, I just use Palo Santo. Like even after I get off this right now, because everybody's watching me, I'm going to clean myself. I'm going to make sure I do things because there's some in Mexican belief, there's some called evil eye or ojo. And even though, people are just looking at me, they're pulling my energy, right? And I'm not used to being on this. So I'll have to fucking clean myself pretty good just from that as well, right? And because I've been the one kind of talking a lot and everything, I've got a lot of tension on me right now.
You're absorbing, yeah.
So I feel it right now. I could feel the pull. But there's also, we talked about energy a little bit. I mean, I've been all over, but I started the night with like the shit, like some deeper dots, and we keep touching on some of those deeper dots.
Yeah, I just came in sort of kind of like probably close to the end. But,
so the energy part is like people's number one thing is that they believe they're limited on energy. So that's where you get people who bring up walls and they're like, oh my God, they're draining my energy and I got to protect myself and no, you're an unlimited energy source. Your body is unlimited. Now you can choose who you contribute energy to, and you can deny people. But most people automatically go, I don't want to contribute to him. Fuck him and fuck everybody else. And they put up a wall and now they live in a box. And that means that they'll never get energy in, and they'll never get in. They'll never be able to push energy out. That's why I believe, like I said, I don't live like normal people when it comes to this type of stuff because I don't fit nobody. I've done like you did. I've self-studied. I've took many courses. I've spent tons of money. I've taken the best, and I went ahead and I've learned even some Santeria from my padrino, right? The guy who kind of pulled me in a little bit. So I pulled in all kinds of these belief systems and kind of have evolved it into my own thing based on all the knowledge I've received. Because I received all that, right? So nobody really teaches this type of shit in a lot of ways. But it's common. I mean, it's just one tick off. Like you could go to somebody else and they'll tell you, teach you a class about it or whatever. And it's one tick off, but it's all similar. It's all the same shit, just different vices. Some people use cars. Some people use this. Some people use whatever. Some people use crystals. Some people use seashells. It's just, it's just whatever you want to do, like however you want to use your vice, right? I guess it's usually the same messages, but the energy is always energy, right? People have energy, items have energy. You choose to create with energy. You can kill with energy. You can contribute. If you know somebody's sick, you could send them energy. If you know someone's depleted, you could send them energy. See, what people don't understand is you're an unlimited source of energy. So when you put up a screen, you're actually limiting your energy output as well. Contributing energy is good. You can you're an unlimited source. You could also receive it. Like I've done some crazy things. Remember she said you talk to planets? Well, that brought up an idea of what I did. So if you're sitting in your house right now and you close your eyes, you can do this while I'm talking. I mean, it's fine. And now, well, yeah, I'll walk you through it. I'll tell you what you can do, right? All right. So now you want to make yourself as big as your room, as far as your energy field.
I'm already big, love.
Okay. No, I know, but I'm just walking you through the exercise, all right? Just because I don't know where everyone's at, but I'm just saying, all right? So you make yourself as big as your room. Now you make yourself as big as your block. Now you make yourself as big as your town. Now you make yourself as big as your country or city, whatever. You go from city to country to like the world, right? And you eventually want to get bigger than the world. And now you want to be able to contribute to who needs it. You want to be able to take whatever you need in return, and you give and take. And now you become part of like this world network, and you're able to go ahead and feel the earth, know when things are going on and everything. Because now you just made yourself big enough to where you're part of like, you're part of that all eye above the sky, right? You know what I'm saying? And there's not a lot of people who do that.
Yeah,
So
that's interesting because when I've done the Reiki and learned the Reiki, this kind of like, and sending Reiki, distant Reiki and stuff is the kind of the same things where you put your energy out there. So rather than being big, I just, you use your aura as a thing. So like you said, it's interesting what fits right for you, I suppose.
When you're out there, you can do stuff like this too. You can pull everyone's energy and trickle it back to them.
Yeah.
So it becomes like you're just recycling an energy for people, and that recharges people. Even though it's using their own energy on them, you're helping to facilitate people. And when you're doing that, you can say things like, see, I tell you, I play around a lot, right? You can say, what benefits, what can we exchange that like benefits you and benefits me?
Yeah.
Like you're going to help, you're going to contribute. So you're doing an exchange. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. Like, if I'm working on you and say I want to duplicate and replicate any abilities you have that I don't have, and you want to duplicate and replicate any abilities that you don't have, right? So that could be the exchange right there. When you're working with people, you can tell people like, hey, if you got an ability or you got some gift would you mind if I replicate that? You know what I mean? In my being, because when you touch people, you have that ability. Anyone could, like, someone could touch you that and duplicate that because it's an energy transfer, right?
Yeah.
But you have verbal consent you should ask, because you can forcibly pull that from people, but verbal consent should be asked when you're doing stuff like that. But you can duplicate people's abilities. People will tell you, no, that's not possible, but you can do that. I've done shit like I told you, I play around a lot. I've read a lot. I've done a lot. I get bored and I just become the mad scientist, right? I see what can I do or what can I take, and maybe that's why I've had the kind of a life I've had. I've had so many weird experiences too. That's what I was trying to say earlier. When you do become aware, you do see things and you will feel things.
When you come more in depth with things and stuff.
Yes. And energy is everywhere. Everything's energy. Everything is energy. Even when you die, your body may go to whatever they've captured the energy leaving. You know what I'm saying? So there's still energy. So, but the biggest misconception around energy is that you are limited and that you have to block people. I was just having this conversation with the host here before that about if somebody's pulling your energy enough to where they're popping in your head, you can choose to shut it off without having to do anything special. Because to me, when you do something special, like use a crystal or whatever like that, it's like you have a hole in the wall that they punch through and they're pulling their energy or whatever because you put the wall up. Hold on, Mom.
We're talking about a twin flame.
But it doesn't you put a wall up, they punched a hole through it, right? And now you're putting, instead of just removing the wall and saying, look, denied, you can't have none, right? you get a piece of paper and you put that over the hole. It never really, you're using what I call it earlier, a workaround instead of just addressing the original problem. You know what I mean? And then here's what happens. Well, but here's what happens.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll give it to you. Give me a second. I just want to say. So what happens is you got this hole here now, and you have this wall. So you meet somebody else. Okay, you might have gotten rid of it, and you used some workaround, right? But you never really addressed patching the hole or just cutting that person off. So the next person you meet could be the same person and come in through that same patchwork hole because there's already a hole there because you never addressed the root cause, and that is choice and what you're contributing to somebody. What you're doing by using a vice instead of addressing the root cause is you're leaving holes open everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And instead of just addressing that hole initially, and you're still open for attack or whatever, like my mom was example was. You see what I'm saying? So there's a difference in the way that you approach. And now, don't get me wrong, using crystals or whatever, they work and stuff. But like I said, there's a direct path, and that's just like, no, you can't have it, and I don't want to contribute to you no more. Boom, done. You just make that verbal, and it's done. You know, people don't under. That's why I was saying earlier, words are more powerful than a lot of other things.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's interesting. I'm doing a lot of shadow work at the moment and working, which the energies and millimeter beliefs, blah, blah, blah. And I always used to thought I had predictions in my dreams because people would come back in. I realized now it's more that I was tuning into the energies of what they were doing rather than it was a prediction or a psychic awareness. It was more I was, picking up on that energy. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. So what you're saying is, that can so in the dream state, because I dream a lot about manipulating energies. Yeah, should I say? I'll put rather than saying people and manipulating energies. So how would you do that in a dream? How would you do that when you wake up, or would you put that? I have done some where I've been in a dream and going, what are you doing here? Do you know what I mean? And I'm nobody aware that they're there when they should, they shouldn't be there, but that doesn't happen frequently. That's not like something that I can do willy-nilly. Do you know what I mean? So would you deal with that in the morning, or would you do, how would you go about
the first question is, and I learned this when I was young, when I was having my encounters with weird things throughout my childhood, is you should ask, the first question is, why are you here, or do you have a message for me?
Yeah.
Because sometimes things come into your dreams because they're trying to tell you something, and what happens is they don't always show up as the prettiest thing, and they scare the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
But messengers, we never define what a messenger is supposed to look like, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes you might see something that's off the wall in your dream, and if you're aware of it, you ask, instead of like I was saying when I had that dream and those things were going like that, I asked, what do you want? I asked because I used to run and fight, and I used to be in battles and all kinds of shit, wake up with bruises, like all kinds of shit, because I was like, fuck you guys, like I ain't messing with you, right? And through classes and people teaching me and stuff, they said, well, why are you running? Why don't you just ask what the fuck they want? They're coming to you for a reason. Just ask them, what do you want? And no, I have domain over my own body. So fucking, if it has to do with my body, no, you know what I mean? But like, so the more I started doing this and talking to them and stuff like that, they'll tell you what they want. I mean, and most people just freak out, and they get those nights, like they literally freeze up because these things are there, but they don't know how, because they got the image. Everything has to be human. Everything has to be what we know in our everyday life, right? So if let's say you see something for real, let's say you see something for like someone brought up reptilians earlier on this chat. Let's say you saw a real reptilian in your dream. How many people are going to be like, what do you want? Or how many people are just going to go, what the fuck, and freeze out, right? I mean, like, wake me up, what the hell? Like screaming in bed, right? So like, that's the thing though. Like, how do you teach people that you can't? Right. But the number one thing is always ask them, like, what do you want? And then you could tell them, like, hey, you're not welcome here too. Cause like there's certain laws they have to ask, they have to abide by. And that opens a whole nother door to a whole nother subject. But there's people who get abducted and stuff. They don't understand that they can still control the situation. You see what I'm saying? They've given up a lot of their power because they don't know that. That
fall into fear.
Yeah, because they freeze up, right? I'm one of the people that I've always been told that they can't lock my brain. I don't know what that means, so I don't know, whatever. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
And it's weird because it would be worse at a specific time of year.
It's right now. Right now is the time of year. So it's the solstices that hit me. So when right now, the darkest time, like even right now, is super dark outside, more than it normally is. So it's usually in the fall and in early spring that I used to have tons and tons of encounters. My wife will tell you that when she first met me, I wouldn't sleep. I'd sleep 2 hours. I'd sleep for 2 hours a night, and that's it. Because all night long I'd stay up because I didn't want to sleep because I was always seeing shit and everything. It was miserable for me for years until I started learning other techniques and real things. And now that they don't mess with me, they only come and give me messages now. They don't mess with me like they used to. Once I started getting my confidence and my knowledge about like rules and shit like that, then they left me alone.
But you do, I mean, as time you go evolving, don't you? You get to
well, yeah, you know,
into another, you know, there's a constant learning in this game, isn't it? There's no shut off point when it comes to this, you know. A bit like what Jack was saying, you know, the teacher, the student, you're a teacher, you know, to the elements of what everybody else is, you know. So there's, you know,
well, yeah, because I'm not, like I tell you, I'm not trying to be a guru. I'm not by no means perfect and everything, but I'm always willing. That's why I told you I read almost all the religions. I read almost all of them. I read a shit ton of spiritualities. I even read a little bit of the Satanic Bible, and I know most people think that's crazy. I've done that. I read, like, I want to know everything. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it.
And the thing is because
it takes the fear out of it to educate.
It doesn't just take the fear out of it, but you gain knowledge and you're able to communicate with people. Because not everybody, you know. And the other thing is what were we talking about? Shit, I just went mind break. Somebody pulled the fuck out of my energy. Somebody jumped in here new because they just pulled the shit out of me. It was about energy. Holy shit, I went mind break. Seriously. Hey, Shauna, get me some water.
All the time, my brain goes boom.
Yeah, that means, well, because like I told you, babe, I need water, honey. Seriously. Like, I think it's because I haven't drank water. I need some water. But yeah, there's a lot of things. I mean, I can sit here for hours and talk about stuff. I lost my train of thought. I lost it. I'm sorry. Let me get some water.
Like my dear, don't worry about that.
Yeah, the thing is when it comes to the energy manipulation or learning or any of that stuff, you do start. That's what it was. You start out like an infant. It's just like when you have babies or if you watch babies evolve, right?
Yeah.
When people have to learn who they are first. So even when you start your spiritual journey, you're a baby that needs to learn to walk or crawl, and then you can start walking, and then you can start running, right? Just like walking. So you forgot your spiritual energy and who you were when you come in, right? And then you got to find your path, and then you got to start to develop that path, and then you got to start to understand like all that type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, because when I did find a spiritualist church and I started going to Circle, they were teaching me how to try to connect to my guides and stuff, but I didn't even know who I was. So how could I trust? I didn't know how to trust myself. So how can I connect to my guides if I don't know how to trust myself and not understand myself? So I've had to relearn it. I'm relearning everything now. And to have that understanding, but it took many years because I was in such a small, compact thing. I didn't have the knowledge that you guys, I didn't understand it, and I didn't really, I played about with the cards for the years and stuff, but so when I went to the teachers and the workshops and stuff like that, it was like I was fascinated, but I didn't know myself. Does that make sense? So I'm relearning that as I go along my path, my journey as a reader and stuff. I'm a bit OTT when it comes to study, but I do a lot of study at home, and practice at home. For me, that fits well for me, So, I'm not saying that suits everybody, but that's my experience. I feel that I needed to learn about me first before I can even think about connecting to other things, and I need to connect to my higher self and trust myself first.
So that's the main thing that even like the number one thing that I would suggest for anyone, and that's why I kind of started with that earlier, was you have to start with you first, because everything originates from you.
Yeah.
If you're living through a screen, if you're living through a limited receiving, And if you can't receive, you're fucked. Because some people, let me ask you a question. If I give you a gift, are you obligated? Or do you feel like you're obligated to give me a gift back?
Yes.
Okay, so you can't receive. So you need to work on your receiving. Seriously. That means, and then there's the opposite. People think that they're giving. They'll take all they want, but oh no, wait. So wait, hold on. There's people who can't receive, which is what I explained to you. Right? I give to you, you think you have to give back to me because you want to reciprocate.
I want to balance it out.
Yeah. And other people give or they'll receive, but they won't give, right? So, and there's a whole thing about this where when you do this type of stuff, it becomes obligation. So you live your life through obligation and not choice.
Yeah.
Because you feel obligated that I gave you something that you have to reciprocate it. That's not a choice. Like to me, if you give me a gift, cool. If you don't give me a gift, cool. If I give you a gift, I don't expect you to give me shit. I gave you a gift because I want to give you a gift. I gave you, you know what I'm saying? That's my choice. See, so much of everything is done through obligatory stances that's what's screwing up a lot of this, right? So,
Casey, what's one of the Carrie? I can't get
You can call me what you like.
You remember, hon, what was one of the first things I told you when I was teaching you the bubble technique? The first thing to clear is it's better to give than it is to receive.
No, it's not even that. It's you need to learn to choose who you want to. Nobody, because you're still making the obligatory statement, Mom. You're saying I'd rather give to you than receive from you. No, you want to give and receive based on choice, not on obligation, Mom. That's
but you still need to clear being able to receive.
Yeah, because the reason I wanted to start with that with you, Carrie, is this. If you can't receive, then you're not going to be able to receive energy. You're not going to be able to receive downloads. You're not going to be able to receive abilities. You're not going to be able to open up none of that because you live in obligation. You see what I'm saying? So the minute you get out of obligation and you start working on getting out of those behaviors, even more things will open up for you because now you're living through choice. See, that's the main thing. People need to get away from and all that shit and start choosing their life. Like, okay, here's the way I tell people, whether you're spiritual or whatever, right? You're in a car. That the car is your life, right? I was going to write a book about this and I'm just not confident, right? But I'll be honest. There's the, and here's another truth. God knows everything, right? About when you're going to live and die. So here's the thing. And then when people hear that, they're like, wait a minute, what about free choice? Okay, and I go like this. I explain it to people. God knows you're going to live. God knows you're going to die. That's all he knows. He doesn't know when or whatever. You can take the shortest path, which is a straight line between point A and point B, right? So you could drive that car straight down the line and you can fucking hit the wall and die, right? Or you can do circles, and this is your free choice. This is your ultimate free will. Life, death, you can do figure eights, drive around, fucking go up, go down, all the way around here, do all this shit while you're driving that car before you hit that wall. That's free choice. That's free choice, not obligation. That's not, hey, I'm going to die because I'm fucking, my mom died at 75, so I have to die at 75. Hey, I'm going to die because my kids, I gave my life to my kids for until they're aging. Now I'm going to create cancer in my body because I'm a lonely woman that I don't have nothing to live for. And that's a common theme nowadays that I've cleared from many women that are on here. Women who give everything for their children. The minute their children leave the house, every woman, a lot of women, I'm not saying every woman, end up with cervical cancer, breast cancer, something like that. And you have to get them out of a stage to where they're still nurturing. They're looking for that energy. They're still in that mode, and they have to start living their life. They don't even know who they are no more because they've been a mom for so long that they create a, because, and it's usually one of the motherly organs, breast, uterine cancer, cervical cancer, something like that happens when the kids leave because it's to do with that emotion that they, because they don't know who they are no more because they only knew how to be a mother. Do you see what I'm saying? So that when you're talking about the energy, all this shit that I'm talking about corresponds to that. There are so many women that get that they make themselves sick because of they don't know because of what I've just said. You know what I'm saying? It's so heart wrenching. It's not a cool thing. You know what I mean? I've talked to a lot of women about that. I've actually worked on people about that shit. So that's why I bring it up, and I'm emotional about it.
My mom died when I was 11 of cervical cancer. Her mom died when she was 11 of cervical cancer. Her mom died when she was 11 of some kind of cancer. And when my mom died, I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Wasn't Star Crossing on here? Did she drop off? Is she like, I don't know. Did she like want to talk to me or she's like, I don't want to talk to him no more. He's crazy.
She's still here. Energy is fluent, she said a couple times ago.
Oh, so yeah, Carrie. So there's a lot of things. I mean, I could see her for even 4 more hours just talking about generalizations and shit like that. But
see, she says she's here.
If you're interested in like just doing it, just keep charting. And like I said, every once in a while, maybe do go to like if you have a question, try to find the so-called gurus, right? In that subject and crank some questions across their head, you know what I mean, and see what they say.
Yeah.
And always ask.
I'm interested in what you've got, what your input was. That's all.
Yeah. No,
I absorb things. Go away.
No. I'm always asking questions. Always look. Hey, I'm always looking for the next newest. Like I'm waiting. I've been trying to put my hand through my table for 10, 15 years. How long have I been for 20 years, I'll sit there and be like, I'm going to put my hand through the table today. So I do different things, trying to see about translocation or trying to do some tranny shit like translocation and all this stuff. There's like a bunch of different words that start with translocation, transmutation. I'm trying to turn, things like that into like change, gold, like, into gold or whatever. Like just do different things. There's like 7 or 8 different words that all start with like transmutations, verbal, like all the stuff is where you can understand anybody's language, even if you don't understand it. So I'm always trying to work on what do I need to unlock in my brain, or what energy do I need to be, or what energy do I need to like I'm always messing with that. So my advice to you, since you're playing around and teaching yourself, is play around. You'll learn more by experimenting and seeing what you can do. I'll give you a simple thing that most people don't even know you can do. Light a candle. Say, hello, flame. And will you bow for me? And I swear to God, the flame will go like this. Boop, and come back up.
Yeah.
They'll bow. If you ask a flame to bow for you, it'll bow for you. I swear to God. I mean, I've done little things just asking things like that and getting surprised. Like, did that shit happen? Light a different candle. Ask it again. Boop. I was talking to my mom about this shit too earlier about there are a lot of old spirits, old gods, old things that they've been forgotten. And over time, they've been assimilated and renamed into saints or different holidays and stuff like that, right? So I call them old gods. And I know people this is very controversial when you talk about shit like this. But they're forgotten, but they're still around, and there's still very powerful things on this earth that are just neglected right now and have been forgotten. You know what I'm saying? So when you talk to things, you be careful and make sure it's respectful.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because there are. I read a book that scared the hell out of me about the jinn. That shit is scary. That there, you got to be really careful if you're even thinking. I read a book about that. I won't even attempt to even talk about them.
You never told me about that book. What book is that?
Why would I tell you? You'll be dumb enough to go try to fuck around with them. I ain't doing that shit.
No, I don't mess around. I just read it for information.
No, I won't even let people read that book. I found it online. It was a book about it was called like the names of the something. It was written in Arabic and it was translated to English, and it tells you about every single one of them. It tells you alcohol. Alcohol is a jinn. Alcohol is named after a jinn, and there's a whole story behind that, but I ain't getting into that. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, there are different things out there, and they're locked away for a reason. The jinn have been locked away. They are not friendly with men. And if you invoke a name, you're probably going to die. I'm just saying. You know? So I do see two people who do say they're not forgotten. They're just not talked about freely as far as what we were talking about with the gods, right? They just, a lot of people think that they're little tiny things or whatever, and not give them respect. And they think when people start playing around with energy or something, they got to just be respectful, because you might really piss something off. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean by that they're kind of forgotten in what they really do and stuff. So, no, a jinn is not a magical spirit. A jinn is like so to give you guys history, I'll let you know. Jinn, okay, here's what the Arabic writing says. The jinn were created on earth before man. They were made before man was by the people who made us. And then we were made after them. They became jealous of us. And then when David, or was it David, or which one was it? One of the kings or whatever, he was able to control the jinn, and he was the king of people. I thought it was David, or it was one of the guys who had the temple. I can't remember his name right now off the top of my head. It's been a while. Well, what happened was he said he'd be the last one because, like, they were jealous. They were doing bad things to men, and they were doing really bad things, and they were becoming uncontrollable and rebellious because they were jealous that we had God's love, right? And that's what this story was.
Angels.
So they started doing bad things. They didn't like man. They didn't like man in general, any man. But I think, if I remember, it was David or Solomon. King Solomon is the one that was able to do it. That's who the king was.
That's Solomon, yeah.
And he was able to control both of them because God gave him that ability. And then he told God, do not let no one else ever control the jinn. But they're not. They're locked away. You can invoke them, but you just gotta. I don't even know. I'm telling people this. It's not fucking the right thing to say, and it's not spelled D-I-N-N. It's D-J-I-N-N. So.
Well, thank you for your insight.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I know. You're probably like, oh man, this guy's crazy. There's a lot of information, like I said.
No, I always
studying and trying to learn.
Like I told you.
Like I said to KC, when I found this channel, and I went, oh my God, you do spiritual talk. I absolutely love it, because it's good to have different people on here with different idea, what they've learned, what they've experienced, and their beliefs. And I think it's great, to share all that anyway. So
yeah, and I'll read anything. I read about, if it's something that I read about, like just to give you an example, I read about rockets, and I read about like technology. I'll read about medicine. So I went to like my wife's uncle works for NASA. He's like, or not NASA, Lockheed Martin, right? But he's under the one of the projects for Mars or some shit. His name's even listed on the website. So I went to a party. We're talking to people. I'm shooting the shit with a bunch of rocket scientists. I didn't even know they were rocket scientists, right? And I'm talking to them about current day shit, and they're like, oh, who do you work for? They're asking me, and I'm like, I don't work in this industry. They're like, how the hell you know so much about it, right? I try to dabble and read everything. I read about anything that crosses when I'm surfing. I read it. I'm even that way about everything, and I'm pretty blessed that I got a pretty good mind as far as memorizing stuff. So
yeah, I'm crap at memorizing. It goes in one ear and out of the bloody other half the time. So I'm gonna go and get some water. So all right, I'll let you carry on with your, who's
what
next.
Time you gotta work tomorrow, Steve?
I don't know. I usually stay up till 1, Mom.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Anyone? Is there? So I mean, I don't know. Your crowd is probably thinking we're freaking nuts.
No, because we talk about stuff like this all the time. Is Casey still here, or did she go to bed?
I don't know who's what, Mom. I just was
526 because she wanted. Jack, are you in a spot now that you could come on? Daisy, do you want to come on?
I'm so lost, Mom. I didn't keep up with all these conversations for the last hour or two, and people probably were asking tons of questions, and that you didn't tell me. Oh, the Mayans and aesthetics.
So Jack, Daisy, you want to come on? Come on. You getting ready to go to bed? Okay, Jack. Jack says he wants to talk to you another day.
Well, hopefully I'm back on, Jack. I mean, I like to talk to you, meet you. It sounds like you're a pretty smart individual. You seem to got your comments at least seem pretty damn smart.
He's studied. He knows like 7 languages. He did some papers. Okay, he knows how to read Hebrew.
So he's more cultured than me. Trust me. I'm nobody special. I just chill.
He's a shaman. Okay, he's Native American. He's, like I said, he's probably one of your cousins. Fooled another, he said. Daisy, you want to come on?
Yeah, I'm just, Jack, I'll be honest, I'm not trained in nothing. I've self-done everything. Even in my industry that I'm in, I've not even college educated for it, but I worked my way into just learning and doing everything from the bottom. So that's what I've been my whole life, even when it comes to spirituality or work or whatever. That's why I go with the misaligned, because I don't do things the traditional aligned way, right? The straight and narrow. I'm not that guy. I've always done things outside the box, and I always reach my goal. So that's why I go with that name, because I don't go straight and narrow. Plus, it's something to hide behind as well. So
yeah. Good night, Jack. Have an awesome night. And Casey probably went to bed too, because she works for a pharmaceutical company. She's got to get up like 4 a.m. because she wanted to talk to you too. So
yeah, she popped on, didn't she? So and then she disappeared. So
yeah. And Cindy G says, "Oh, I want to do a collab with him on my channel."
You're getting popular.
I don't see. And that's the thing is, I just talk. I don't look. I have a different point of view on spirituality. I've always thought I paid a shit ton of money to learn so many different things. And one of the main things I've always thought was this knowledge should be free. I don't look to capitalize on it.
No, I get what you're saying.
That's why I have this channel. That's why we do spiritual talk on
No, I know. But what I'm saying is I never wanted to monetize it. I never want to do any of that. I just think it should be free. I'll talk to people freely. I give information freely. I don't give a shit. If you want to listen, you listen. If you don't, I'm not emotionally invested in what anyone believes in me. I live my life, like I said, based on what I like and what I do. And it sounds weird, right? It sounds kind of rude, but I try not to let other people's judgments affect me. Because they do, they leave little daggers in you, and people don't really understand that they do it. I mean, they can even talk. So it's just, I don't live like everyone. I swear I don't. I've raised my kids. My kids I've taught my kids this since they were all little. We just don't talk about it though. We just accept each other, and they know.
We have conversations like this all the time.
But I'll tell you right now,
way of doing things, and and what they believe. So
And I tell you guys right here. Okay, question everything, even what I tell you. Find your own.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree with you there.
Yeah.
So if I get drunk, let's say I was drinking and doing these right now, I'm even more receptive when I'm drunk than when I'm sober. It's like if I'm drinking, I'm not drinking right now, but if I was drinking, I turn it I can it goes up by like 1,000%, like my intuition.
No, absolutely. I've gone in, when I've gone out and had a few drinks, and stuff has come out of my mouth that I didn't expect. I didn't force it. It just happened. I wasn't going looking for it. It just gone blah, 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 and the person, I was probably more, because you're more relaxed, aren't you? So
it's not just that. Like we were drinking one time.
You're more you absorb it more.
I think it's because you let go of your inhibitions. You let go of all your inhibitions, all your filters. You actually, or you just let go of all your filters. Like, okay, I don't give a shit at this point. And then you just let it go.
Okay,
Well,
so somebody sent me a bottle of elderberry wine, and she told me, you have to drink this while you were doing readings on
Oh my God.
I was feeling pretty tipsy because that Manischewitz elderberry wine is some pretty potent stuff, and I don't drink at all.
I drank the one that all the Ernest Hemingway and all those guys drink. You pour it over sugar cubes, and it has the herbs in it. It has like wormwood and all that stuff in it. That stuff puts me on another level too. Like spirit, like my like intuition goes crazy.
I started doing readings that night. Boom! It all went away, just like that. Boom! Sobered up, just like that.
Absinthe. Yeah, there you go. It was absinthe. I've drank absinthe, and I've drank another one called Arak, Arak. It's an Arabic drink. It's clear, and you mix it half. Or more than, like, you don't, they about 3/4 of a cup of arak, and then a 1/4 cup of water. And when you pour the water in, it goes from like glass to milky. It's an interesting interaction, but that stuff is crazy too.
I remember that. You had that, huh?
Yeah, I used to drink that. Puts you on another level too. I do have a story for you though that I was going to share earlier. That I it's something about me, and I want you to understand something. When I was younger, I was able to do this, and I started to abuse a lot of my abilities. And this is for everyone on the stream that's still here. I started to take advantage of it, and I was being very disrespectful and not honoring people's thing. And they took it totally away from me. Like I went from being so into my intuition crazy to where I wish I was still the way I was like, there was like 10 or 12 years that I didn't have anything. I lost everything because I abused it. So there is something out there that will fuck. If you start abusing your shit to a point to where it's not whoever helps you or whatever, I don't know what it is. And I don't try to figure it out. I say thank you every day and I let it go. But I lost like blinders. Like I had blinders put on me where I could not do shit for a while. And then I started earning my respect back and researching and everything. And I've gotten a lot of it back. You know what I mean? But it's not as sharp as it was when I was like 15, 16 years old. But it's back. It's just not as refined. But yeah, you have to be. That's why I talk about the respect thing about, even though you do work with people or ask things, because even like I get like, when you do read the energy, like I could walk in a room and read the energy of the room right away. And sometimes I get a message, or I'll, like one time we were drinking at a bar. It was just a bunch of us coworkers, and this lady was sitting by me, and for some reason it just popped out of my mouth. And I said, "When did your husband first start cheating on you?" And she went, "What the fuck? How did you know?" Like she knew he had just had an affair on her.
Oh, bless.
And I didn't know, right? And I just started telling her, and then it even went into even more about her and her. It's when I drink, it's an interesting.
Obviously, she needed that message at the time.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting.
I
did. You were aligned together to help her through that.
In the family, and
whether you drank or not, you were put in that place there. So yeah, it's very interesting how it works out. I've been in taxis and doing things like that randomly. And then I could go out and not get nothing at all. So I think it's just where you're gotta give the message, you give the message in that.
Yeah, I've also studied I know it's interesting. I've had an interesting life as far as the people that have been brought into my life, and I get to learn a little bit of everything from a lot of different people. So it's been interesting. I had a friend, she was pushing me to open up and work on people. She had people lined up for me to actually do body appointments and stuff. But because if I get somebody on a body on the table, I I could work on limitations. I could work on blocks and everything, because people always have a store. I call it a storage compartment. So a lot of people internalize stuff and they never, ever, ever face it, but they put it in what I call like a storage box. And that storage box a lot of times is in the solar plexus or in their sexual organs, or they try to hide it. Some people will put it in like an orb around their body where it's floating outside them. It's with them all the time, but it's not in them. But everyone has their little storage spot. And when you start working with people, you start working on their energy field, and you start to look at what's been ingrained in them and what their personal beliefs are and stuff, because it's all in their energy field. Like that's where you can see how people receive and where they're at and stuff. So like, and they glow differently as well.
I remember one of my family members. I'm not going to give names, but they said, you know, that how they deal with it, things, they put it in a box, so they deal with it later, and you can see that it's not been dealt with, because what's happened is it's just got filed away, but there's more. She's just added, and she's cut now. Now there's resentment, there's bitterness within her.
So here's the rule, and I'll be honest with you. Here's the rule, and I want somebody to prove me wrong, because I've only seen it come out one way. So if you store your emotions in there like tears, if you store them in it's hurt, disappointment, and you never deal with it, when it does come out, because it comes up like every so often, that box overflows and it comes out. It always comes out in rage. It doesn't come out in tears. And the reason I finally got a teacher who told me why.
Yeah.
You are your spirit. Your body is your representation of you on this earth. So you and your body work together for you to stay alive on this planet. Okay?
Yeah.
So in this reality, you have your soul, which is you. You have your body, which is what keeps you in this reality, right? And together. So when you start to store all this shit in your body, all the emotions, your body gets angry. So when it does let it go, it's like, hey, motherfucker. And then, that's the rage. So that's your body communicating. So many people don't even ask their body, like, what do I require? I'm going to ask you a question. How many times you ordered something and you get something else from the waiter, right? What that is your body's telling that waiter's body, I want this. And even though you said something, your body, and then if you eat it, it's the best fucking thing ever. You're like, oh my God, I didn't even know it tasted that good, right? Sometimes some people make them take it back, but some people are like, fuck it, I'll eat it. And they're like, oh my God, I didn't even know that was great. It's because your body wanted that. It wasn't you. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times you got to ask questions. Like that's my whole thing. Choice and asking questions, man, because you'll learn so much. Like, sometimes I go out to eat, I say, hey, buddy, what do you want? My eyes will go, whatever the first thing my eyes go to, I order, because that's
okay. I'll try that.
That's my body. That's my body saying that it wants to eat something, right? There's a lot of different things that people just don't. They to me, it's common sense.
Well, that's like I was standing in the living room one night, and I ask my body all the time, what do you require? What am I missing that you need, body? I'm standing in the middle of the living room, and all of a sudden it pops into my head and says, beets. I said, beets? So I sat down and did some research on beets. Beets are a superfood. Beets also thin your bile from your liver because you don't have a gallbladder.
They're also nitrogen. They have nitrogen 902, which helps your blood pressure.
Yeah, the blood pressure, and it also has what do they call it?
It's crazy crystal.
Yeah, so it has something.
Yeah, she said quite a few things there about disease, pain, manifesting. You the person that I was speaking about, you can see she's in a lot of pain, not on a physical, but the anger inside of her, and how she, if she's going down, everybody's going down with her. That kind of.
No, I understand. Trust me.
It's sad because you can see that she's in a lot of pain, but yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a warning, right? As you start to read energy and you start to read bodies, you'll start seeing what people's bodies need. Me and my wife will sit there and I'm like, that woman needs sex. That woman needs this. I'll tell her, and she laughs because she thinks I'm crazy because she's been with me we've been married for 20 years. But
That's
I'm
lovely.
like, you know, and sometimes sex is so complicated as far as explaining it spiritually. Like, copulation is the act of sex. Okay.
Yeah.
Sexuality and sex and stuff like that is like the way you interact, the way, like, there's a lot of different things around it, and it's very complicated, right? But sex could be me just rubbing your shoulders and your body just, it's the sensuality behind that could be very sexual, and it's what your body requires. Hugging you, something like that could be what, like, your body might say sex, but it means it needs to be sexually turned on or needs a recharge or something to give you the batteries to go ahead and go, yeah, let me refire. And then you go home and, like, you know what I mean? It's just, it's weird. And then the other thing is for anyone that's having problems with money, and if you hate sex, there's your problem, because sex and money are the same energy. Just an FYI.
Really?
Yes. So if you ever get hundreds of dollars, lay it on the bed and lay there naked and make love to your money, like rub it all over you. Tell your money you love it. Say, I'm gonna spend you. I want you to go out and make all these babies and come back to me by 1,000 times. You know what I'm saying?
And I brought that up on the channel a few times. If money was your lover, what would you tell it?
Not just that, but the thing is people who have problems with sex, swear to God, they have problems with money. Sex and money are the same energy. The minute that you start to enjoy and actually become sexual, I guess you'd say, your money situation will change in a lot of ways. So it's an interesting concept. The energy is just weird about it. I mean, it's very, very interesting. People are just so caught up, and then so many people are, when it comes to sex and the actual act, they don't understand. The people, men and women, do not understand. There's so much energy behind orgasm, sex. You can create so much because, and the way I explain this to people when I talk about sex is, orgasm is the life energy, right? It's like life creating energy, right? So if you're able to, let's say, redirect that from life into something that you want to give birth to, like a business, it would be a great time to manifest that at that time, because now you're redirecting the energy into something else. So there's a whole bunch.
Swan says, don't she? She orgasms to create what she
There's
wants.
a whole bunch of classes on that. There's a lot of women teaching that now, and they call it something, but
I mean
there's that's just been the knowledge. So the thing is and if your man doesn't handle his business, the other thing is you got to tell him, like, what you want, because a lot of women won't even communicate what they really want either.
No, I did have a man that I told exactly, because I'm quite a airhead when it comes to things like that, but he wasn't applying, so unfortunately.
Oh, they're not as inhibited.
I'm very forward when I'm.
Well, that's good. I mean, I would rather, let me put it like this, but because my dad told me this when I was younger. He said there's two types of men. There's lovers and there's fuckers. That a fucker will get on, get off, and go home. Yeah. And a lover will do everything humanly possible to make sure that you both get off. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's the two types. And then but there's so much more to that. Like I have 6 kids from 3 different women. And I was a bad kid. I was a farmer. I sowed fields all over the place. I was throwing seed like a damn, like I was trying to regrow food for the world. Trust me. And it's. I used to tell women, like, I'll love you for the night, and I meant that. I would make love for them one night, and then I was done, and they would be all crazy, and it was an interesting dynamic that I learned at a young age about that my dad was right as far as that aspect, because a lot of men don't understand that a woman's body is like a violin, and it's very complicated as far as how to play it. But once you master playing it, you can contribute to people and women in a way that nobody ever has. Do you know what I'm saying? And I was gonna write a book about that. So I was gonna write a book about seriously about like sex, and because so many men are wrong with that, and then the other one was like other stuff. So,
but that goes on the other side mind of the coin as well, that a female needs to be open to that as well. So it's, you know, it's
it is reciprocated. Yeah. Yes.
It's got to be neutral, you know?
Yes, and that's true. And Daisy is 100% right too. She says, "Did you know that you can have sex and have an orgasm and manifest at the same time? It comes really fast." Because like me explaining it, right? When you're orgasming, you're redirecting life energy, which is what the same energy to create life.
Yeah.
Which is the ultimate energy, and you're redirecting that into something else. You see what I'm saying? So you're giving it the old like superpower, like wah! So you know, it's an interesting thing. So
it is a very interesting.
But it's so taboo. Americans are very, very, very judgmental, or so scared to even talk about sex. Yeah. For so long, it was like even just in men in general they don't. Every man, you know, my dad would tell me stories about it in his generation. Like every man thought he was just, you know, Casanova or whatever the hell, and you know, and not give a shit about it, right? But the thing is, like,
one of my exes, I'm a legend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, two pump chump. You know what I mean? And he's a legend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, that but it's more than that. I mean, because you know, sometimes people do that, and then they're fine. But as long as you make sure that you're honoring each other, because sex is such a huge thing, and there's so much like energy around that. And when you have people have sex's lives are hard. It's a very hard thing.
I mean, I'm bringing up my daughters. I've always been open to talking about sex, and you know, them experimenting on their bodies and that, and you know, so I've always had an open mind. But England can be just as bad, my dear. There is some, you know, what I call migrant. They will clam up and don't speak about it or speak to their kids about it. And I think for them to, you know, because it was meant to be like, you know, a lot of people get shamed about, you know, things, and I think it needs to be a bit more wider open to know what you want, you know, and be confident. And that person.
Were never ever afraid of talking to me about it.
No, my girls are not. I mean, when they turned 18, I said, "What do you want? Do you want a sex box, or do you just want your pajamas?" They said, "Mum, I'll have a sex box." You know, so you know, so I went to Lovejoy and said, you know, they never had any of that, so I said, you know, experiment, you know, with your partners, you know. So it, you know, quite open.
The ultimate lover is not afraid to pop out that vibrator and have sex with a woman. Tell you that much. I ain't afraid of that. Hey, and if a girl's got it at home and she wants to pop it out, you know, if I was a single man, hey, hey, let's go. You know,
their partners was embarrassed.
Yeah, you know, but a lot of times it has to do with men who, like I told you, they think that they're insecure about blah blah blah. They ain't even about the experience. Like, let's have fun. Like, you're gonna give me the gift of your body. I'm going to give you the gift of my body. Let's utilize this to the best experience we possibly can have, because it's truly a gift. Yeah. You are, and the other thing that people got to understand, which is here's the bad part, I guess you'd say, is when you lay down with somebody and you sleep next to somebody, if they have a bad energy or a bad things, you will exchange belief systems or negative energy is far as what I'm saying, because that's when you're the most vulnerable, when you sleep next to somebody. And when you're sleeping next to them, that's why a lot of relationships, if they're not vibrationally aligned, they start to have issues, because they're picking up each other's shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's
And then
right.
and then somebody's like, I don't even feel like I'm with myself no more when I'm with this guy. So there's a lot. It's a very, very, very complicated relationship. Is probably one of the most complicated things to talk about when it comes to sex, spirituality, how the couple exchanges energy, right?
Yeah.
Because they do work as a team. But that's the other thing is how many people have been brought up that when you do get married, that's your person that you're sharing energy with them. They're with you 24/7. Or when you're outside, when you're home, like you need to include them, and because they do share and contribute energy to whatever you need. You know what I mean? Back and forth.
That's why when they say about, be careful who you sleep with, and that
Daisy nailed it on the head. This Daisy lady is a pretty wise individual as well, because she said, when you do have sex, because it's called sex magic, right? Everyone's talking about this. The person has to have the same vibration, because even though you're a higher vibration and you're sending them to a new level through orgasm, right? Because you're super freaky. You go ahead, your body will actually drop down and not try to bring their body up, because they can't. It's beyond it's beyond their comprehension. So if you're at this level, same thing when you do pick a mate, you want to make sure that you guys here's why divorce is crazy and what divorce happens, because it's kind of the same thing with the sex things. Most people, when they get in a relationship, they're like, maybe this or this. There's not a big offset, but their energy is kind of like this and this, right? Over time, if the two people don't grow energetically around the same pace, one person will grow slowly when the other one goes way fast, let's say. Now look at the gap. Look at the gap. They're no longer within range to really connect with each other. And it starts to cause issues in their relationship all the way around, right?
Yeah.
So when you do start meeting people, you need to make sure, what are their belief systems? What are their goals? What are their targets? Where do they want to go in life? All that stuff, because that's what builds you up as well, as far as energetically with together. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of it that happens, and this is why it happens. Well, this guy was this and I was this, but he had short goals, so I outgrew him, which means energetically, physically, everything. And now he's just a bum. Kind of, I'm supporting him. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Yeah,
it's
I can relate to a lot what you're saying. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I could get into all these subjects. I mean, fuck, you guys will have me here until the sun comes up in the morning.
My son's already up, love.
Yeah, but what is it like? It's like 9:30 there.
No, it's 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, it's 7. Oh, okay. So you guys are only 7 hours ahead of us. I thought you were more.
Yeah, just gone 7:30.
Yeah, it's 12:30 here. So what does she say? I need to buy a dildo because if I originally he was very low. Sorry, guys.
Honey is good. They've got ones that you can charge up.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I think, you know what? I honestly, here's the other thing that a lot of women need to understand as well is, do you remember the question I asked earlier to the one lady, and I said, can you look in yourself in the mirror and say, I love yourself?
Yeah.
A lot of women can't do that.
Yeah, I struggled with that.
Second thing that women don't know is they don't even know their own body and what they like, because a lot of women that don't masturbate or know what, they can't even get themselves off. So they don't even have self-awareness on what feels good to themselves. So if you don't play around, or if you don't know your own body, how are you going to expect the man without your instruction to know and do what's needed? You know what I'm saying? So there's like I told you, sex and relationship, hardest thing to talk about when it comes to spirituality and relationship, because there's so much things that are more complicated and intriguing. And a lot of people will think, oh, bullshit or no or whatever, but it's the truth.
That's their, each to their own, so, some, but yeah, no, I can absolutely. And that's what I said to my daughters. You need to understand what you need to experiment, and what your likes and your preferences.
And the thing is
as worlds together. So, with your partner,
Well, it's sad when they do studies nowadays and they're talking about how like 40% of women have never experienced an orgasm.
Yeah.
That's where I wanted to write that book, because I was like, look, men need to understand, like it's there's an art to women in making love, and a lot of guys have been taught with the new music, like think about that whole generation of rap, like fuck them and leave them and go to the next girl, and like treat them like a prostitute or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, there's songs like that, right? And it still goes on, and you know what I mean? But nobody's telling, like, you know what, be the best lover you can be, blah blah blah. So the culture's changed so much to where men are just like, well, he didn't quit it, let's just go. You know what I mean? And that's
why do you think I listened to that music when you were little? We battled over your music a lot.
Gabriel. I like this Daisy lady. She got a good humor.
This how I could I know.
Daisy may come down, her and Gabriel may come down and visit, because Daisy's a friend of mine.
Do they live in Colorado?
No, they're in Phoenix.
Oh, hey, I was just down there. Well, you were too, so
yeah.
I don't know why you don't go see Brianna and just go see them there if they live there. What part of Phoenix are they in?
She's half hour from Brianna.
But what part? Are they in West Phoenix or are they in Tempe?
She's in she's in Glendale.
Well, I'll just ask her. There, she's in chat. Daisy,
aren't you in Glendale?
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah, she's in Phoenix.
So yeah, because we have family. I have family in Glendale, Peoria, El Mirage, which is where my grandmother used to live, and now that's, and also out in Surprise, which I ain't been out there. I wasn't out there for like 10 or 15 years, and
yeah, I went to visit Daisy.
Surprised me
down with the pneumonia.
It surprised me that Northern Avenue is a 2-lane highway now, when it used to be just a damn dirt road out west. So
yeah, it's Glendale West. Yeah.
But yeah, I've been all over
as well.
I travel all over the place. I used to go to Phoenix all the time, though. I like Phoenix, but they destroyed it. So
Daisy's lived there her whole life, so.
But she looks young by her picture. She probably looks like she's like 22 or 23.
Oh, she's 5 foot tall and she's a tiger.
So in England, see, because you're in England, and there's a mono, what is it with what do they call that form of mono, with the queen and everything like that? And people are their subjects. Yeah. So you want to
I don't follow the royal family.
Yeah. So, but no, it's a regional thing. So because it's such a huge regional belief as far as what was there in the past and the energies that are there, you'll want to work on clearing that away, because that'll also filter what you're able to receive based on that. Like I tell you, there's a lot about energy and that screen, right? And even though some stuff is personal because of who you are, your name, stuff like that, right? And your personal beliefs and the things that you have bought into.
Yeah.
Some are regional, some are, you know what I'm saying? Like, we live in Colorado, right? And I'm born and raised here, so I'm a Coloradoan inside the United States, right? But when people talk shit, or let's say they do throw bad energy at Colorado because you're part of that, you do take a little zap. You see what I'm saying? Energy is it's weird, and it's so vast that you have to and sometimes people are like, well, that don't make sense. That's there's no way that makes, but it's true, right? You know what I mean? Like
I don't follow the royal family. That's never been part of my. I'll go to Glastonbury for the day and things. That is where I zone down to.
Well, that's cool though, but I'm just saying, like, as far as energy work and removing limitations and stuff like that, that's something that you might want to look into, because there's people who, you know what I'm saying, like, just as just like you were talking about energy, so just maybe dabble and see what you get. See if you get a charge on it. You may not even get a charge.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So oh man, does anyone else
you should come on here.
You think I should come back on here?
Oh yeah, Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I think Daisy should come pop on.
So here's another one. Here's another person I think that should come on here, and I don't know if he's still watching or not. But my little brother.
You got a little brother. Oh,
Yeah, I'm the oldest. My little brother is 17 years younger than me, but he can do some interesting shit too.
And he just watches in the background, does he?
Huh?
Well, because that's what I normally do too. But tonight for some reason when me and my mom were talking, I said maybe I should jump on your stream, and she's like, I go, but you don't have a way for me to jump in and talk, and she's like, no, I got this, and I'm like, and then I told her, well, I gotta let me at least take a shower, and then I'll jump on. So that's why my hair was wet, and look, I told you guys over time it would just turn.
This is my hair's wet too.
Yeah.
Say hi to Daisy.
Hello, Daisy.
I'll let you guys talk a minute. I'm gonna go mute. So
That's fine.
yeah, because I've done enough talking now. So I'll let you guys.
You know,
interact.
the other thing is I do want to appreciate. I wanted to say something to everybody who has joined and even has heard of me talking. There might be some people that were on here that just listened and maybe they were going down the same path as somebody else. So this might have been helpful because the people who actually got on here and asked the questions, you might have helped more people than you actually know because they were able to benefit or take advantage of the question you asked because of how, about certain things. So I just wanted to thank everybody who did come on here and ask a question. So
thank you for everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you.
Cindy, why don't you come on real quick too?
Who?
Cindy G. She's the one that wants to have you on her channel.
Is she on?
Well, she was on a few minutes ago.
Uh-oh, there's Daisy.
Yeah. Ask your question, Daisy.
She don't have questions, does she?
No. I've been listening to you guys. I was in the shower and I was like, oh my God, this is a real good night. I'm like, I'm all in it.
It was by chance I jumped on. My mom's been trying to get me to do some things for a while, so I just finally took the bullet. I don't like the stream. I don't like the attention.
All the time. We compare conspiracy theories, everything. We talk about everything.
But I don't agree with everything, but I didn't bring a lot of things on here. I mean, I might have said some things tonight, but I at least gave an explanation on why I said those as well, because there's multiple tools, but there's also the ways you just got to look at when people get messages. You got to just make sure that you how can I say it? Don't judge yourself. That's the number one thing. Like a lot of people will take the advice and then freak out a little bit,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And yeah, your mom always tells me stuff, and I'm like, and I was like, okay, I got to do it.
So
come on, you can block your face. You do not have to show your face. Come on, Cindy.
Look, this is my family. This has my dad and 3 of my grandkids. Well, I have 7 grandkids, but I'll show everybody. See,
Grandkids.
I have 7 grandkids. Those are all my kids. My dad is the old man, and then all those kids in that picture, except for one. I'm missing Jalissa. Let me see if I have one of her. She was on here, babe. She was listening.
Grandkids.
Your mom? Huh?
I have 7 great grandkids.
You have more than that. You have 7 from me, and you have 2 from Justine and 2 from Brandon, so you got 11. Oh, and then there were 12. 12.
No, those are grandkids. Those are not great grandkids.
Oh yeah.
I have 11 grandkids and 7 great grandkids.
All right, I'm gonna step away. Let me run to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
How you doing tonight, Cindy?
I'm doing good, Casey. How are you?
Okay.
Your son is amazing.
Yeah, we have conversations like this all the time.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's awesome.
Yeah, you can feel it. He's good on the energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys should do like once a month a collab.
That's what I told him. We should do it once a month. He's
Yeah.
extremely uncomfortable coming on here tonight. Anyway, but
I
Was he?
agree. He should come on, Casey.
yeah, yeah, because this is what we try to talk about stuff on Friday nights on Spiritual Talk, you know,
Yeah.
and do healing work too. So yeah, but him and I defer. We have arguments about on healing work.
That sounds about like me and my son.
Yeah, because I'm being given techniques to do, and it's expanding and growing, but he doesn't see it like that, you know.
My son doesn't see things that I see either, but I guess that's how it goes.
But that's free will.
Yeah.
I'll have
Yeah.
different lessons to learn, all different points of view. And
Yep.
that's what we try to encourage everybody to do. Clear out everybody else's points of view, belief systems, and find your own truth.
That's exactly right. Because there's a lot that can still be uncovered in this world.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, I wasn't sitting here forever, so I think I've been on here since like 4 hours. I don't know. It's been a while.
You get lost in here.
Well, I don't know. Like she said, I could hear her because I was in the other room, but I don't like to put my shit out. I'll work with people. I don't look. I had an office for a while, and I didn't even book appointments. My friend was the one trying to get me to book appointments.
So wait, what is it that you do?
I could work with people's bodies. I could process people. I can do a lot of things. Tonight I'm just talking. I'm not trying to process. I'm just generalizing because in my mind, everyone needs no one knows me. So first of all, no one knows who the hell I am on here. So I'm not trying to come in and be some kind of pro at anything. I'm just coming in to establish like basic things people can go ahead and try to bring to their own awareness, right? And then if you want more or whatever, I can teach you more or whatever at that point. But it's just I'm just coming on just to talk. My whole thing was just let's see what happens or whatever. If people have a question or if I get a read on somebody, I'll let them know what I said, right? Like, as in the individual earlier, I don't know if she thought I was crazy or not, but the very first lady we spoke to, Mom, who had she was like, yeah, I had to go all the way and circle back to paint the picture. But the thing is like, you asked me, well, why can't people read me, right? Well, that's why but look, I want you to understand something. Like when you do work with people, sometimes you have to take them on a journey and then circle all the way back to the beginning in order for them to open up or even think about it, right? So that's why I had to go. I asked the question because that was the first thing I got. Then I went all the way on the journey and started feeling it in order to try to go ahead and see if we can get her to be acceptable in order to think. Because everyone has a story. And a lot of times people, when you do work with people, they're going to justify the limitation that they've put in place. So if I ask you a direct question that's yes or no, and you go into a story, that's you trying to defer because it's something that really is going on. So you're trying to justify your belief system on what's happening. I've done this for a while, so that's how I can understand what's going on, right? So when somebody automatically goes into story instead of asking, they don't. It's a built-in like mechanism, like, oh shit, they're pulling my string. So let me explain why it's happening because they think I'm going to judge them. I don't give a shit. Like I told everyone on this call when we first started, you don't know me. I don't know you. I don't have an emotional attachment to anybody. I'll give you advice. I'll give you, if there's a mess, I'll tell you. But you can, tomorrow we can never talk again or whatever. And either you like me or not or whatever, right? Or you just think I'm crazy. So I don't get on here every week. So I don't have a relationship with everyone on here. I don't have any of that. So I don't have any kind of bias. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's the way I kind of live life, though. I try not to make, and it makes me seem like I'm the worst person in the world to my family. Swear to God, people think I'm being serious because I don't show a lot of empathetic stuff with people.
Like,
I don't empower.
You're like the black sheep.
Well, no, I'm not. Well, In a sense, I am because
Because I am.
I am kind of the black sheep because I'm different than everybody because I've let go of so many different belief systems that they're still ingrained to. They still enslaved to, right? When you are in, you don't. That's the other thing I forgot to warn everybody on here. As you start to change your spiritual vibration or your awareness, your family and friends will start to drop out of your life because they no longer relate to you.
Yes, and that's what happened to me. When I started becoming spiritual, my actual family started pushing away because they're like, we don't know what that is. We're Catholics and it's only Catholic. And they started kind of leaving. And I was like, okay, have a nice life. Which
Yeah,
it does.
because they're on their own journey. But the thing is I did make this comment earlier. I don't know if you've been on since I jumped on from the beginning.
No.
But I said sometimes your family is your worst haters. When it comes down to, and I mean that sincerely. Like, you can have people throw judgment at you, but sometimes your family is your worst judgment. They fuck you around more than and so many people won't even look down that route because it's too hurtful. So these are just some of the things that happened. You know, they you know, and you outgrow your friends. The two somebody said here about more friends dropped off, but
KT, yeah.
so they you know, you'll outgrow your friends, but you'll gain new friends as you move along, and you'll gain some powerful friends too that are like, because people start to see you differently. Your
Especially,
environment start to change. You start to attract a different breed of person. I mean, I know some. They call me some of the people I know. They consider me a powerhouse, and I'm like, I ain't shit. But these people are crazy. I know some like, whoa, fuck. I wish it's like, oh my god, right? But I don't. It's not about that. I don't envy them or nothing like that because everyone has their own journey, and everyone can do everything. Like I told you, I don't know if you've heard everything, but you can touch me, and if we talk, you can do what I do. You can inherit abilities through people. People think that no, you can only be born with it. No, that's a lie. You just have to be open to that. Some people are just more open and maintain that, where other people, depending on the environment they grew up in, they lost it because they were conditioned that it was bad, right?
yeah.
And I like an example I gave, I lost mine because I abused it. Like that, there's also things like that, right? So, there's, it's a very interesting situation, and everybody just there's so many people who think, oh, there's all these rules. There's not really rules. We there's respect factors, I guess you'd say, right? But just don't do bad to people. Don't try to fuck no one around. Be just and you know, and be open and try to help each other, and you'll be able to get through. You'll grow spiritually like crazy. A lot of people though, they have an agenda. It's not real. It's like, oh, you know what I mean? That's why I don't like getting on shit like this, because you know, let's say in this room, even tonight, half the people in here will probably love me, and half the people will be like, I hope he never comes fucking back in here again, because you know what I'm saying? It's just totally against things that are, I go against all my name is, I seriously picked that name because I go against everything that's ever taught. It's weird. It's just, I don't have the same belief systems as even people in spirituality, and I've had arguments with people like that are well renowned, you know what I mean? And you know, I'm just the blue collar guy. I just, you know, and that's the way I live my life. I'm blue collar. I don't, if I know something and you want to know it, I'll tell you. I don't, you know, I'll make my money. The universe will give me the money another different way. You know what I mean? That money comes to me in crazy ways, and I'm open to all of it, you know? So I just let it go, you know?
Yeah.
Somebody's got me on TV. That's scary.
Well, how do you think so Brandon messaged me the other night. He came on and I didn't know why he was on. And then he sent me a video of the baby watching me.
I know, I seen it. I seen the Snapchat.
Yeah, then Gabe was jumping up and down saying, "Hi, Grandma."
Yeah.
What?
So do you have a question? Do you want more insight about your family's issues or no? And you want, I mean, That's something that has hooks into your heart, and there's a reason you asked that, because even though you're smiling right now, you're crying on the inside. Like, to
I
be
don't
honest,
really cry, but yes.
that's something that's got, like, you
No, I
gotta,
know.
the
You just said
limitation
it.
is not, but here's the clarification I want to give you is like, the limitation is not your limitation, it's their limitation for not being able to accept you no matter what. Do you see what I'm saying? And because I mentioned this in the beginning, it's like, a lot of times religions are handcuffs, and they will lock people into a point of spirituality, and they'll never be able to grow to it because they're not able to, because they only believe one way. In my mind, I mean, when I was younger, like I told you, I had so many different experiences that I would ask the church, because I was raised Catholic too, and I'd ask the church, and they'd give me like, "Oh, just go home and pray, or do this, or blah blah blah." You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that's fuck. I prayed in front of certain things before, and they fucking laughed at me. Like, I'm not even lying to you. Like, they will laugh at you when you're praying and, oh God, this, or trying to do stuff. They fucking laugh and say, "Ha ha." They say things that are very contradictory, but I don't want to talk
What
about
did I tell you?
So,
Okay, you can ask God for whatever you want, but He's not going to hand it to you on a silver platter. You have to work toward it also.
you just have to start the action. And you also, I don't know how long you've been on for, but you also have to open up your receiving, because if you're not able to receive, it just takes so long for that thing to come into your life. So I don't know how long you were on, but I tonight I talked about like, you have to open up yourself first before anything really starts to move your way. And that's everyone on the stream. Like, a lot of people got to start with themselves, and then everything else around them will start changing. Your receiving will open up. Victimization goes down, because a lot of people, victimization is huge in society right now. A lot of people like to play the victim, and a lot of people like to be the perpetrator as far as the aggressors. So, I mean,
you have to be willing to be everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
So there's a lot of stuff, like, seriously. And, if anything, if I do come back on here, my mom could maybe she should put a survey up somewhere, like, what do you guys want to know or review? And then I can go over stuff about just.
Well, I talk to your mom every day, almost. Literally.
Yeah, she does. She Snapchat.
I call her.
I don't jump on these. I normally don't do this. I seriously don't do this. I'm not. My journey, and I'll be honest with you, is not for. Look, I play games, and I have friends who told me before Twitch was really big, you should stream. You'll fucking get thousands of people. You have this nice bubbly personality, and you would be like a top streamer, and blah blah blah. Or I should make videos like TED Talk type shit. People have been telling me this. I don't want that attention, because there's a you have to be careful. That's all I'm saying. You just have to be careful, because there's other things that can happen as well. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very, very, very cautious on what I do.
You don't want people that hang on to your other word like you're a guru. And this is why
But you can't control that, Mom. This is YouTube. Anybody can find this video and be like, that guy should be doing this. What's his YouTube channel? You don't make me a guru.
Come in and contribute to share their knowledge and stuff, so it's not just me.
But you should do this all the time. You should always have somebody come in and show a different point of view to besides cars, because
KT's going to come on with me and Star. We're going to do a collaboration at the end of the month.
The thing is like, the energy starts flowing because you start the cards, and if the person's on here, then you and that person can collaborate, and then to get a feel for whatever energy's moving it. Especially, see, I wanted to be on here earlier, but I wasn't going to, and then something just pushed me, because I wanted to be on your readings when you were doing personal readings.
Yeah.
So that way I can hear what you're telling them, and then I can add what I get from the energy that's moving. But that's different.
Well, Sunday nights and Wednesday nights I do readings, and then we do spiritual talk. But only
I came too late.
Yeah. I
was gonna do the reading, but when I came in, you guys were already done with all that, and I'm like, damn, came too late.
But Friday nights we only do spiritual talk. That's all we do is spiritual talk. Because some people don't come in until after all the readings because they want to do spiritual talk.
Yeah.
So Daisy, she had you come in. Where was the other lady? She came on and left.
Her phone was dying, so she's watching.
She didn't want to talk. She was very uncomfortable. I could tell. Well, thank you for trying. I do appreciate it. Daisy, as far as your heart, and your family, like I said, I do want you to understand it's not. Sometimes when people get put in those situations, they start to question themselves and stuff, and they start to judge themselves, like, am I on the right path, or what did I do wrong, and whatever. And it may not even be that, you know what I'm saying? Like all that's judgment towards you. And the problem is like, that's not your weight to carry. If you choose to get tattoos and half your family supports it and the other half family that's their problem. You're still your own person. You're still your own being. You got your own life path that you need to create. Yeah, it might be lonely
doing that too.
But the thing is like, how much this doesn't sound rude. This doesn't sound very rude. But how much value do they really add in your life besides support? You see what I'm saying? And I know that that's something, because that's the hardest thing with when you've been raised Latin, because you're taught that the core of everything is the family.
True.
And that's yeah.
And I honestly, that's where I'm at right now with my life. I have told myself I'm really close to my cousins, my guy cousins, and something happened in the family that one of my cousins of them too didn't have my back. And that kind of told me, if you lose him, if you cut him right now, is he worth losing? What's the value of him? Because I know my value. He loses me, he loses help from me financially, because sometimes I help him.
Yeah.
I was like, honestly, I don't lose anything. He's losing more from me.
Sometimes you have to ask the hard questions, and I know that
And
that
it's not
sounds
hard.
rude.
It's not hard.
Well, it is though. It's hard because the way you're raised when you're Latin is family, family, and then everything else, right? And nothing is supposed to go against the hive. I call it a hive mind. It's like a bunch of bees, right? And grandma's the oldest person in the family is the queen bee, and then everyone hovers around that person. I mean, it's a hive mind. I mean, I grew up that way. I know, right?
Yeah, they don't hover around me. You guys all avoid.
But the thing is that's the way the land side of my family was. And then over time, I'm not that close with a lot of them. And the outliers like me are the ones that are like out, like doing things and making a very successful life. So I know that sometimes you get lonely, but the thing is that the people that not everyone in your family is going to abandon you. And then some of them may even follow your path because you broke the mold. You see what I'm saying?
And
It's
yes.
a very because a lot of people want to break that mold and move forward or do something, but they're scared because when you've been trained into something from the time that you're born, it's not natural. And this is what I went over this earlier too, is like sometimes the path with the most resistance is the hardest, but it's also the most rewarding, right? Because it's a risk that you're taking, and then other people see you take that risk, so they're like, well, hell, she's doing it, well, I can do it too. And then you just like, there's a few of me and my cousins that still are amazing, right? But there's other cousins like, oh, he thinks he's so good, he's uppity, blah blah blah, you know what I'm saying? But I don't give a shit. Like, do you pay my bills, right? Do you take care of me? Do you feed me? What value are you adding to my life? Like, you're just, every time I come around, you tell me about, like I said, how hard it is, or about everybody, you're gossiping about everyone in the family or whatever. So what are you really adding to my life? You're kind of adding more stress. You know what I'm saying? So a valuable relationship is somebody you can talk to, they can talk to, you can have a good time, and you guys feed off each other, not somebody who's just constant. Like you, sometimes I'll go like around certain individuals in family and I'm more drained just by sitting there and visiting them and leaving than I was fucking if I went to the gym for 4 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's an interesting concept, but family is the hardest thing to process around because so many people are guarded because of the belief systems that have been ingrained about how important that is, right? And at some point, like I said, let's say you hit $1 million. You know how many of them motherfuckers would be kissing your ass right now, trying to like, hey, come on, your family. You know what I mean? I always tell them that story, like the chicken where she's like, who will help me plant the corn? And everyone's too busy, right? Not me, not me, not me, not me.
Yeah.
Who will help me grind the corn? And who will help me make the flour? You know, grind the corn, make the flour. Who will help me cook? You know, mix and make the recipe. And who will help me cook it? No one ever wants to fucking do nothing. But the minute that you got the bread, everybody got their hand out for a piece, right?
Yeah.
Same. That's the way a lot of times families are. Like they're always in it for what's good for them and not for what's good for everyone.
True. And I see that.
And they're very judgmental.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And I noticed because he didn't have my back. My thing is like, I'm about respect and about you having my back. So he lost my back. Like, and I even told Gabriel, I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. I'm not going to be, whenever they're calling me for money, I'm just going to say, I don't got it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So there's a lot of young kids don't understand this saying. I see this even now. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
True.
You understand that? So like the minute that someone does that, you obviously, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but when you're helping someone and they're not helping themselves, you're just empowering them to fail.
Yeah.
I have a rule that everyone knows that I won't help you unless you're helping yourself. If you come to me and let's say I watch you and you're working your ass off and you're struggling and maybe your hours got cut or something, I'll give you something, whatever. I'll help you however I can. But if you're sitting at home, you're not looking for a job, you're complaining, you may be doing drugs or drinking every night or something, but I don't see you trying to progress, don't fucking come knocking at my door because I don't have a handout for someone who can't help themselves.
Yeah.
Which that leads to my other cousin. That's what he does. And I've always been there for them. So I had to like really acknowledge all that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm 36. They're 36, 40 almost. And it's time to grow up already. If I'm a single mom, well, I was a single mom part-time, doing everything by myself, taking care of 2 girls. They're not single, but they had their other spouse. I'm like, come on now, you're making $30 an hour and I'm making half of that. Come on. And you're asking me for money? I was like,
well, so how much of your life are you functioning out of obligation? Honestly. You see what I'm saying? And the reason I'm asking you that, it's not just if you're doing it in one place, you got it all over the place. In other words, you know what I'm saying? If you start reevaluating your life on what's actually obligation and what's actually choice, you're gonna have an aha moment and go, what the fuck?
Well, I did have one. I was like, man, I just don't need them.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is like, don't just stop there. Start looking at everything in your life on is this.
I am.
No,
that's for
even. This is what I do now. Even when I go shopping for, and this is kind of probably a weird one. Let's say I go shopping and I see shoes. I go, is that a want or is that a need? Do I want it? You know, I have 20 other pairs of shoes, or do I need it because I got holes in my shoes, right? And when you start asking that question, you'll also understand that your money will go up because you stop spending on stupid shit. Like, you know what I mean? When you start, there's a lot of ways to retrain your brain and your energy, in order to put your money and your beliefs and everything in a sense. So even with these relationships with these people, you say like, what value are they adding to my life? You know, okay, they give me joy. Okay, well, maybe I'll put up with their shit but somebody else brings me more joy and I don't have to go through the hell, right?
Yeah.
Or what obligations do I have to these people? They don't have no obligations to me. You know what I mean? I mean, all I'm doing is because they're family, I'm constantly digging them out of the hole. But if I was in the hole, would they do the same for me?
No.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and it's got to be reciprocal. I mean, if you know that I got your back, and I know I got your back, hey, my little brother will also come over here, and he'll borrow $100, $200, $300 sometimes, and I know that he's good for it. I got some other family, I won't even drop them a dime. You know what I mean? Because they you know what I mean? So like, you got to start figuring out, and it sucks because like growing up Latin, I grew up Latin. It's very, very, you know, hierarchical, you know, and people that are older, you're supposed to respect. And, you know, I abandoned all that bullshit programming because I respect the people who respect me. If you don't respect me, I don't give a shit. I had an uncle and that I had it out with, and like he, you know, I told my dad, the only reason I didn't like throw my hands on him was because
he's older.
I did. Well, not that, because it was out of respect for my dad. But I told my dad that better never ever happen again, ever, because I only eat shit once. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I won't do it again. So that's the thing. Like, I'm still a man. I pay my own bills. I take care of my family. I work, and I have a good life. I'm not obligated to nobody else. I'm only obligated to the kids that I raised, and even then, I'm not really obligated to them because they're all over 18. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're adults now. You know, I don't have no obligations at all. And me and my wife, my relationship, I've told her, and this is going to sound fucking horrible to everybody on here, but I told her the minute that this doesn't work for me, it's over. I told her I love you with all my heart. But the thing is if this doesn't, and you know, she knows, like we both know, because I've taught her everything that I've learned on this. We're together by choice, not because we went and got married and now we have to be together because we've gotten married and have to deal with each other. If it don't work, it don't work. Fuck, don't try to force it. You know what I'm saying? Too many people, you know, and then the other thing is a lot of people, but I can't say that because too many people function from pride. They don't function from real reality. So it don't work no more, just so they can go and get another person. You know what I'm saying? Because they want
adventure. Can we create it?
Yeah, there's a lot of things, but when it comes, like I said, the family, that's the hardest thing. That's why I mentioned that earlier. Relationship, family, hardest thing to process people on. Hardest thing to take hooks out of family too, or hooks out of people.
I'm trying to get rid of my mom, but I just don't need to deal with her.
You don't have to. So here's something I do want to teach you. When you cut somebody off, you don't have to cut people off. That's what people see. That's the thing. You don't have to cut nobody off. You just choose not to contribute no more.
Yeah.
So when people say, "Hey, you're cut," blah blah blah, whatever, that's like putting up this wall. Like, you're done. I'm fucking. You know what? You just say, "I don't want to contribute with these people no more." It's a different type of rejection, I guess you'd say, because you will start to sever other things off because you're creating separation. You never want to create separation. We're still one. Everybody's still one. You have to learn to just make it through choice and what contributions can you give people and take away. Because the minute you start putting more walls up, everyone's starting to pull walls up. Now everyone now there's fucking cities around everyone. You know what I'm saying? And nobody could really get to see who anybody is anymore because everyone's so fucking guarded. And you got to get to a point where you walk around total vulnerability, total openness. You pull my energy, I walk by, I'll flood you. Hey, you want to pull my energy? I swear to God, I will fucking flood you where you're like, oh my God, he's too much energy, right? Because I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, you didn't ask, come and ask me, like, can I get that, or whatever. But like the whole thing is there's a way, and you still have to keep your connection to everyone. And so it's all about that choice of, like I said, do I help and contribute with them? And do I not? And just because you're not when I say you're not contributing, don't mean you don't have to go around either. That's a choice. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to contribute. I don't want to be around. I'm not going to be around for a while. Boom. That's it. That's not cutting them off. That's just doing like that. If they call out of nowhere like, hey, we're having a function, we miss you, show up. I do. because they went out, you know what I mean? And then you can go and put on your happy face for a while and realize, oh shit, this is why I left, and then you leave again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's playing the game, right? I mean, they add value, and you maybe you do miss them, and you go and then you get a reminder of, oh shit, I'm glad I'm out of this situation, and then you're gone again, right? So I
Yeah.
mean, but it's all based on a choice. It's not based on obligation, and it's not really creating separation. Because when you tell somebody like, I'm done with you, fuck off, blah blah blah, I'm gonna cut you out of my life, that's creating a like separation. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to do that with, like, because sometimes when you create separation on one thing, you may have cut something else off that you weren't even realizing, and that'll end up biting you out on the ass later. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You
And
just
no, that's true, because I cut her off and it kind of bit me in my ass with my daughter. But I told myself, you know what? I'm not cutting her off now. Now I have to start looking at people like, I'm investing in you. What am I going to bring back to me?
Yeah. Well, your energy is an investment. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, your energy, you have unlimited energy, but you don't have to give energy to everybody. That's the biggest misconception, is you're like a stockbroker. Like, you have
Yeah.
money and you want to invest in this, invest in that. Sometimes you don't invest because it's a bad investment.
Yeah.
You could contribute though. Let's say you see a drug person that's having issues because they want to jump off drugs or something, and you see them working and you think that they're going to actually change. You could contribute energy, like, hey, in your own mind, you don't tell them, hey, I'm gonna contribute energy to you, because you'll be like, hey, you're crazy, right? You know what I mean? Hey, don't, are you on drugs? You know what I mean? But you just tell them, like, in your own mind, like, I want to contribute energy, healing energy, whatever energy you want to contribute to them, change energy, and your body will do it. You know what I mean? So I mean, you can do things like that, and that's, you know what I mean, that's good. But like, if you I don't know, maybe I'm just weird. It's just crazy. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So,
and I trust me, I'm listening. I'm getting all this.
no, I know. It's just wild right now. I didn't even think I'd be on this damn fucking.
Sours?
No, it's not even new. It's her. She been wanting to get me on here for a while.
Yeah. The energy was great. Trust me. I was in the shower and I just listened for 30 minutes and I'm like, oh, they got me. I'm like, let me just get dressed and
Well, that's what I don't want. I don't want people to want me to start a stream, because I'll tell you right now, it won't fucking happen because I'm too busy. I
no,
won't. No. I'm just saying, no. That's why. That's another reason, is like, I got my time and interest in my grandkids and everything else. I probably could start a channel, do this, maybe blow up, but I don't know. I'm not looking for fame or fortune. I'm willing to give information to people that ask. If you want to know something, I'll ask. If you want me to see if I got something for you, or if like a situation like even with what we're talking about with family, trust me, tomorrow you'll feel lighter and it'll start to dissipate and work its way through like the cracks, right? So what we're doing right now, it's not really processing. What it is it's starting to
Educate.
go through the foundation, because those are solid foundations. Family, sexuality, like when we were talking in chat, those are solid. Even if it's shit, it's a solid foundation, and a lot of times it's hard to crack through that. When you have discussions like what we've been doing all night, what happens is sometimes people think they're settled or they're in a good spot, and then when you have these conversations, it's like you put water through the cracks and then it freezes. Well, the water expands, so now the cracks become a little bit bigger and bigger. So now you're starting to get more energy through that shit, and you're like, oh wow, I got a whole new perception, even though that's just one little crack, right? You'll get a whole, because it's something that you've been ingrained into for so long, that once it cracks a little bit, it opens up a new perception on like the whole situation. And that's what my intention was here tonight, was just to kind of see where everyone was at. What do we need to talk about? And let's start energy moving through people where they're stuck, right? Or what's hampering them, because the main thing is a lot of people are hurting right now, and it ain't just because of the climate of the United States. It's worldwide. People are hurting. Worldwide, people are trying to wake up. They're trying to follow the guts. They're trying to see what's best. They're trying to see what messaging and downloads and things they have access. People are becoming more and more awake right now, but there's a lot of shit that they've swallowed that's in the bottom of the pool, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we want to clean all that shit out, because you can study all you want. You can do all the stuff. You can try to create all you want. But if your foundation is shit, you're not going to get what you want. You know what I'm saying? Or it's going to take a shitload of time for it to come through to you, because it's got to filter through so many different things, you know?
Yeah. And I do believe in that. Because I even seen it in my own eyes. Like, there's things that I want, and I'm like, okay, do I really want this, or can I wait a little extra? Because if I do this, this is what I have to do, and I try to see the in between before getting it. You know what I mean? The working hard part. Am I willing to work hard for this at this moment, or I got too much already on my plate? You know what I
Well,
mean?
also,
You
and
don't scatter your energy so much that you can't focus on what you want.
well, also, it's easy to just go get your credit card and charge it up. Anyone can do that, you know? You know what I mean? No, I'm being serious. That's the mentality of the day. But the thing is you still have to pay it later, right?
Yeah.
So, like, so
Everything's like that, but I try not to, just because interest rates.
no, you should. No, I'm not saying you should charge it. What I'm saying is the simple route that everyone takes nowadays
Credit
is,
card.
well, I got a credit card. Boom, I'll just go take it, right?
Yeah.
But then they, let's say they were like, oh my God, I couldn't afford it before, but now I got to make payments on it, right? You know what I'm saying? So then, but they're struggling even to make payments on it, right? Where, if you did the work like what you said, you work hard, you maybe do some extra overtime or whatever. Now you buy it with cash or whatever, and you don't have to pay the interest. You're not losing money. You're not funding somebody else. You know what I mean? Like you sound like you're smart like that. So, yeah, you're doing it. You sound like you're on the right path, in my opinion, as far as that. But I will tell you, your Achilles heel is a lot of what you brought, the family stuff. Like, that's gonna always be you got holes in your ankle, your Achilles heel, and there's chains there. And every time that you try to break those chains, it feels like somebody's pulling you back. And that's the hardest thing to break away from. Trust me. And it's also your biggest wealth
So
detractor.
hard on it.
It's also most people's biggest wealth detractor.
See, my mom is the one that's working on that. So she's the one that has the biggest hole on that, which I kind of mended together. And then my daughter came and made a bigger hole, which I'm like, oh, shoot, how am I going to do that now?
Well, you can always make some sort of arrangement where, like, hey, mom, I got things to do. And here, can you let the kid go hang out with her? And you don't have to be there. That's a choice. That's an option. You just make up an excuse. Hey, I had to do this, or I got to do this. And you can leave the kid with her in order, you don't have to.
We'll speak in terms.
Well, or then drop her off at grandpa, or I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Because the kid does make it complicated, because now you have to explain to the kid why you and their grandma are not talking, and you don't want to frame it to a point where now the kid hates the grandma because you and her are beefing out. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it becomes, like I told you, family issues when it comes to spirituality are not cut and dry. There's people who will always say, oh no, just do this and it's easy. Oh, you just cut them out of your life. No, it's not fucking that easy, especially when you've been ingrained. And trust me, it takes a long time to unlearn all of the customs.
Yeah.
It takes a fuck ton of time to unlearn those deep cuts. It took me, because every time I thought I got over a custom, another new one, or of a feeling of like, oh, I better show up, or I got to do this for the family, right? Probably took me like
almost
3 years to get rid of all those things, like literally to find them.
Just how you said it, okay? My grandpa died, and he had a house in Mexico City. That house was sold for $250,000, or a little bit more. I don't know. All of my uncles showed up to Mexico City, which my dad passed away. So that meant that the kids, me, my brother, my sister, were supposed to get that money, his little You know?
his sliver of his piece of the
Yeah.
pie.
Well, what they did, the 6 of them, they divided that between them and forgot about us. So my cousin just texted me 4 days ago or 3 days ago, hey, cuz, we want to put our grandma and our grandpa together somewhere here around here in a cemetery so we could go and visit them. I was already upset, and I'm like, you know what? Why the fuck am I going to do that when you guys took my money and my brother's money, my sister's money, and you guys have it?
So once again, what value are they adding in your life? Like, you can choose to not go around them and not.
So I just told him, you know what? I got a lot of stuff on my plate already. I don't need another one. You call your mom and tell her to give you that half. I
Yeah,
was like, because this was like 5 years ago. You should have got that money 5 years ago and made that a priority instead of waiting 5 years later and making it a priority now.
Yeah.
and not only that, you're not the first round of kids. If their grandma and grandpa have all those kids, the burden doesn't fall to you. They didn't want to spread the money when the money came in that they inherited. Then let them figure it out, because those are the next.
I said, and that's what I said. I was like, look, why don't you call my tia, your mom, my other tias, my uncle, all the other 6 people, and let them deal with it.
Yeah, well, they should, because they're the next of kin. You kids shouldn't even be involved in that decision.
Exactly. But I was just like, you know what?
It's because they want this. So, it sounds like you are a sucker. You're an ATM for your family. No offense, but like, it sounds like everyone in your family comes to you and only wants you around because you have money, and they're constantly borrowing and taking money from you and never repaying it. And that's just by what you're saying. And you're so giving and caring that you've never tried to keep the receipts and be like, hey, motherfucker, where's my money? Like, you just kind of just fucking be nice about it and just kind of like, oh, well, whatever.
Yeah, even in my cousin's quinceañera, they asked, are you going to donate? No.
Well, don't. Like, if you've been given for so long and you've never gotten recognition for it, you're not going to get recognition now, and they'll just keep taking. So what value are you getting by playing this fucking game? Honestly,
No.
like, there's no exchange. You're just constantly feeding into the pot, thinking that the situation. You know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. You're insane right now. You're not going to get a different result.
Like, I don't want it. And I even told Gabriel, if they call you, just tell them I said no. I don't got money for them. And he's like, are you sure? He's like, all right, that's your family. I'm like, I got money for me, not for them no more.
Well, and that's fine. Who put the work in? Like, you shouldn't feel guilty about that either. Like, you are earning your, I used to tell people all the time, I'm an adult now, even to my parents. And this is she's here, but I'll tell you, my parents the opinion don't mean shit to me right now, because you know what?
You're an adult.
Yeah, I'm an adult. I pay my own bills. I do all that stuff. I take care of everything. Like, their opinion, okay, great. You have an opinion. Thank you. I don't care.
But do I give you an opinion?
No, I'm just using it as an example. You know what I'm saying? The thing is your obligation to your parents, their obligation is to get you to adulthood. Like, and I tell people this is going to sound even crazier. Humans are the ultimate parasite. And this is going to sound fucked up. I wonder how many people are still on here. Humans are the ultimate parasite. Okay. Parasites need hosts. They live in the host until they become adults. Their adulthood, then they reproduce, right? So let's look at the human way that humans are, right? 2 parasites, 2 humans have a baby. That baby's a parasite, lives in its mama until it's old enough to be born, right? The 2 parasites that are the parents now have to raise that kid in order to go out and be another parasite successful in the world in order to create more parasites. We're truly a parasitic race. And I know that sounds fucking crazy, and a lot of people will disagree or think I'm off, but
no,
we are truly parasitic. And the thing is the the obligation of parents is that it usually ends when you become an adult, right? And then there's like you could, hey, it's good for your support. If you want to support me, support me. If you don't want to support me on my decisions, or if I need someone to talk to, if I need advice, my parents there to go ahead and try to give me the life advice that they have because of their experience, right? But otherwise, I still have to bump my head through life, and they ain't there to soften the cushion no more. I'm not 8 years old, right? Now, if I bump my head now, I got to fucking figure it out because I'm an adult, right?
Yep.
So the thing is, though, is so many people, oh no, you still owe me because I raised you. No, I don't. Like, I don't owe you. You raised me. I'm an adult. You succeeded in making a productive person. What
So
else do you need? You know what I'm saying? Like, what else? You know what I mean? And
you
I
know,
know that's totally against
no.
anybody's belief systems, even on the, like, if people tomorrow that dropped off early are going to pick up the stream tomorrow, jump back on, and then when they see this part of this recording, their fucking jaws are going to go, oh, boom, and hit the table. Watch. I mean, it's because this is something that most people will be like, he's off his fucking rocker because of
No,
what I'm saying.
but you are true though, because I see it. You know what I mean? It's either you become a great parent because you raised a good parasite, or you are a fucked up parent because you fucked up that parasite.
Yeah. And they go and make more fucked up parasites. And the truth is, like, the monkey see, monkey do syndrome. Most people will. Okay, so now we're going to go back about money and rich and poor. So listen, people always say the rich stay rich because the rich, because money's in their family, but it's a lie. And the
No.
poor stay poor because the poor, right? But it's the way they're raised. So if you're poor, don't have no money, grew up on the system, there's a 90% chance that you're going to grow up the same or way because you never learned how to break out of that mold. It's monkey see, monkey do. Most people will duplicate what their parents did. I didn't do any of that. I might have followed my mom into telecom, but I didn't do any of that. I kind of treaded my own path. But so I'm an outlier in those numbers. It's based on statistics, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did a lot of things that outliers do, but the rich stay rich because they teach their kids about money. They teach their kids about how to make investments, how to reinvest the money. So that institutional knowledge that their parents had is maintained. Now, you have some people, that 10%, that will go from this class to the next class or to the next class because they start to yearn to break that model, to not be considered that. So they're the ones that are treading forward, trying to make a change, not wanting to grow up the way that everyone else in the family is, right? Along that path, though, as they break, and there's also rich people who fall. They end up becoming drug addicts, the kids who inherit all this money, or they never learned how to do it, or they didn't pay attention when their parents were trying to teach them about running businesses and stuff like that, right? So people constantly fall up and down. But a lot of times, 90, like maybe it may not be 90%, maybe like 75, 80%. They follow what their parents do. I call it monkey see, monkey do. You know what I'm saying? So,
At 19, I had a salon. I left it because my mom, was taking a lot of money out of me. And I was always in the salon busting my ass. And I was just like, damn, like, this is not how I thought a business was going to be. Where I have to ask my mom to give me money to buy pants or to buy something that I want for me when I'm here 24/7. So I ended up just giving it up. I was like, you know what? I don't need this. I don't even want to do hair. Forget about it. I went to the medical field. So I left it behind. My mom engraved something to me at that time. She's like, you're only part-time. You only make this. You're only this for so long. Until one day I told her, you know what? No, I'm not that. I was like, I got more money in savings and in stocks than you do. I was like, and I have been doing this without you knowing.
so you fall into this thing. So a lot of people are scared, and it don't sound like you fall into it, but I think some of this is with you, where some people are scared to make more money than their parents. It don't sound like you are totally, but I think there's some remnants of that with you, where it's an embarrassment if you outshine your parents, and you try not to like and make them like. I tell my kids all the time, I want you to be richer than me, totally, and you don't have to take care of me. If even I told them, even if you hit the lottery, I don't want shit from you. I don't want nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving them a different message. Where some people are, because you've already been kind of victimized in this sense by your mom. You established a successful entity as your business, and she took it over. So like she kind of strong armed you, and you were young and didn't know your rights or whatever, but you never stood up to her either, right? In order to tell, wait, this is my fucking business. I'm making a ton of money, and you're robbing from me. You know what I'm saying? So you're kind of in an opposite, where you got leeches riding on your back instead of the other way around, where you're kind of limiting yourself because of your parents and not wanting to embarrass them. You are opposite, where you don't want to make so much money that you have to tell your parents no. You see what I'm saying? That's something that I do see energetically with you. You have a hook where you do not want to become so successful that you're obligated to take care of them because it's already happened to you once. So there's a block there. You need to work on that. You literally, that's something there. I see it now that you're talking about it. And that everyone's gonna say, "Well, that was obvious," right? But it's an obvious thing. I didn't, there was something, but it's hard to. It was about family, but you have to look at that situation and start to figure it out, but start to feel what's that why that's holding you back, because that's family's number one for you. I'm telling you now. So a lot of these hooks that you have that are blocking you is all family related. Her victimizing you as a young child and taking your success away from you. She stole your success.
Yeah, she did.
So that made you question who you are. It made you question, am I successful? Can I even run this? Do I need my mom? Like, you know what I'm saying? I need my mom in order to be successful. Kind of that kind of sense. You know what I'm saying?
Still, she's working part-time and she's more successful than her cousins are.
But that doesn't matter, because the thing is the hook's in her head. You see what I mean? It's in her heart and her body and stuff. If you're working part-time, is there a way you can open up a salon part-time too and then start to reestablish that?
It's not something I want no more. Like, how can I explain it?
Well, what if you ran it part-time just to and didn't even cut hair, and you had someone, you just rented out chairs and fucking you just,
It's not, it doesn't even
it don't appeal to you because
my mom took that dream away. So I had probably like $50,000 in the savings account for the salon. One day I just showed up and I knew all the tellers in the Chase bank account. So when I went to one of them, normally I go to her. She kind of gave me a look like,
oh shit.
And I was like, hey, I brought money. I wanted some change. And can you give me 1s and 5s and 10s? And can you give me the balance? And she's like, well, your mom came earlier and she told me to give you this. This is yours.
Whose name was on the account?
Mine, my mom's, and my brother's. They moved all the money to another account and left me 25 cents as a tip.
You should have called the cops. No offense, but business, like, this is business and family don't work. You should have called the cops. They fucking stole from you. Honestly, that's a criminal offense what they just did. I know that, and they that was bad. That's not right. You were victimized. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Have you been victimized anywhere else in your life? You have? Okay, now you don't have to talk about it. The victimization part will carry over from wherever it happened before, and it'll follow you in other aspects of your life, whether it be business, relationship, stuff like that. You might want to start looking into what you can do in order to get that energy out of your field and start to work on that, because when you're victimized like that, it takes a lot of fire out of you, because why do it when somebody else will just take it from you? Why do it? Why even try? Or why put in hard work when there's no reward? You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of hooks behind that. And that what just by what you're talking about with the business, that could spawn off, like that's the core of something, right? But that core, when as it gets bigger and bigger and gets its layers, like an onion, let's say, it could have different hooks into it, like I'm not good enough, or I can't do this, or I don't want to do this, I have no more joy in my life, or I, like you're saying, I think that you do want like salons, but because they fucking hurt you over it and victimized you over a salon, here's the reason I say that. You know what you need to do to make money. You've already had a successful business in a salon. And I know you're saying, no, that's not great, I don't know, but you already had the knowledge. You already had the blueprint as far as making it successful, right? You were victimized. They took the money from you. What you do, it was also a life lesson. Now you understand, like, don't do business with family. You know what I mean? I won't do business with family because of that shit right there. I got burned a few times from friends trying to open up businesses, and they fucked me around. So it's a form of victimization, in the form of somebody that's throwing their age around in their position, right? If that wasn't your mom and that was one of your friends, you would have called the cops. You see what I'm saying? Only because that was your mom, you didn't call the cops. You should have got a lawyer and fucking lawyered up. And like, I know that sounds crazy, but here's the reason I say this. Mom, I love you, but when it comes to business, you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? You didn't stick up for yourself. So see how this carries on? That one instance, and even whatever instance you may have had before, carries on to where people will start walking on you. People will start to do things because you didn't voice for yourself. All that stuff is like an essential effect. Like, you got this kink in your armor, but that one kink, because of where it is, and because it's also a trust issue of somebody that you have respect and love, opens up to where a bunch of other things are going to start coming in. And it's weird how it works, because that one instance will open up 1,000 different things that'll start happening out of nowhere that never happened before. It's like, you know what I'm saying? So you have to try to find that root cause, or that root, I call them hooks, that hook. You're a fish right now. We want to get that damn hook out of you and start to let that wound heal up. So that way you don't have that trauma in you no more. And then you want to go ahead and start to clear away all that energy. And as you start to do that, you'll understand, like, well, not understand, you'll start to feel the situations change, your relationships will change, everything. You're going to end up.
We can work on that, Daisy.
You have, I do want you to understand, though, as you remove hooks sometimes that people put in you, you may lose relationships. So you got a lot of soul searching individually that you may need to do, especially when it comes to parents. It's hard. You know what I'm saying? It's very hard. You know, you got the two people, and those are the ones that hurt the most and are the hardest ones to believe, because you got the people who brought you into the world that you think that because the way you look at your kid is, I will die for my kid. I'll do anything for my kid, right? But when you're people that you're looking up to and you're using your belief systems of, because you have a kid, they fuck you around. You're like, how could somebody like that do that to me? You know what I'm saying? So it makes you think like, holy fuck. So you know what I'm saying? It kind of, it's a mind fuck beyond mind fucks when something like that happens.
Was playing like that. But when I started talking to my family as like her brothers, and I told her, because there's a big story. And I asked my uncles. She said a story about me to them, and I asked my cousins and my uncles, I'm like, do you guys believe me or do you believe my mom? And she's like, honestly, I didn't believe your mom's story just because I know how your mom is. Your mom is ruthless. When it comes to money, she'll do anything, even give up her own kid for her to have success over that.
But that point crushed your world. Trust me. When you hear something like that, especially from a credible source of somebody in your family, sometimes it crushes you even more.
Yeah, and
All they did was take the dagger and turn it. So you already had a dagger that you felt in your body from your mom. And when you got confirmation of that, it felt like they just kept turning it and you're thinking, you know what I mean? And you're like, this is the woman that, like, you try to defend that person in your head because you're like, this is the person, I'm this person's kid.
Yeah.
Why could they do that to me out of everybody? Do that to a stranger, not your kid, you know?
But you know what? Even when I was growing up, I didn't know about homes. I didn't know about foreclosure. I didn't know what that meant, you know, because I was still like, well, how old was I? I was 20 years old. I mean, my mom never educated me so much as my credit. She never told me about my credit. Um, she never told me, oh, when you buy a house and you're losing it, this is foreclosure. So what she did, we moved from that house to our old house again, and that house was going foreclosure. She rented that house knowing that was going foreclosure. And I even told my mom, like, why are we moving back? She's like, oh, because I found somebody that's gonna rent this house. I'm like, but why? And she's like, oh, because we're gonna get money and get another one. No, we were losing it. And my brother bought another one that was foreclosure. So that lady lived there for 6 months. My mom got money for 6 months from her. That's how evil my mom is.
I have a couple comments for you, Daisy.
I will tell you this, like,
Green Fire Feather says, I'm proud of you for your resilience, Daisy. What happened to you was not right or fair. And remember that it wasn't your fault. And Judy says, yes, Daisy, you are goodness. Stand up for yourself. Sorry you had to experience that.
Trust me, there's more, but
well, I just want to say this. Sometimes people make their bed and they also got to sleep in it. Sometimes an infestation takes time. You know what I'm saying by that? So, like, you can't keep doing that without repercussion. And sometimes it doesn't even hit you. I'm going to be honest with you. Sometimes it don't hit you. Your karma sometime might come back and hit your kid. You see what I'm saying? So what she loves most, whatever she loves most, it may, well,
and that's the thing. It has hit my daughter.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know for sure the situation. I don't want to sound like but you have to, that's why I always say be careful when you do things or say things or whatever, or the way the words you speak, because there is a cost. And when you do bad things like that, especially knowing that you're fucking somebody over, like, you know, like the house or stealing somebody's money or something like that, sometimes that list starts getting long before you need to pay the piper.
Well, see, the thing is, now so my mom used to have a lot of money. She used to have 2 houses, 4 cars.
She'll lose it all.
She did. She lost it all.
Yeah, but it's not over.
Yeah, no. And I know this is not over because I literally have sat down and thought about, I went back and I'm like, okay, let's go back because there's something going on that I need to learn from all this. This is my life, and I picked her for a reason because I got to learn something. And I was like, okay. So I went all the way back and I'm like, okay, my mom is crazy evil and she loves money. We all know that. I love money, but she's in a bad way. She'll do anything for money, and that's sad because to give up your own child and, you know, your own granddaughter, I don't know. Right now she doesn't have anything. She has a beat up little car or truck. She has a business, but it doesn't give her enough to even survive. She only gives electricity, and she lives with my brother and my sister-in-law.
Wow.
And she doesn't have a husband because my dad died. She has a boyfriend that has a wife, and she's pretty much the mistress.
Like I told you, it's not over because sometimes and I don't mean this, it's just, I don't like talking about negative shit, but people Sometimes they got to pay a price. Like, you can't get away squeaky clean. Everyone always thinks that you're going to get away squeaky clean. And it's, like I said, sometimes it hits your kids because people usually cherish their kids more, right? So, like, they go
Correct.
fuck around all these people and then they're like, oh, karma never got me, blah, 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 right? But then when their kids get old enough, their kids get, like, they're through bad shit, like bad. And it ain't even the kid's fault. It's because this parent fucking did all this shit. The karma's like, all right, motherfucker, I ain't gonna hit you, but I'm gonna hit you on what you love the most. Sometimes it's not always. It's an interesting dynamic on I've seen it ricochet back and not hit a person, but hit their kid.
Well, see,
You know what I'm saying?
my mom loves my daughter. Okay.
But that's why she's probably gonna lose, like, as far as relationship wise, she's gonna lose your daughter's love, and then she's really gonna feel on her ass. Watch, you'll like.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. So right now, my daughter's pregnant, but my mom took her to her ex and took her to the new boyfriend, which right now we don't know who baby that is.
Mom should stay out of it, first of all, because all she's doing is adding fuel to a fire, and she's using old thought processes that don't have any kind of fucking relevation. But this is about you. So, and the thing is I can probably pick up and read all your mom right now, but that's. I'm just telling you, all I can get right now is that her suffering's not over. One, if she's done as bad as what you're saying, she's probably going to suffer more, right? Unless somebody goes in and does something manually, which she could pay somebody to help her out. You know what I mean? And ask for forgiveness, and they'll do some things, and it could happen. Her luck could change, but she could also go pay for somebody to clean her up and not change her ways and even make more of a mess. You see what I'm saying? So there's a lot of stuff you can do. But as far as you, though, your part in this is that if you already have an entrepreneurial spirit as far as like success, you'll never lose that. That's the thing, right? You just have to, you were young, it sounds like, and you got taken advantage of. It won't ever happen again. But I honestly, for some reason, the reason I asked you about the salon and you totally lost all your fire for it is some tells me to tell you you should do it again, but this time just do it with you, and that's it. You and your kid or whoever. And, put your kid on there just, as like a secondary earner, because then let's say she gets 18 or whatever, or how old is she?
Gina is 17.
Okay, so next year she turns 18. You start running the business. You get your kid on there. She starts running the business with you. Boom. You know what I mean? Or you open the business. You get it going. She runs it as like a manager. You pay her a nice little salary to run your business, and that's now a line of income that you don't even have to do because she runs it for you. You know what I mean? That's kind of like, I know that I that's why I asked that question. First, and you're like, no, I don't even like that. But the thing is
not with Gina. No, not with Gina.
Well, I don't know the situation, Mom. And you can't say no with Gina because you don't know that kid could change in the next year. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
The thing is
I'm like,
well, I don't know the situation. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't know I don't know all that. I just know what I'm talking to you about. Some told me to tell you to you should probably take another shot in the dark as far as what you know, and you'll probably be able to make even more money. And then you already have the contacts. You already have all the establishment. You can start it off on your own without nobody. And if you were that successful before, you could do it again. You see what I'm saying? Make your own hours, do whatever you got to do, but it's yours. You're making more money. It's just there's so much fear behind it because of and not just fear, emotion. Is a lot of the reason you're not really wanting to do it though is because it's an emotional thing. I mean, we talked about it. The first thing you told me when we first started talking is I don't cry, but we started talking about this, and because it's something that's so hooked in you, and that it was your baby, and you put your time and energy and blood, sweat, and tears and created this thing and got fucked around for it. I wouldn't want to create anything ever again because it hurts because that was your baby. You had the pride to go ahead and make it successful, and all your hard work went for nothing, and then you lost it. It was something that was yours, and you loved it to death. It's like having a baby. You know what I mean? It literally is. They say when you create a business, you create an entity. You name that entity. It's just like a baby. You know what I'm saying? So it
Yeah.
was your baby, and they took your baby from you. You know?
She lost 2 babies to her mom now.
So that's, trust me, make your success. And if anyone,
Like,
even let me put it like this, even with kids, right? You're the parent. Before you had kids, you lived. When you had kids, you lived. And if your kid, let's say your kid moves out today with your mom or whatever, and they go run off and do whatever, and you don't talk to her the rest of your life, you're still gonna live. You might have some heartache, but you're still gonna live. You see what I'm saying? You don't just stop living because your kids move out or whatever happens. Do you know what I mean? You lived before, you lived while, and you're gonna live after, no matter what the circumstance is. You still have to take care of you.
hmm
Now, if you want to pass something on, or if you want to create an empire or do something, make a big successful business. Or if not, you know what? I'll make a successful business. I'll live a high life. And everyone who was a snake when I was on the bottom, don't come looking for handouts now. Do you see what I'm saying? And then don't do it out of spite, but like just to keep that in your mind, because the thing is people, trust me, you open another salon, watch how many people become your friends that are now that are on the B list. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna want to be on the A list. And as they start to see it become more and more successful, all them people, you're gonna see the snakes come out. You know what I mean? All the snakes are gonna come out. They want a piece of the free meat. You know what I mean? You just
Yeah.
gotta have the goal. The whole chicken. Who will help me plant the seed? Who will help me till the field? Who will help me? All that shit. Nobody there to help you start it up. Don't come looking like this. Don't come, hey, I want my hand filled up. You do it right. You do it the right way. You give thanks to what you got. You already have the knowledge. I think that you'd be very successful. I know that you don't have the fire, but just think about it. You know what I mean? Because you just never know.
Yeah.
You already, and it is scary when you look. I understand why you're hesitant. I understand why you lost your fire. Totally understand. But I promise you that I'll bet you. Let me put it like this: I'll bet you if you knew someone who had a salon and you go hang out for a day over there, you'll get your fire back.
I have gone. I get my hair done just randomly. I'll
Yeah,
go.
but no. I'm talking about on the other side, not sitting in a chair getting your hair done. I'm talking about if you're on the other side, you're talking to people, you're interacting, you're doing the business side, or even trying to hang out. I'll bet you get your fire back.
I do get it. Don't get me wrong, because I do it at home. I'll do it like randomly. I'll do my friends or something, and memories will come back, and I'm like, yeah.
You can't let fear. Fear is the dream killer.
Yeah, I know.
And a lot of your fear right now is because of like your previous experience, right? And not only that, like the people, you can't trust no one. You feel like you can't trust no one, and you've been isolated. Okay. But that might be a blessing in disguise, because if you build something big now by yourself, you know what I mean. You don't need no one's input right now. You can do whatever you want right now. And don't
Yeah.
forget, like you got to make it for you. And then if you want that extravagant, great life, because I see your nails. You like the greater things. I see your nails. You do have that nice little side. You like nice things.
She does. And she manifests it all too.
But the thing is like if you want the big,
Her whole house.
if you
did.
want the bigger, greater things, like you said, oh, I know, Mom. I see her. I see the background, and I see her nails, and I see her energy, and I'm telling you now, she likes the finer things.
Yeah.
But what if you were able to open one store? It becomes so successful that now you can open 2 stores, 3 stores, from here, from there, all the way, let's say, up to the Scottsdale, and then up into Flagstaff and all through the state of Arizona. You see what I'm saying? Like, what else is possible there? Right? What else? Like, where's your dream? Don't just think of one shop. Like, how do you monopolize that shit and turn into like the shop and expand it out to where you have 40 or 50 shops, and you're making buku bucks. You can live extravagantly. You can have anything you want, and as long as you're being grateful and showing gratitude to the universe and the people that are working for you, you'll be in a good situation. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Because the main thing is always give gratitude. The minute that you take advantage and you don't honor your business will shit on you.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people don't see that like when they're thank you business, oh my god, my business is great, blah blah blah. But when they're like when the business does go down, because business ebbs and flows, right? Fuck, this business is hard, blah blah blah. They talk shit. You know what I'm saying? They end up killing the business, because they're draining the energy back out of it because of all the negative that all that energy they put in to do it when the times go hard. Because like I said, business isn't always up. It goes like like waves, and so you got to plan for those waves where a lot of businesses fall. But you have to, like I said, they're always going to need people to cut hair, electricity, butchers. Those are like safe jobs. They were talking about that. I read this article. They were like, there are certain jobs that'll never go away. Electricity was one, like electricians, plumbers, hairstylist. There was like a few more. I don't remember them all, but I just remember like some of those were some of the things that will always be around. I mean, that when I do cut my hair, which I haven't cut my hair for a year, because I made a bet to see if I can make it till December. I'll have my hair for a year in December, actually. But I used to fade my hair. I get my hair cut like once a month, $30 a haircut. $30 every month.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that times 10, 15, I mean, if you do 30 haircuts a week, that's $900. And one person can do 30 haircuts a week. You know what I mean? That's 6 hours a day. Depending now, if you're doing women's hair, that becomes $90, $100 when you're doing perms and all that shit. And if you double schedule where you got a perm and you're doing a cut, and when they're under the little vacuum or whatever the hell, that air dryer for their hair, you're cutting someone else. Now you just double because you're using the time even more wisely, right? So and people always want the hair done. Always, always a wedding. There's always quinceañeras, especially in Phoenix. There's all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And if you do a travel one, now here's the kicker right now, because of COVID and everything. You do a travel salon where you can have your old boy Gabriel, whatever his name is, tell him to outfit get you a minivan, have them where it opens up. They have the ones that have like the little thing. You can have a little chair back there, have a little hair dryer attached to it or whatever, like that goes up just in case. You can cut hair and do a mobile hair cutting. Bam! There's your idea. $1 million idea right there. Mobile hair cutting. You know what I mean?
Steve, you better go to bed.
Yeah, I got to get off. It's 2 a.m. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it was very nice to talk to you all. I don't know if I'll ever be on here again. I might jump in chat, but this was something out of character that I just out of nowhere did.
All right.
Well, it was very nice to chat with you. I'll ask my mom about you. If you need anything else or you want to like some clarity or something, just give me a call, or I'll just check on you because you asked some pretty damn good questions. So.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you later, everyone. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye. Casey.
Night, yes. Interesting night.
It was.
Yeah.
And I wasn't gonna even get in.
No,
it's because I went to Sam's Club and then I went to the doctor. I had a busy night. And then I was like, I'm going to listen real quick and then I'm going to take a shower and I'm going to go to sleep. And I just stayed up now.
so we can work on some of that stuff that he was talking about. We'll go in and we'll call in your healing team and do some work and stuff too. So we can work.
All right.
Yeah. We can do that.
Yeah.
But him and I, the only difference is he doesn't believe in the stuff that we're doing, yet I'm being given the healing technique. And he has, we pretty much, I got him started on all his training and got him into access and everything, and we do have a few little differences, but that's okay.
And that's fine. Everybody has different
Mhm.
ways, you know.
We're supposed to. That's fine. But him and I have discussions like this all the time, all the time. You know, so and we enjoy it. You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go to bed because I know you got a child that's gonna get up early in the morning.
Yes.
I got to get up and finish cleaning out the laundry room because they're going to deliver the washer and dryer on Tuesday. So,
Okay. I will call you tomorrow though.
okie dokie.
Good
Thank you
night.
everybody for being here and contributing.
Yes. Thank you guys.
Yeah. You all have a good one and namaste.
Bye.
Okay.